Shit, no shit. Hey guys, I know it's late, man, and I got to be going to bed here in a minute because I've been sitting up here for the past. I've been sitting up here since this afternoon, honestly. Hold on a second. All right, swear, dude, air conditioner's on the fritz. Yeah, I've been sitting up all day today. I've been reading comic books. Like I read, finished Crimson Rain, Crimson Cage, as you can see. Finished that Erratic that came out like last year. I finally got to read the final issue. I read Nice House on the Lake issue 6, 7, and 8. Caught up on that. Caught up on Nice House on the Lake, even though I honestly am a little confused what's going on. I mean, not 100%. It's a lot of reading. Nice House on the Lake by James Tynion is a lot of reading. It's kind of like freaking Department of Truth. I don't know how that guy finds the time to write so many books with that much reading involved. Like he has got some shit up in his brain that he wants everybody to know. Um, yeah, so tonight I actually sat down. I read Two Moons. So like around the Civil War ages, and it's like a bunch of different stories, like actual events broke down. The one thing they didn't tell in this issue was the story of Wounded Knee, which they said they didn't want to do that because it would bring a great disservice to they just, and I'm glad they didn't in a way touch on that story there. So I got number 7 to read, number 8, number 9. Look at these covers though, bro. And number 10. I mean, look at the artwork on these covers. Beautiful artwork. Beautiful covers. So I've been sitting here reading all day is what I've been doing. Let me see here. Make sure I'm live. I mean, I know I'm live because I went live. All right, there we go. Yeah, so that's what I've been doing all day. I've been reading comic books. So no. But the Amber Heard and Johnny Depp, like the last trailer, I mean, the last testimony we sat down and watched, they gave me a copyright block for the clip where they showed Amber Heard on a talk show. I forget the heavyset white guy that usually does the carpool. I forget the guy's name, the talk show. But the last time we sat down and watched, what was it, 7 hours worth of Amber Heard's testimony, they blocked it on YouTube because of that one short interview where she was on a talk show, and that popped up, and that was what I got the copyright for. I couldn't dispute it, and I couldn't clip it. So I had to basically delete 7 hours worth of footage. So I don't know if I'm going to be able to sit down tonight and watch every bit of this testimony. I have seen short clips from this testimony, and it looks like some really interesting. I mean, I seen a short clip earlier where like Amber Heard really fucked herself, bro. And like Johnny Depp's got one hell of a legal team. But yeah, like I said, I sat down today and I read Crimson Cage, number 5, the finale issue. I finally got to read the last issue of Erratic by Carrie Andrews. Crazy good story. I finished Nice House on the Lake, issue 6, 7, and 8. A couple other books that are in my room in there that I sat down and I knocked out today. But these are the stack I brought in here just recently. So I just recently finished reading those. And then I just read issue 6 of Two Moons. I got 7 here to read, like I was saying earlier. I love the interior art, because I'm native pride to the day I die. I am part white and I am part Indian. But I really rep my indigenous culture to the best I can. That's a sick cover right there, dude. Beautiful artwork. And look at issue 10 here. Oh, I love the artwork. Oh my God. So yeah, I think my uncle wants to come get me tomorrow to go stay at grandma's for Memorial Day or some shit like that. But I don't know if I'm gonna be able to because we got that 2-episode watch party going down this Friday night. And it's like when I get out to my uncle's, I mean, I can relax, but it's kind of hard for me. Like I got my comic den in there. I can sit down. I can sit here in my gaming chair. I can feel relaxed and comfortable while I'm watching the episodes with you guys. I don't like want to be all, the kitchen table or outside where it's fucking, gets a little chilly at night. But I don't know. I might go down there and stay with them, man, because I got some clothes I need to wash, and my washing machine is on the fritz. But yeah, man, big shout out to this last part of issue 6 of this. What I was saying is what I respect the writers for what they did here. They say we took the two historical events and combined them into something different from both, something that better fits the horror genre of our series. It is not without its anyways, and let's face it, enduring social commentary. But to be clear, we will not use the events of Wounded Knee in our story. It would be too easy to unintentionally trivialize those deaths by doing so. What we have in Two Moons Ghost War is a wholly fabricated story that steals and borrows from inspiration. So it's a couple like legit stories that they took pieces from and created this story here, which is pretty cool. Like if y'all guys knew what Wounded Knee was a fucked up situation. So yeah, man, let's I'm gonna jump on in this episode. I don't know if there's anybody here or not. I don't think there is, but I'm gonna jump in this episode regardless. I mean, this testimony. And hopefully if we run into another interview with her on a talk show, I hopefully I can cut it in time before it shows up.
See who you are. I take off your disguise and flick. Oh, you flick too hard, damn it!
Shall we help them? And eventually, grape.
All right, make sure I can hear. All right. Oh, I think I got somebody in the chat. I don't know who it is. Oh, a couple people. Probably somebody in and out. Yeah. Oh, what's up, Dark Club? It's good, bro. What's up, Love Rules? Dark Club, Love Rules, Custom Comic Shop. What's up, brother? Pinky, what's good, man? I didn't even know nobody was in here. Yeah, I was going to go to sleep my damn self, man, so I could, because I've been reading these comic books all day and I'm a little tired, but I wanted to watch this testimony. So, it's probably really the basic, because I wouldn't be able to sit down and watch this during the afternoon.
All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
What's up, Mark?
All right, please see your next witness.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mr. Depp calls Kate Moss to this.
Oh,
She
shit.
will be appearing on your screen.
Yeah, wait a minute.
Ma'am,
I think I heard that she was supposed to be in the. Oh, yeah.
Yes, can you count to 5 for me?
Oh, okay. Yeah, because, man, Amber said something about Kate Moss and the whole stairs
Thank
situation.
you, ma'am. If you could raise your right hand.
So I guess Kate Moss said, all right,
Do you
bitch.
swear affirm to tell the truth?
I'm about to show up and tell everybody what kind of crazy bitch you really are.
Good morning, Ms. Moss. Or I should
Oh,
say,
man.
good afternoon,
Amber really
your
just,
time.
she fucked
My
up.
name is Ben Chu from the firm of Brown Rudnick. Would you please state your full name for the record?
Kate Moss.
Ms. Moss, where do you reside?
It's crazy when, like, your ex-girlfriends are willing to testify in your
From where
behalf.
are you testifying?
You must not be
today,
that bad of a
Ms.
guy, or you are, and they really want to get
Gloucestershire, England.
your skeletons out of the closet
Ms.
in there.
Moss, do you know Johnny Depp?
I got the Rona. Oh, shit,
How do you know
dude.
Mr. Depp?
Prayers up here. Everybody say a prayer for Mark,
I had
man.
a relationship with him.
Did there come a time when you and Mr.
Look at
Depp
Amber.
had a romantic
Look at Amber.
relationship?
She look like she pooped her pants.
Yes.
For how long, Ms. Moss, were you and Mr. Depp a romantic couple?
From 1993 to 1994 to 1998.
Ms. Moss, did there come a time when you, while you and Mr. Depp were a couple, that the two of you took a vacation together to the Golden Eye Resort in Jamaica?
Yes.
What, if
You ain't
anything,
gotta,
happened when you were in Jamaica?
I'm gonna give
with
you
Mr.
guys
Depp?
who ain't got moderators who you aren't modded, which the only person is custom comic shop.
We were leaving the room, and Johnny left the room before I did, and there had been
Oh, I love her accent.
rainstorm, and as I left,
I would
the
love her
room,
to hear
I slid down
say
the stairs,
aluminum.
and I hurt
Aluminum.
my back.
How did you?
And
I apologize, Ms. Moss. Please continue.
and I screamed because I was in because I didn't know what had happened to me, and I was in pain. And he came running back to help me and carried me to my room and got me medical attention.
Oh.
Did Mr. Depp push you in any way down the
Hey,
stairs?
I hope you feel better, Mark.
No,
During the course of your relationship, did he ever push you down any stairs?
no, he never pushed me, kicked me, or threw me down any stairs.
Oh shit.
Ms. Moss, have you ever before today testified in any kind of court proceeding?
No, I have never.
Why did you decide to testify today?
Objection, Your Honor.
All right.
That's beyond the scope of what we just talked about.
All right,
What's
I'll
up,
just-
Christina? Hey, babe. How you
Ms. Moss.
doing? Mark the
if you have
Cuddy
nothing
says he's
further
got
at this time, we
corona.
greatly
He got
appreciate
the Rona.
your taking the time.
Everybody say a prayer for
All
Mark.
right, any cross-examination?
Oh my
No,
God.
Your Honor.
All right, you're free to go. Thank you, Ms. Moss.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, your next witness.
Yesterday I was in bed all day with
Your Honor, we're
migraines,
calling
but good
Dr. Shannon
today.
Curry.
A few more days isolation
a
and I'll
moment.
be out.
To move the TV.
Oh. My 6-year-old and my wife had it last week, and me and my 9-year-old have it this week. Oh God. Y'all just passing it all around the house, ain't you, Mark? Hey, Dream. I'm not here. Oh my God. We got another Craig 69. Seems like Dream's been watching some of the scumbags live streams. Yeah, I hope you get better, Mark.
All right, Dr. Curry.
Come on, dude. Let's get on with the testimony. I'm going to have to skip through some of this stuff. I can just imagine how it would have been if I wasn't vaccinated. Bro, you know, I still haven't gotten that vaccine yet.
Good morning, Mr. Jensen.
Good morning.
Oh, wait a minute. Is this the psychiatrist or the psychologist that Johnny and them had? Yeah, that is her.
Plaintiff called Shannon Curry, Dr.
Yeah.
Shannon Curry.
Yeah.
You're still under oath, so please have a seat, doctor.
Good morning.
I got to get some fly spray though, man. These like
Can you
black
remind me
little
who you
miniature
are, what
flies
you
are
do?
taking over my house during
I'm
the
Dr.
daytime.
Shannon Curry. I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist, and I'm here today to rebut
one
the
right there.
testimony that was provided by Dr. Hughes.
Which of the opinions rendered by Dr. Hughes do you intend to rebut?
So generally speaking, there are three main categories that I'd like to talk about today. So the first is that Dr. Hughes misrepresented the tests and the results that she utilized in her evaluation. She misrepresented my testing and the results that I obtained in my evaluation. And she communicated
trip
in a
pics from courthouse.
provided testimony in a manner that presented essentially her own opinions
Yeah.
and the self-report of Ms. Heard as facts.
I'd like to, Mark. God damn, I swear, I don't think I'm 100% sold, man. Not the fact that I'm scared of needles. I could get over that, you know, if I know
What do you
it.
mean
But
by that?
So Dr. Hughes she stated that she administered 12 tests.
But I probably do need to do
In
it.
actuality, she
Okay,
used
Dream, that's all
8
good.
checklists.
I'm really curious about this case
About
right here.
half of those were symptom checklists. The other half were checklists about experiences that people can have with domestic violence. And those are not appropriate for forensic settings. They are easily exploited.
Other issues that you intend to address relative to misrepresentation of own results?
Yes, so in addition to using these checklist measures, which are easily exploited in a forensic context, they're developed for research or treatment only. She also stated that these checklists revealed things that they simply cannot reveal, especially in this context. Let's see. She also misrepresented information, clear indications on several of the objective measures that she offered. And there were indications visible that Ms. Heard had essentially engaged in what we call response distortion. So clear indications of exaggeration on one of the measures that's specific to PTSD, clear minimization of symptoms, intentional, on another more broad personality and psychopathology based measure that she gave to Ms. Heard, which she did not acknowledge.
Oh, shit.
Did you intend to address anything relative to the CAPS-5?
I did. So Dr. Hughes administered the CAPS-5 about 10 days after I did, almost 2 years after she initially tested Ms. Heard. And she did not administer the test appropriately. So she left
This part, the
major
CMC
components
part was
blank.
so
She
good.
didn't apply the scoring
Oh,
rules that
can't
are
wait to get to
clearly
it.
outlined with the test. And yet she diagnosed Ms. Heard with PTSD based on that assessment.
What about Dr. Hughes's use of the personality assessment inventory?
So of the tests that Dr. Hughes administered, 2 would be considered, of those 12, 2 would be considered what we call forensically relevant instruments, meaning that they're objective enough and they provide us with some information about how the examinee approached the test, that it would be appropriate for this setting where the examinee is going to have a natural incentive to present themselves in a way that benefits the outcome of their case. Now, on the PAI, there were clear indications that Ms. Heard was responding and obtained scores in a manner that's consistent with individuals who have a personality disorder.
Ooh.
And there was also an indication
shit.
that several scales, we call this a configuration. So you might have one main scale that you notice is elevated. Then you look for additional subscale information to get additional information on what could be elevating that scale. And there was a configuration that showed that even though Ms. Heard had moderately elevated one of the scales that can be associated with trauma, that elevation is better explained by childhood or distant traumatic experiences like the complex trauma Ms. Heard reported experiencing growing up.
Okay.
Wow. Damn, I bet that's a...
Said that Dr. Hughes utilized checklists that are not appropriate for forensic analysis. Can you explain that?
Yes. So as I said, in any sort of forensic context, whether it's a civil or a criminal matter, a person who's being evaluated is going to
Almost
have
there. Keep
major
moving for 1
incentive
minute to
present
make
in a way that
progress towards
benefits
your
the
standing
outcome
goal.
of their case.
Okay.
So you always
I need to
approach
stand
the
up for a second.
examination, I believe Dr. Hughes said, with a healthy dose of skepticism, but that alone is not enough. We have to operationalize that. So we actually have to administer very comprehensive objective tests that either control for attempts to manipulate the test results or reveal attempts to manipulate the test results, so that we're not just blindly accepting the results or the self-report of the examinee.
How many tests were administered by Dr. Hughes?
She said that she administered 12 tests.
How many of them were appropriate for forensic physical examination?
So the trauma symptom inventory is appropriate. It's an objective measure, and it does have 2 primary scales that look at how the person approached the test. The personality assessment inventory is an excellent test. It is a broadband measure, meaning that it captures not only symptoms of mental illness, but also general personality
You did it.
traits.
Oh, there we go.
That also gives us pretty detailed scales similar to that one test I administered, the MMPI, that tell us a lot of nuanced information about the way the person approached the test. She also administered a malingering
So
screen.
you've already watched
that
this
can be
testimony, huh,
very,
Mark?
Very useful, but not in this context. So it's called the Miller Forensic Assessment Symptom Test. It's a brief set of questions that you ask the examinee, and it's been shown by research to be extremely effective at identifying an examinee's attempts to fake a severe mental illness or psychosis. And psychosis is when somebody loses complete connection with reality. It's excellent for that purpose. It's actually been shown in the research to not be effective at all for identifying a respondent's attempts to fake PTSD, anxiety, or mood disorders. The questions are just too odd for somebody who has the wherewithal to be trying to have PTSD.
And YouTube,
to
okay.
enforce.
I didn't know they
see
were showing
through
it live on TikTok.
So she
I got
used
TikTok.
that. That's a fine test, but not appropriate for this context.
Of the various tests that she administered, how many were these checklists?
8 of them.
All right, and what are you talking about specifically?
Okay. So I had mentioned that there were 2 main categories of checklists she used. The first is the symptom checklists. Those included the Beck Depression Inventory. It's a brief inventory of items that essentially show all of the symptoms of depression that a person might have.
We were watching TK and Perry get clapped. Oh, they were over their gaming at, man. I don't never get no notifications for when they're going live.
Very similar.
I know they go live, but I don't never get the damn notifications.
She gave the mood disorder questionnaire, which is a very brief, again, checklist. It shows symptoms of bipolar disorder. Bipolar disorder is a mood disorder where you might have an extended manic episode.
Oh yeah, I have bipolar.
Depressive episode.
Yeah. Oh God, I hate them, dude. Y'all probably seen me have a bipolar episode on friggin' YouTube.
And that is a screening instrument only. It contains every single symptom of PTSD.
Oh yeah, I see they're playing
There's
Apex
a secondary
Legends.
danger here too. When you think about it, given that PTSD is the most frequently feigned and claimed diagnosis in civil courts, if you're handing somebody a checklist that lists every single symptom of PTSD, you're essentially teaching them all the little nuances that we're looking for to give that diagnosis. So she gave that to Ms. Heard. Ms. Heard endorsed most of the items, and Dr. Hughes diagnosed her with PTSD and substantiated that opinion by Ms. Heard's checking those items on the PCL-5.
Were there another group of checklists that Dr. Hughes used?
Yes, so she also, and I forgot the last because I don't think of it as one, but previously I'd explained, and I do not expect you to remember, it's called the Life Events Checklist, which is just an inventory of experiences a person may have gone through that are traumatic.
Yeah, I played Apex
Dr. Hughes
Legends
also
like
used that, and
a
that's
few
appropriate
times, man.
to
Not
use
enough to know what the hell
before
I'm doing.
Clinician administered PTSD scale, the gold standard CAPS 5. However, she administered this long ago before she gave the CAPS 5. Now that going on to the second
Right.
group, there were 3 checklists.
I can't sleep. I got
that
bad
are specific
anxiety.
to abuse. And the first,
Which I actually
the
seen
danger
a
assessment
doctor
scale
that gave
was
me a
actually
test that
developed for
determined,
use
and
by
then I have
nursing
to sit
staff
down
in
telling my
emergency
psychiatrist
setting,
about some of the stuff I had went through as a
specifically for
kid and
victims
me getting
of
shot a
intimate
couple
partner
times and
violence.
getting
The
kidnapped, you
purpose
know,
of this is
witnessing my
important
cousin
because
get
our
murdered in
forensic
front of me,
ethics,
getting
our
molested as
psychology
whatever.
ethics
And yeah,
talk a
so
lot about relevance. Is the test
I got a lot of
relevant to the
stuff I deal with
purpose?
myself.
And the danger assessment scale, its initial purpose was
I believe I just
completely
said that.
different. This was developed to show high risk factors for dangerousness.
What's up, Big White?
And pretty much to help a female who is in an extremely abusive partnership, who is in the emergency room with extreme injuries, to stop rationalizing, because if she has to check off all the things that have happened that year that have been dangerous, does he own a gun? Has he, I won't go into all of them, but the more she checks off, the more likely it is that she might realize that she is in imminent danger and then accept resources offered by the hospital and social work to protect her. That was the purpose of this scale. It was never
Word,
intended.
I feel
to
you,
be
man.
used
I was about to
as a
go to sleep myself,
retrospective
brother.
measure to look back in time and find out whether abuse was occurring based on one person's report years later in a litigation. She also gave the conflict tactics scale revised, the second edition. Similarly, this scale was developed for research purposes to research family violence. Again, there is no control for exaggeration or minimizing. It was just given to research participants anonymously so that we could get data on the prevalence of abuse and how abusive dynamics work. And on that, there's 39 questions where the respondent
Grab me a
indicates
Big Mac with
essentially
no
certain abusive
cheese,
behaviors they
no
may have
lettuce.
engaged in, and then 39 where they indicate behaviors their partner might have engaged in. And obviously, you can understand that in a forensic setting, the respondent is likely to put a very minimal amount.
So I'm
of
saying
behaviors they
I don't got no
engaged in,
blue
and
wrench
then
on TK's channel.
extremely,
Bet you TK got one on
increase the number of
mine.
behaviors their
I'm gonna
partner
start
might
giving y'all
have.
assholes them wrenches.
And then lastly, let's see. The
Especially when I
abusive
swing over your
behaviors
channel and I don't got
observation
one.
checklist was the third checklist she gave. This one
Nah, it's not that big a
has
deal.
not, there's no known research even on its effectiveness for what it was developed. It's a theoretical, very
Big
brief
White. Yeah, hook
checklist
you up with one.
that was meant to be used for therapy, where an individual who had experienced domestic violence could essentially read through some of the behaviors that constitute violence that they might not have been aware of. And if those behaviors applied to them, or if some of those coping strategies were ones they utilized.
Nice
they would
plant there,
check
Big
that
White.
off,
That's the only
and
video
then
you
they
have.
a way to talk about it because now it's been put to words. Again, this is
That's
similarly
just a double
problematic
cheeseburger. Hey,
if you're
call it. I
in,
like the special
a
sauce.
civil litigation, the person's
Well, give me a double
motivated
cheeseburger. Nah, the
to
double
have their
cheeseburger. I
results
don't know.
be
Does it come with the
consistent
same
with a
bun?
claim or an allegation of intimate partner violence and an allegation that they've been severely harmed, then they could simply just check off more. And not only that, but checklists like this one specifically give
No
a lot
lettuce.
of nuanced
Ever
information
since I
about
worked at
what
Burger King
clinicians
as a
might be
kid,
looking for
I don't like
when they're
lettuce and I
assessing
don't like
whether
cheese on my
violence was
sandwiches.
present or whether the
Because if you
person's
work there
self-report
at
is
lettuce,
consistent with a genuine
all they
self-report
do is shift it
of
around. It's
having
never
been
fresh.
victimized. They're
I
given
only like
all
fresh
that
lettuce on my
information
sandwich.
that we might
Unless
be
it's
looking
romaine
for.
lettuce, I don't want to mess with it. So
Can you
Um,
talk specifically about
and
Dr.
cheese, like I
Hughes'
said, I
use
don't
of the-
fuck with cheese ever
I think
since
it's
I
called
worked at
PCL5?
Burger King.
Yes. So the PCL5 is the
Nice,
post-traumatic
Big
stress
White.
disorder checklist. This is different, not to be confused with the CAPS-5, which I've talked about previously as being the gold standard. The PCL5 was developed by the National Center of PTSD. It's intended for treatment. So if I were, for instance, working with a service member who I know had been in combat, I would probably give this as a standard with my intake. Before we do the diagnostic interview, it kind of gives me a read on how somebody who's there for treatment, who we assume can be taken at their word because
Yeah, I'm funny
if
about
they give us
cheese,
correct
period.
information, they're going to get an
I like
appropriate
cheese on my
treatment. And
pizza.
if they give us
I
incorrect,
like
they might not
cheese
get the
on
treatment.
my tacos.
So I would give
If I'm
this
getting it
checklist
from
to them, and then
like if
they
I'm making them
recognize some of the
homemade or I'm
symptoms
getting them
of
like Taco
PTSD,
Bell,
they could
I
check
like
it
fresh
off,
cheese. But
and
once
that would
that
probably
cheese,
indicate to me
if
that
I
I
have
need
to
to
heat
do
that,
the
warm that
next
sandwich
step
up,
if they're
or
checking
you
off
don't ever want to warm a
more
taco up from Taco
items
Bell
than
anyway.
not,
It
I would
just
probably
doesn't taste the same.
decide to
And you
administer
definitely don't want
clinician
lettuce and cheese on it
administered
and warm it
PTSD
up because it's gonna
scale,
really
that
fuck
gold
up the.
standard interview to find
But
out more about a diagnosis.
yeah, I don't know. I'm weird about
The
cheese, man.
last thing is what everybody refers to as the CAPS-5.
Like
Yes, the
lasagna, nah. But I like nachos and cheese, like to dip the chips in the nacho cheese. Yeah,
We talked about
I'm just funny about
forensic
cheese.
use. What do you mean?
If you were cooking something that revolved around
So
cheese,
when I'm talking
you would have to
about
let me know what you're
forensic
cooking before you
evaluation,
ask me, do I want any?
That isn't
Or
done
ask me,
for
do I want something? You
therapy
gotta
or
let me know what you're
treatment.
cooking.
It's
Kind of goes hand to hand,
to
yeah. But
assist the fact finder, to assist
yeah,
the
man,
judge
I
or
don't
the
know. I'm just
jury
funny
in
about
court
cheese, man. It's
by
weird. It's weird. I don't know how to explain it.
providing information about the psychological status about an individual. And
Yeah,
that's
right.
an important
Yeah,
delineation
right, Joey.
too. We are not psychologists. I wish we were mind readers. I wish we had a crystal
Philly
ball and
steak and cheese,
find
no,
out
can't
whether
do that
intimate
either.
partner violence
Especially
occurred
white
back in
cheese,
the
like
past. But
provolone
it's
or
nothing like that.
white
Really,
cheese in general.
it's a lot less interesting. We look at
But I
data.
like
We
pepper
have to
jack
control
cheese,
for those response
crackers, and
biases.
salami cold.
And then we
I like to
also are
get blocks
looking
of
at
pepper jack
functioning,
and cut them into little
which,
squares and take some
is really the
salami or
bottom
some
line
little
of the assessment.
pepperonis,
Did the
put them
person
on a
have
piece of a
change in
cracker. Yeah, I can eat it
functioning
like that all day
from
long. But
before the alleged trauma
Note that
or in
pepperoni
this
or that
case, the
pepper
alleged
jack,
IPV,
different issue.
to after? Is there a decline in the way they're going about their lives?
Objection, Your Honor, may we approach? All right.
Cheese on Subway? No, can't do that either. I mean, I probably could, but nah, I can't do that. It's just, yuck. Now, if it's like a cold sandwich with like, you know, I don't know, man. Depending on the mood I'm in, I could probably eat a cold sandwich with a piece of cheese on it, but it's weird, man. I'm weird when it comes to cheese, man. Definitely Hickory Farm summer sauces with hard cheese. Yeah, the cheese is weird, bro. I don't know how to explain it. I don't know where it comes from. Let's see. Let me just...
Curry, let's look back at.
All right, here goes Amber Heard's legal team.
Checklist that you were talking about.
These are some. I don't know how these fuckers got their license.
Did you see any problem with the use of those?
Yes.
What problems did you see?
Well, Doctor, first of all, they shouldn't be used. So we do have professional standards that require that we utilize instruments that are relevant and appropriate for the particular setting, and that we substantiate our opinions based on data that is reliable from tested, accurate, reliable tests for the purpose. So there's that. It's inconsistent with the ethics. And essentially, they just shouldn't be used. They don't provide us with the robust information that it would be expected in such a high stakes setting.
Would you have expected Dr. Hughes to comment on the limitations of the checklist she was using?
Yes. So first of all, Dr. Hughes provided opinions based on these checklists. So she referenced especially the danger assessment scale several times throughout her testimony, stating that Ms. Heard was in a very dangerous situation. We also have an ethical guideline and a professional standard as well that indicate that whenever there is question about the reliability and the validity, and in psychology, we use the term validity to talk about accuracy of any of the methods that we're using to collect data, we clearly communicate not only that there are limitations to our opinions, but we also need to provide the fact finder with information about what the potential implications or impact could actually be. So, for instance, if we use a scale that's idiosyncratic for the purpose, but we would first need to explain why we made that decision to not follow standard procedures. And then we would need to explain the use of this scale might introduce some potential exaggeration of this symptom. And so I'm trying to control for that way, but that was one of the limitations of my opinion. You have to make it very clear. Transparency is really at the center of good science in general.
Oh yeah, Camille. Oh my God.
Ignore.
Yeah, man. Vasquez, she can get it.
What is response distortion?
Response distortion is a term that speaks generally about an examinee approaching a test and providing answers that are either exaggerated or minimized, but in some way an inaccurate representation of their current mental status or their experience.
What test do you believe that Dr. Hughes failed to acknowledge response distortion on?
So she administered the personality assessment inventory, which is similar to the test I gave.
Hey, what everybody get for new comic book day today?
Measure,
I still got like 3 weeks worth of books, which
symptoms,
my haul probably won't be over
personality
$200
traits.
when I go in there, man. My
Scales,
shit's kind of been going
that
down
are
a little bit
very
as far as
good
like
at
books I pick up.
detecting either
But I've
exaggeration,
pre-ordered,
minimization, or even
like,
trying to claim that
I pre-ordered books that aren't even on my
unusually good
pull list, you know,
qualities.
because I didn't want to miss
On
out on the
that
story.
test, there were clear
I should have just
indicators
left it
that
where it
Ms. Heard,
was.
very similar to the way she approached my MMPI, engaged in defensiveness. And in fact, there's a function that you can look at. So that main scale elevation, we call it positive impression management, was elevated. And then, because we want to make sure that somebody isn't elevating that scale,
Are
just
you a
because they have
dream
such
or a
well-being,
nightmare?
there are additional configurations of scales that you can look at to find out what's going on. And so the Cashel discriminant function is sort of the name of one of these configurations, these equations that are done. And she was highly elevated on that. In fact, that elevation tells you that no, this isn't accidental. This isn't
Save it
because
up
she's
by
just doing
pickup so I can
well in
couple
life that
so
she
what
is an
show
extremely
Jigs didn't go
low
live
amount of
last
problems.
night.
No, this is an intentional over-reporting, or I'm sorry.
Yeah, you mean Wednesday night? Yeah, I know.
To minimize
He didn't call me today
any,
either. He didn't call me
appearance of
because
having
usually he'll call me and ask me, do I want to go to
Now,
LCS
you
to
may
pick
have
up my
addressed
books?
this,
But
there was a
thank God he
reference in
didn't,
the
because
LinkedIn.
I got to wait
Yes.
till
So what's interesting about Ms. Heard's approach to
this
different
weekend,
tasks is
and I'll
that
be able
it
to go in there and
seems
pick
to
up my
be
books.
influenced by
But as soon as I pick up
what
my
we
books,
call
I got my
face
bills to
validity
pay,
of
and
questions on the test.
once all
So
that's
if
gone,
a test
man, I
looks
gotta.
like it's measuring PTSD,
I'm your
you see
nightmare.
exaggeration on her validity scales. If the test has less face valid questions, for instance,
I bet you
the
are,
personality
Dream.
assessment, which Dr. Hughes administered, the MMPI 2, which I administered, where she can't quite figure out what the questions are asking, they seem really banal in general. On those, you see extreme defensiveness,
What does that
minimization
mean?
of any
Moso,
potential
my friend, brother, how's it
pathology,
going?
essentially presenting herself as perfect
How's
and
it going,
free of
man?
any mental illness
Wet
or
dream.
personality disorder. But on the trauma symptom inventory, which Dr. Hughes administered,
Tell you that bitch crazy.
that was the one that I previously indicated for ease of explanation. When the test results come out,
I
for
can't
how the
join
person
lives
approached
on the
this
weekend, and he
that
went
test
live,
itself
I
prints it
think,
as a
Friday
percentage.
night, so I
And
couldn't jump
there's
on.
a really excellent
Sending some
scale
love. All right,
for
Ace,
finding
appreciate it,
out
brother.
if the person is exaggerating their
TV,
symptoms
mega
of PTSD.
love,
It's
shout
called
out.
the atypical response scale. And the TSI-2 is the revised version of this test, and that scale
I
was
can't tell.
improved
Am I
this
getting?
time. Try to be a clean indication of, is this
I
person
feel like I'm getting
exaggerating?
spammed, but I don't
And
know.
it
Team One Love.
puts quite high questions in the test that are so unusual.
It's a
They don't
raid.
sound
Okay.
like PTSD, but even the most severe cases of
All right,
PTSD
welcome all.
don't have these symptoms.
Just sending love and
so
support to you, my
somebody
brother.
who's
Thank you, man.
intentionally
Appreciate
trying to
it.
exaggerate PTSD, or possibly unintentionally, but nonetheless, who's exaggerating it, is likely to endorse these items, even though they're not real PTSD symptoms. Ms. Heard scored so highly on this that even if there is, although Dr. Hughes correctly said, there tends to be a negative skew when people have the high levels of
They are
distress
dreams,
that's
friends, Mark.
associated with PTSD.
Well, man, they
So
spamming the hell
sometimes
out my
people
chat, dude.
score
I
higher
don't,
on
you
this
know.
even when they do have PTSD.
I don't
She
know
scored
if
so high that that is effectively ruled out.
Johnny
as a
Depp
possibility.
wins.
Okay.
Hell yeah, he wins, man.
What about Dr. Hughes's administration and use of the CAPS-5?
Okay, yes. So Dr. Hughes had diagnosed Ms. Heard with PTSD back in 2019 when she began testing her. It wasn't till 2 years later, more than 2 years later, 10 days after I administered the CAPS-5 with Ms. Heard, that Dr. Hughes held an impromptu evaluation session remotely with Ms. Heard and administered the CAPS-5.
There you go. Thank you, Mark.
She
Appreciate that, brother.
diagnosed PTSD without using what we consider to be the gold standard PTSD diagnostic interview. And again, when we're doing a forensic evaluation, it is an important responsibility and part of our ethics.
I'm gonna get back to my
professional standards
live,
that
bro.
we document
Appreciate that, man.
everything to allow for transparency and full judicial scrutiny. And Dr. Hughes administered.
Let me give you a wrench, brother. Yeah, I didn't realize who that was, man. What's good, man?
There's no
Yeah, I actually
way
stopped
to
by his channel last
understand
night,
why
hung
she
out a
scored
couple
it as
nights.
high as she did based on the information that's provided. You're essentially supposed to notate the examinee's responses as verbatim as possible to explain your reasoning and implying their scoring procedure. It's a standardized test. And if you don't follow those standard procedures, it's completely invalid.
Y'all
Not
drop
only
y'all's
that,
links, man. You got the
but
mod. Let me
it
check this
looks
other
as
person
though
out, make sure they're
Dr.
legit.
Hughes further invalidated it by trying to show that
Oh,
she
yeah.
had assessed for the childhood trauma impact.
Maricel.
And she had said
I'm
that
not
she went
subscribed
back
to
and
her,
asked
but I
the
gotta check her
childhood
out.
question, but you can't do that. If you're assessing for two separate periods of one's life to find out the relatedness.
All right,
to
Mark, take
PTSD,
care, brother.
you do
Appreciate
two
you coming through,
separate
man.
CAPS interviews, period. You
Hey.
don't create your own question
Y'all don't forget to hit the like button.
Is non-standard administration of the test.
Share the video if you can.
All right. You also mentioned with respect to the PAI or the personality assessment and inventory.
Take care, Mark. Get well, brother.
Hughes failed to some elements.
Oh, okay. So on the personality inventory, so first she failed clear indications of response distortion. She also failed to mention that Ms. Heard scored in her score profile against their main scores. She did elevate a score for the borderline personality disorder sort of section, but that in and of itself would not indicate a diagnosis. However, the configuration of her scores overall is consistent with that. And in fact, it's one of the diagnostic suggestions given by the test itself. And then also there's a configuration around Ms. Heard's trauma responses on that particular test, which demonstrates that it is more likely that those symptoms were reported in relation to something in the distant childhood. It's more consistent with childhood chronic abuse than present circumstances or recent circumstances.
Okay, I think you said in addition to the issues with her own testing, Dr. Hughes misrepresented your results.
She did.
Can you tell us how?
So what I would say the main issue was that she said that Ms. Heard obtained a normal profile on my MMPI-2.
All right. How do you disagree with Dr. Hughes relative to the profile?
Okay, so the profile was not normal. So Ms. Heard already had subtle elevations just by the test by itself as it came out. There were subtle elevations, but they were elevations that if the validity scales hadn't been as elevated as they were, you might have said this person has some traits, but this isn't necessarily at the level of a true pathology. However, Ms. Heard elevated a scale that essentially is a defensiveness scale on this test. And when you're giving this test, you always are mindful of different norms or groups who may have similar scales. And there are certain groups of litigants who tend to elevate this scale as well. So I had that in mind. However, Ms. Heard elevated this so much that it was far beyond the mean for the litigants that are known to have the highest levels of this scale, this defensiveness scale. And when this scale is elevated to the level that it is, you automatically understand that it is very likely that those clinical scales, I keep doing this because I'm seeing it in my head. It looks like sort of an ECT. It's sort of these peaks you see on a graph. And when you see these peaks and you have this huge
Amber looks
peak over
pissed.
here for the defensiveness scale, what you know is that these peaks are artificially, they've been lowered or suppressed based on the respondent being so defensive. They still detected what's likely there for her, but it's not as high as it should be. So you make an adjustment. And the recommendation is that anything at 60 or above, we call it a T-score of 60 or above, is considered significant. Ms. Heard's were already over 60. Some were quite higher than that. And then you see a very clear profile. And that was how I got that. I had mentioned a 3-6 code type. Now, the test does its own correction also for some of the scores, but not the ones that are her main code type. With the test correction, she had a 1-3-6 code type, which is very similar.
What is a 3-6 code type?
A 3-6 code type is something that has been researched and found to be highly correlated.
They say Morbius is being streamed on Twitch on repeat for thousands of viewers. Sorry, Morbius is being streamed on repeat for thousands of viewers on Twitch, and no one knows why.
A lot of denial about one's own personal faults. intentional or not intentional, but just extreme denial.
I got so much
Hostility
Star
that
Wars
is
content that shows up
strongly
on my
controlled and suppressed. The person may not
Twitter
even
feed
realize
because
how
that's mainly the
hostile
stuff I'm
they
looking
are,
at.
but
I guess
family members,
it's
those closest to
insane,
them, are
bro.
very
I
likely
just nowhere
to
like this on
report that
Instagram.
they lose their temper, and when they lose their temper, it explodes. We have sort of what we call a cookbook for these code types, which will provide you with all the information that's been researched to be associated with them. And our cookbook actually states that 3-6 profile specifically tends to be associated with cruel
They
and
say
ruthless
Christian
behavior,
Haydenson is
particularly to those who
open
they
to
perceive as
starring
less
in his
powerful
own
than
Darth
them
Vader
and
spinoff
subordinates.
after Obi-Wan. There's certainly more
Describe
there
the
to
jury
explore. Ain't that the
review
truth?
process that you went through relative to the MMPI.
So I conducted a very methodical analysis of the scores. I do this for every test, and I also did it when I was reviewing Dr. Hughes's scores. So what you haven't seen that's in Discovery is that I created a 25-page outline just of her scores with, and it's sort of a table. So I'll put the score, I'll do it in
Yeah,
sections
right.
so that I
She
can
is, Joe.
understand different groupings, different research studies. And I start with looking at all the validity scales. So I put in the score. I
don't know. They say it's
color
on
the
Twitch. I have
table
to see
to
if I can
show
find
me
it.
if it's kind of in the high zone, moderate zone, or low. And then if it's low, is it a significant low score, or is it just low so it doesn't mean anything? And then in the right side, I put all the research data that I found on this particular scale score. And so I start with the validity scales, the way the person approached the test. Then I go down to essentially, we call these the first factors. So their overall sense of well-being and how well they cope. On this, actually, Ms. Heard's, she endorsed scores or endorsed items that were the opposite of PTSD. So really saying that she feels free of distress and that she views herself very well. So then I go down to control, self-control, loss of control, coping abilities, and I put in the scores that are associated with that in the research and the test development. Then I go down to clinical and personality pathology, and I look at all the scores that are significant there, first with the top level main scores, then with all of the different sub-scores, again, citing the research, the meaning, the level of elevation, and what that means. And then I do comparison with different research groups. So for Ms. Heard, I did a section that looked at all sorts of different scores that have been implicated with a PTSD presentation to see if any of those were consistent. I can't remember how many there were. I think I put 13 on there, but I could be wrong. But I believe that there was only one that could even be, in some research, is sometimes associated with it, but it was general anxiety, which turned out to be more trait specific. I looked at the scores that are typical of women with IPV. Hers were not consistent at all with those. I looked at the scores that were consistent with people who are frequently in litigation. Hers actually were very highly correlated with those. That tends to be also consistent with a 3-6 code type. And the reason for that is believed to be that they tend to perceive themselves often as victims who need to avenge wrongs.
Were there other results you believe Dr. Hughes to have misrepresented? For instance, the TSI-2.
Yes. So Dr. Hughes generally said that testing supported PTSD and that there was an etiology for her trauma of intimate partner violence. She did reference that essentially I can't remember if she said that the trauma symptom inventory indicated PTSD, but she did say that the elevation on that validity scale is consistent with PTSD, and that's simply not true. That scale was designed and has been tested and shown to be there to show when somebody is endorsing extremely unusual items that are not consistent with PTSD. And even though when some people are experiencing PTSD, their distress level is so high that they'll engage in what we call a cry for help, and they may sometimes exaggerate distress. Again, when you're looking at scores as high as Ms. Heard's, and then you're not seeing indications of PTSD in the more subtle tests where she doesn't know what she's endorsing, it's good evidence that her over-endorsement on that one test is because of the reason the scale was made, to detect exaggeration and feigning of symptoms.
Is this the test that
to something in the distant childhood, it's more consistent with childhood chronic abuse than present circumstances or recent circumstances.
Okay, I think you said in addition to the issues with her own testing, Dr. Hughes misrepresented your results.
She did.
Can you tell us how?
So what I would say the main issue was that she said that Ms. Heard obtained a normal profile on my MMPI-2.
All right. How do you disagree with Dr. Hughes relative to the profile?
Okay. So the profile was not normal. So Ms. Heard already had subtle elevations just by the test by itself as it came out. There were subtle elevations, but they were elevations that if the validity scales hadn't been as elevated as they were, you might have said this person has some traits, but this isn't necessarily at the level of a true pathology. However, Ms. Heard elevated a scale that essentially is a defensiveness scale on this test. And when you're giving this test, you always are mindful of different norms or groups who may have similar profiles. And there are certain groups of litigants who tend to elevate this scale as well. So I had that in mind. However, Ms. Heard elevated this so much that it was far beyond the mean for the litigants that are known to have the highest levels of this scale, this defensiveness scale. And when this scale is elevated to the level
Yeah, my
that it
bad.
is, you automatically understand.
I was like,
that
fuck
it's
it, man.
very
I'm just trying to
likely
ride it on out at
that
this
those
point.
clinical scales, I keep doing this
I
because
don't want
I'm
to play around
signaling
with that like sliding
it looks
line at the
like
bottom because
sort of
it's hard to
an
click it
ECT. It's sort of
without
these
clicking too
peaks
far or
you see on
too
the
low
graph.
or too.
And when you see these peaks and you have this huge peak over here for the defensiveness scale, what you know is that these peaks are artificially, they've been lowered or suppressed based on the respondent being so defensive. They still detected what's likely there for her, but it's not as high as it should be. So you make an adjustment. And the recommendation is that anything at 60 or above, we call it a T-score of 60 or above, is considered significant. Ms. Heard's were already over 60. Some were quite higher than that. And then you see a very clear profile. And that was how I got that. I had mentioned a 3-6 code type. Now, the test does its own correction also for some of the scores, but not the ones that are her main code type. With the test correction, she had a 136 code type, which is very similar.
What is a 3-6 code type?
A 3-6 code type is something that has been researched and found to be highly correlated or probabilistic of certain behavioral tendencies and personality traits. And the traits with a 3-6 code type tend to be marked by a lot of externalization of blame, a lot of denial about one's own personal faults, intentional or not intentional, but just extreme denial, hostility that is strongly controlled and suppressed. The person may not even realize how hostile they are, but family members, those closest to them, are very likely to report that they lose their temper, and when they lose their temper, it explodes. We have sort of what we call a cookbook for these code types, which will provide you with all the information that's been researched to be associated with them. And our cookbook actually states that that 3-6 profile specifically tends to be associated with cruel and ruthless behavior, particularly to those who they perceive as less powerful than them and subordinates.
Oh.
Describe for the jury the review process that you went through relative to the MMPI.
So I conducted a very methodical analysis of the scores. I do this for every test, and I also did it when I was reviewing Dr. Hughes's scores. So what you haven't seen that's in Discovery is that I created a 25-page outline just of her scores with, and it's sort of a table. So I'll put the score, I'll do it in sections so that I can understand different groupings, different research studies. And I start with looking at all the validity scales. So I put in the score, and I'll even color the table to show me if it's kind of in the high zone, moderate zone, or low. And then if it's low, is it a significant low score, or is it just low so it doesn't mean anything? And then in the right side, I put all the research data that I found on this particular scale score. And so I start with the validity scales, the way the person approached the test. Then I go down to essentially, we call these the first factors. So their overall sense of well-being and how well they cope. On this, actually, Ms. Heard's, she endorsed scores or endorsed items that were the opposite of PTSD. So really saying that she feels free of distress and that she views herself very well. So then I go down to control, self-control, loss of control, coping abilities, and I
Right.
put in the scores that are
She
associated
get
with
it.
that in the research and the test development. Then I go down to clinical and personality pathology. And
You
I
know, they
look
got to
at
kind
all
of
the
dumb it
scores that
down
are
when they get on the
significant there.
stand.
First with the
They can look like
top
they
level
fucking
rating scores,
librarians or
then with
something.
all of the different subscores, again, citing
I
good
used to hate
research,
it when, like, I
meaning
mean,
the level of elevation.
I would go
and
to
what
court
that
all the time.
means.
Like, I've been to
And
Superior Court,
then
District
I
Court,
do
you know,
comparison
Federal
with
Court.
different research groups.
And
So
cats
for
would
Ms.
come to
Heard,
court like
I did a section
with a damn
that
three-piece
looked
suit
at
on, some
all
shit
sorts
like
of
they was
different
in
scores
church.
that have been
Like, that's not
implicated
going. I
with a
mean, it might
PTSD
help. You might think it helps a
presentation
little bit with the
to see
judge,
if
but the
any of
judge is
those were
looking at your
consistent.
paperwork. They're looking at your
I can't
previous
remember how many
history.
there
They're
were.
looking at
I
all
think
that
I
shit.
put 13 on there, but I could be wrong. But I
Yeah,
believe that
flies.
there was only one that could even be in some research is
Yeah,
sometimes
cats would come in there
associated
in
with
the
it, but it
damn
was
pimp
general
suit and the whole
anxiety, which
nine.
turned out to be more trait specific.
Bright ass
I
purple
looked
suit
at the
with a
scores
damn.
that are typical of women with IPV. Hers were not consistent at all with those. I looked at the scores that were consistent with people who are frequently in litigation. Hers actually were very highly correlated with those. That tends to be also consistent with a 3-6 code type. And the reason for that is believed to be that they tend to perceive themselves often as victims who need to avenge wrongs.
Were there other results you believe Dr. Hughes to have misrepresented?
Oh, that was that little smirk right there.
For instance,
Whatever.
the TSI-2.
Yes. So Dr. Hughes generally said that testing supported PTSD and that there was an etiology for her trauma of intimate partner violence. She did
They got just seen it.
that essentially I can't remember if she said that the trauma symptom inventory
Right before he asked that last
PTSD,
question.
but she did say that the elevation on that validity scale is consistent with PTSD, and that's simply not true. That scale was designed and has been tested and shown to be there to show when somebody is endorsing extremely unusual items that are not consistent with PTSD. And even though when some people are experiencing PTSD, their distress level is so high that they'll engage in what we call a cry for help, and they may sometimes exaggerate distress. Again, when you're looking at scores as high as Ms. Heard's, and then you're not seeing indications of PTSD in the more subtle tests where she doesn't know what she's endorsing, it's good evidence that her over-endorsement on that one test is because of the reason the scale was made to detect exaggeration and feigning of symptoms.
Is this the test that
Wow.
resulted in the 98th percentile
Yes.
score?
Yes, on that score, on that atypical response scale.
And what
Dream.
does that
You know what a dab
98th
is?
score represent?
Dab.
So
Dab.
that 98th percentile score just
That's
represents
a dab.
that
That's what it looked like.
among 98% of people who take that test would not have endorsed. She scored more of those unusual items that are not consistent with PTSD than 98% of people who have ever taken that test.
Does that relate to this concept you talked about before called feigning?
Yes.
What is feigning again?
Well, feigning is essentially exaggerating symptoms of a disorder.
I think the third thing you indicated you were going to talk about was self-reports and personal opinion as facts. What are you talking about there?
So in any science and in psychology specifically, it's really important that we use precise language and we say what we mean, and we do not present opinions as facts, because when you are in the role of an expert witness, or an expert in any setting, essentially a layperson may not be able to detect the difference between something that is a personal opinion that you're giving versus something that
Right.
is substantiated by research data, test data, reliable test methods. So our ethics talk about, especially the
The
specialty
TMZ
guidelines
guy
of
today was
forensic psychology,
hilarious with his clap
the
back. I know I've
responsibility
seen
we
the
have
clips of
to
that on like
distinguish
YouTube
between
Shorts.
data, then inferences we're making from that
I
data.
doubt I'll be able to
Data
sit here
can
tonight
be
and watch
sort of
this
like those
entire
tables I do.
testimony. I might have to watch the rest of it tomorrow. But
Based on the research, and then what my ultimate opinion is, integrating all of that data. And it's
I don't know.
very
We'll
important
see.
that we clarify that to the fact finder, to the judge, the jury. That's our responsibility, that we do not cloak personal opinions or the self-report of an examinee.
I like Johnny's ex-girlfriend
as
getting
an
up there
expert
testifying. That
fact or
was
somehow
a good
scientifically
look.
based when it is just a personal opinion or self-report of an examinee.
What do you mean by self-report?
The self-report is essentially what the examinee tells you during the interview.
Okay. When did Dr. Hughes do this most?
She did this most when describing
Lawyer said he
instances
was
of
looking
alleged
for his
IPV.
15 minutes of
And
fame.
there's also an issue there.
Yeah, I know. I
because
seen
one of our
that.
ethics
I
also
seen that.
discusses the importance of
I seen this
relevance
YouTube
and
short, but yeah.
withholding, essentially constraining our testimony to the data and not including private information, personal information that unnecessarily compromises the dignity of any of the litigants. She provided a lot of what was Ms. Heard's report to her, the allegations of abuse, when describing Mr. Depp, who she had not examined, when describing Mr. Depp's behavior, his motivations. I believe she used the word obsessive jealousy quite a few times, talked about Ms. Heard being in a highly dangerous situation. These are simply things that we cannot detect based on testing and a psychological evaluation. We have to evaluate the person. We have to get consent. And we can only describe an individual, not whether or not IPV has occurred. And we certainly shouldn't go into explicit details about sexual encounters or other things that are highly prejudicial, shocking, and hard to forget.
Dr. Hughes says
Perry.
that Ms. Heard has PTSD. Do you agree?
I do not.
Why not?
The results of my multi-method comprehensive evaluation based on carefully selected, researched, relevant test instruments, based on comparing those instruments to Ms. Heard's self-report, observing Ms. Heard's behavior over 12 direct hours.
Yeah, I played Apex the other night.
Reviewing
couple
copious
games,
notes
man.
from prior
Late.
therapists who indicated symptoms in their notes, reviewing the notes of Nurse Filati.
I still ain't figured it. There's a lot more to that game than what I could
I believe at one
figure
point
out in a
almost
few
2 months
games.
with
So.
Ms. Heard daily.
Plus, I've been playing that
Reviewing the
DC
notes of
Universe
her treating
online here a little bit
providers.
lately.
Let's see. All of the legal documents and discovery.
Perry getting clapped
There
back to
was
back to
no
back.
evidence of PTSD.
How is evidence of PTSD generally exhibited?
So really the bottom line in a forensic psychological evaluation
I want to hear this part here.
is a change in functioning. That's what we're looking for. Again, I said, we don't have a crystal ball. We're not wizards. We can't get into somebody's head. What we're looking for were their identifiable changes in the way the person engaged in their world. Were they able to keep a job? PTSD is an extremely disabling diagnosis. When a person has true PTSD, it is difficult for them to work. You'll see unemployment, job loss. It causes extreme levels of distress and impairment. There's divorce, There's isolation and estrangement from children, from family members, extreme alcohol abuse, often a string of sudden DUIs when the person never had any before.
Yeah,
They come home
never
from
really had an
people at
alcohol
the
problem.
store.
I mean, weed
They're
maybe.
certainly not going to events. They're not having success in their film career, usually. They're not exercising every day, pursuing their hobbies, being avid readers, obtaining level 3 sommelier training, having dinner parties with friends.
I don't even know what the fuck that is. She just said level
Those are
3.
just
What?
indications of very
Sound like some
high
rich people
functioning.
shit.
And when you're looking for a decrease in functioning over time, that is inconsistent with that decrease.
What about Dr. Hughes' suggestion that Mr. Waldman's statements served as a trigger for Ms. Heard's PTSD?
All right.
Uh-oh. Approach the bench. See if we can fast forward through this part here.
Can't be triggered if PTSD isn't present.
Served as a trigger for Ms. Heard's PTSD.
I went back too far.
Served as a trigger.
Had several,
Don't know.
over 100.
All right, this should be good right here. This chick here is always good for a laugh. Craig 69, bottom line. The bitch is psycho. I was never here. Hey, I'll drink to that. Wait, I don't drink.
Told you that bitch crazy.
Told you.
Told you that bitch crazy.
Told you.
Told you that bitch crazy.
Yeah, man. She's a psycho. Did I just go back?
Don't know.
Over 100.
All right. I'm stop. See, that's why I don't like playing with that little timeline thing at the bottom. That strip shit mess you up every time.
Can't be triggered if PTSD.
You know what?
isn't
I'm just gonna
present.
leave it there.
Thank you very much, Doctor.
Wait a minute.
All right. Cross-examination.
I hope I didn't go too far or too
Dr.
short.
Curry, I just want
There
to
we
make
go.
sure that we all remember, you're not board certified, correct?
No, I'm not.
Okay. And you've been licensed for how long?
I've been licensed for 10 years.
Okay. And you are being paid by Mr. Depp's legal team to be here, correct?
Yes.
How much
All
do you
that
think
fluff
you
and stuff. How you been
I actually don't
doing,
know.
love?
Over
Catching
100,000?
them fishies.
I truly
Oh,
don't know.
I
don't
wish
do my
he-
own books.
Over 200,000?
Like them crabbies too.
I don't know.
Over 300,000?
That would be way too much, but I do not know.
Okay. Now, just so that we all remember, you had dinner at Mr.
Oh
Depp's
my
house
God, G-Day,
for 3 to
Chris.
4 hours with Mr. Depp,
Likewise.
Mr. Waldman, Mr. Chu, and Ms. Vasquez, correct?
I was interviewed. I asked if there was anything I could eat because at about 3 hours I started to get hungry.
This is
Mr.
a
Depp then
psychiatrist
offered to
or
take out for the
psychologist.
entire team.
So you had dinner at Mr. Depp's home with Mr. Waldman, Mr. Chu, Ms. Vasquez.
This
and
is
Mr.
Johnny
Depp,
Depp's
correct?
the witness or
And
psychiatrist.
you had drinks as well, correct?
I actually don't know. I do remember that there
This
were
is
drinks.
hilarious.
Do you recall testifying earlier that you did have a drink, a mule something?
No, I remember testifying that there might have been a mule, a
Mule.
Moscow mule.
Moscow
Okay,
Mule.
thank you. You didn't have animals there as well, right?
No animals.
Okay, that's good to know. And
What in
you
the
talked
hell?
about Transparency. I just want to make sure, you had several designations, expert designations and reports in this case, correct?
Yes.
And in not one of them did you disclose that you had dinner and drinks at Mr. Depp's house for 3 to 4 hours with Mr. Waldman, Mr. Chu. and
Sounds
Ms.
like it was a
Vasquez.
meeting.
Ms. Bredehoff, you're mischaracterizing what occurred.
Yeah.
Dr. Curry, please answer the question. Not once
This-
did you disclose this.
This lawyer
You're
doesn't
right.
need
Not
to be
disclosed that I was
practicing.
interviewed as that standard procedure.
She's.
But it's true that you have never gone to a client's house to be interviewed.
I'm pretty
for
sure
an
her
expert
husband is
witness
at the strip
position,
club
correct?
right now.
Yes, because I never had a client that was essentially homebound because of their celebrity status.
All right. And you.
Yeah, it was probably a
talked
meeting to
Mr.
see if they
Depp
really
for
wanted
3
to
to
bring
4
her on as
hours,
their expert witness. Makes
before
total
taking
sense.
on the
I mean,
role
I've never
of
experienced with
assessing
my lawyer,
Ms.
but
Heard and deciding whether
I am not a
she
millionaire.
was suffering from any distress, correct?
I did not talk to Mr. Depp. I was talking to his legal team and he was there to observe.
What in the
He
hell
was
is
present
Johnny
for you,
always
yes.
working on over there,
And
though?
are you
As
saying
they
now
showed
that
it,
you're stateside in
is he
the
drawing? Is
States?
he writing a book?
I
What's
don't
going on
recall
over
what
there?
he didn't or didn't do. I was answering questions.
Okay.
No, I've probably
Now, your expertise here
look. He's looking back
is
at her.
limited to whether Amber Heard suffers from PTSD currently. Is that correct?
Johnny's actually looking
Yes,
at her
I was
lawyer right
tasked
now.
with
He's getting a
conducting
kick out of this.
evaluation to
Okay,
determine
Dr.
Ms.
Curry,
Heard's mental
you know, we're all on
status.
very,
He-
very strict time limitations
Okay.
because we promised to get this case to the jury. So I really appreciate if you just answer my question rather than trying to go.
She's
Okay?
just
Thank
trying
you
to
very
make a
much.
big deal out of
Now,
nothing here.
after you had the dinner, you then provided a designation in February of 2021. in which
Oh,
you
okay,
said
that's
it
what
was
it is,
long
Joey.
before
I
you
know I
ever
seen a
saw
video
Amber
where he
Heard,
was drawing, but I
correct?
didn't know if that
You
shit was
said that Amber
edited or
Heard, quote,
he was really
exhibits
drawing.
patterns of
Okay,
behavior that are
okay.
consistent with co-occurring
Yeah.
personality
The
disorder
drawings
traits,
Johnny
especially
did during the
borderline
trial.
personality disorder. End of
Probably
quote,
gonna be a
correct?
book.
No,
No, we went through
art
this
book.
before.
we did.
But, and that was on the designation, was it not?
Yeah, I've had a
I-
lawyer a few times.
I
Fluff.
told you last time that I did
I
not
was a
write
very
that.
bad boy
Okay.
in my younger
And you
years.
don't know who did on the legal team, correct?
No.
Okay.
Well, hell, all the way up
And
to my
then I also
early
asked you,
30s.
if you may recall, whether you listened to the audio recording in which Mr. Depp.
I know going to
contacted
court
Amber
and
Heard
going to
that she had
jail is a
borderline
scary.
personality
Well,
disorder. Do you recall that?
I recall you asking me that, yes.
it
Do you
can be a
recall
scary feeling.
Listening to that audio tape?
I don't recall Mr. Depp taunting Ms. Heard. I do recall that he at some point suggested she might have that diagnosis.
Okay. And that was back in these audio tapes back when they were together, correct?
Yes,
Okay. Now, you've never before been asked to testify or serve as an expert with respect to someone who has bipolar disorder, correct?
Nah,
No,
I'm a
as I
good
previously
girl.
stated, that's
Oh
not true.
Lord, thank you for that too. We need more good girls in the world. Got enough bad ones. Which I mean, I kind of like a bad one myself, but you know,
Not up here anymore.
the good ones are always good, so you can flip them to the dark
Your Honor,
side.
can we approach?
All right.
What? I mean, where did Amber get this legal team from of hers, bro? Like, I guess she's, you know, she's working with what she's got. I just go fishing. Yeah, man. I know. Fucking crap. Yo, those crab. You have no idea. I love to eat seafood. I love seafood. Now, I've never ate octopus. I've ate calamari. That's about it. Never ate squid. Never really got any of that crazy shit. Never ate shark. I kind of stick to the basics: flounder, catfish. You know, I mean, I'll eat a bass if I'll you know, whatever. I'll eat tilapia or whatever the hell it is. Crab, lobster, shrimp, scrimps. Yeah, man. Yeah, and see how we like to eat our seafood is with coleslaw. We like to get a cabbage and chop it up with some onions, throw some onions in there, some mayonnaise, some salt and pepper, and that's your coleslaw. Coleslaw goes good with fried fish. Fried fish we like to eat around here with hot sauce.
Now, you recall testifying
Back to the
in your
testimony.
deposition on March 21, 2022, correct?
Oh my God, my
Yes.
poor
And you
ears.
were under oath at that time, correct?
yes.
And the question I just showed you on page 207.
Am I talking
line
loud?
5. Have you ever been asked to testify or serve as an expert with respect to whether someone has bipolar disorder? And your answer at that time
Nah,
was no.
calamari at Olive
I've
Garden,
forgotten
bro.
the case.
Olive Garden.
Okay.
It's like
And have you ever
it's like
been asked to
octopus except
testify whether
fried or
anyone
something like
has
that. Yeah.
Behavioral or characterological conduct that
Yeah, so you're
suggests
thinking
the
about like
IPD
chitlins, bro. It's
I can't. Yeah,
pig
I may
intestine.
have.
It smells like
difficult after
dookie if you
about
don't clean them
250
properly.
cases,
Like
it's
if you don't really
difficult
clean
to
them good, they
remember
will smell
specifically.
All right,
like
and have you
shit.
ever been qualified as an
In
expert
so many
in the
words,
area
yeah.
of IPD?
I can't do chitlins. I don't do chitlins, bro.
No.
And have you ever been
In Mexico,
qualified to
they make
testify as
them,
an
but they're
expert in
called something
domestic
different.
abuse or
And my
violence?
baby mother's family, who's Puerto Rican, they made them, but they were called
That's it.
guajito.
Abuse
it's
or
guajito.
violence?
Yes, that's been a component of testimony.
Know about your churning good girls. Ah, to the dark side. Menudo, that's it. I think that's the Mexican version of it. I think Puerto Rican is called. Well, I don't know. It might be called. But I think because my baby mother, they used to have a bodega where they sold like la briana de papa, arroz candules, chuleta, all the easy stuff,
Line
tostones,
16
et
of
cetera, et
page
cetera.
207. Have you
And
ever been qualified as an expert in the area of
they
IPV?
sold it.
Your answer on line 20 was no, under oath, correct? Then the next question, have you ever been qualified to testify as an expert in domestic abuse or violence? That and goes into page 208, line 4. The answer then under oath was no.
Oh, she thinks she's got her.
Now,
Got her.
you would agree that the literature
I like it when she put those glasses on.
Symptoms such as PTSD or complex PTSD have symptoms that overlap with borderline personality disorder and histrionic personality disorder, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And you would agree that it's important to use valid and reliable measures for an accurate diagnosis, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. You chose, however, not to administer the structured clinical.
I got to get something to drink real quick here in the kitchen. I'm going to unplug my headphones. It's going to mute the channel, but I'm going to be able to hear it. So I'll be right back.
State-of-the-art structured clinical interview?
Not for a forensic evaluation with a sophisticated examinee.
But to determine if a personality disorder is present?
No, not in this setting.
You don't agree with that?
What's up, Millie?
Martin? That is the gold standard assessment for reliable, accurate psychiatric diagnosis?
It's a good one, but for treatment settings especially.
Now, did Ms. Heard, you said you talked about, you read all of the treatment records,
The
right?
love boat.
Yes.
Okay.
So we'll
Do you
be
recall
making a
reading
love
the treatment
tonight.
records for the psychologist Bonnie Jacobs, who saw Amber Heard over 5 years?
I do.
And did you see anything in Bonnie Jacobs' notes over 5 years in which she diagnosed Ms. Heard with borderline personality or histrionic personality disorder?
No.
Now, you also saw the notes of Dr. Cohen, correct?
Mhm.
And you even attended his deposition, correct?
Yes.
All right. And he saw Amber for roughly 2 years. He was part of the Dr. Kipper connection, right?
Yes.
Correct? Okay. And did you see anything in Dr. Cowan's notes? And did he say in his deposition that he diagnosed Amber Heard with borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder?
I saw the symptoms clearly delineated throughout his notes and in his deposition. He does not use diagnoses, so he would not have diagnosed her.
He said specifically in his deposition he did not diagnose her with that, correct?
Yes, and he also specifically stated that he does not use diagnoses.
All right. And you also have seen Dr. Banks, Dr. Amy Banks, the psychiatrist, her deposition, correct?
Yes.
And did
I have not her deposition. I reviewed her notes in the transcript.
All right. Did Dr. Anderson diagnose Ms. Heard with borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder?
I don't believe she provided any diagnosis since she was a couples therapist.
All right. Now, you said quite a bit about Don Hughes, but do you remember how
What's
many
up,
years
Martin?
of experience
How you doing,
Don
brother?
Hughes has in IPV and domestic abuse and violence?
I know it's quite a bit.
Extensive,
Nudo.
and she is board certified, correct?
Yes, she is.
All right.
I
and
want to
she
see
spent
how
20
high her
hours in
heels are
examination
and
with
what
Amber.
color the
Did she
stockings.
not?
Yes, mostly
Right.
interviewing.
All right, and she administered
I tell you what, dude,
interviews
fluff and
with
stuff, bro.
Bonnie
They be doing
Jacobs
some
and
fun,
Tom Cole,
man.
correct?
Fishing. I
Yes.
couldn't do the boats.
And
I'm
she
scared to get
also
on
interviewed Amber's late
get out
mother.
on boats in the ocean,
Yes.
bro.
Okay, and
I
she
envy you
administered
guys, man.
12 different
living the life.
tests over the period of that time, correct?
Well, as I said, the majority of those were checklists, which are inappropriate for the forensic setting.
I understand that's what you say, but she administered 12 different tests, correct?
If you want to qualify them as tests, sure.
Okay. And so you disregard what it, no, I'm not even going to say that. Let's go to the CAPS 5 and PTSD. Now, you assessed Ms. Heard's traumas in her life, correct?
Yes, I did give her an instrument to assess for any trauma exposure throughout the entire lifespan.
Yes.
It's a beautiful life, though, Fluff.
Ms. Heard's exposure to a traumatic event namely one of the sexual assaults by Mr. Depp,
God is
satisfied this
good.
requirement. Did you not write that in your notes?
That is not what I wrote in my notes. Do you have my notes? So we
And
can
you
look at them?
administered a structured clinical interview
She
based
said, "Do
on
you have
that
my notes
trauma,
so we can
correct?
look at them?"
Not exactly. It's not quite right.
Okay. Now, Dr. Hughes administered a full intimate partner violence assessment, correct?
That's not a psychological assessment. We can't assess for intimate partner violence. That's an event.
Dr. Hughes administered a full intimate partner violence assessment,
She
correct?
stated that, and that's actually something I'm rebutting today.
Okay, and you reviewed her psychological testing?
I
correct?
sure did, yes.
Okay, and are you aware that in September 2019, Ms. Heard had a trauma-based symptom on many of those valid tests?
Can you be a little bit more specific? Many of those
Do you-
valid tests, which tests are you talking
Do
about?
you have a recollection of that, September 2019?
She administered all of her testing in September 2019, so I'm not sure which one, oh, except for the CAPS 5, which was 10 days after mine in 2021.
Now, Dr. Hughes clinically evaluated those symptoms and established that Ms. Heard does have PTSD from the totality of the intimate partner violence by Mr. Depp, correct?
That's what she stated.
I live in
yes.
Fayetteville, North Carolina. I mean, I know I've said this many times,
Now,
which is home to
Dr.
Fort Bragg,
Anderson's clinical
the
notes
largest active
that said
military
Amber
base
had
in the
come to
United
Objection,
States.
hearsay.
And I got friends who've been down range
I haven't
multiple
even asked the
tours.
question yet, Your Honor.
Are you going to read her notes?
Well, no, actually, I wasn't going to read her notes. I was
Okay.
going to ask a particular question.
Okay.
You talked about danger. Do you recall that in your testimony?
Yes.
All right. Now, if a patient
Thinking
comes
about
to
going to
you
South
as a
Australia
couples
to
therapist
meet up
with
with
two
a
black
sponsor,
eyes,
the
would
company
you
that
assess
sends us the
that
fish
there
and
may be a
crab
potential danger there?
attracted.
Sure.
Okay. Did you
Going to
read
meet up
Dr.
with a
Anderson's
couple of
notes?
Ghostbusters that have a
I believe
YouTube
I
channel.
did.
Oh, wow. That sounds freaking fun, man.
Now,
Congratulations,
they
Fluff.
administered the Minnesota Multiphasic
Need to
Personality
get me a sponsor,
Inventory
man.
2, the MMPI-2.
Like
Do you
a
recall that?
boxer
Yes.
short
And you
sponsor
used that to
and a
determine
wife
whether
beater
Amber
sponsor
had
because I need some new
PTSD,
undershirts
right?
and
It-
socks.
Not by
Oh,
itself,
and
but it was a
toothpaste.
part of the data.
Okay.
I'll take a
And in
Walmart
the
sponsor,
60 to
please.
70 T-score
No, I'm fucking with
range
you.
for that test, which, quote,
That sounds
deliberate
fun, man.
attempts to mislead are uncommon. End
I've
quote.
never
Isn't that
experienced any
correct?
ghosts,
Sorry,
but
could you repeat that?
I don't know.
In the T-score.
Some of those shows,
section
though, I'm really
of that,
sketchy about.
which assesses deliberate attempts to mislead.
Like, I believe there's,
Do you recall? She scored
more than
a
what we
60
see
on
on
that
this
test,
plane of
correct?
So there are
existence. But
multiple T-scores for each scale, so I'm not sure which scale you're talking about.
Okay. Well, we can deal with that later. So you would agree that you need to follow.
hopefully I
ethics
can
and
go on
best
a ghost hunt
practices
with
in
them
forensic psychology, correct?
Yes.
and go
Okay.
to an
And the
infamous
two primary
Australian
sources
murder
are the
town.
American
The bodies
Psychological
in the barrel.
Association ethical principles and
wow.
professional code of conduct, right?
Wow.
And the American Psychological Association's specialty guidelines for forensic psychology, correct?
Yes.
And specialty guidelines 1.02
Wow.
states that forensic practitioners, quote, strive for accuracy, impartiality, fairness, and independence, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And specialty guidelines 1.03 states that you have to avoid a conflict of
Was that the
interest,
movie about
correct?
the tiger? It's like a tiger in the movie or something like
Now,
that.
in addition to not listing the 4 hours you spent with Mr. Depp, Mr. Waldman, Mr. Chu, and Ms. Vasquez, you also did not list that you spent an hour with Dr. Shaw,
She's
correct?
obsessed with that dinner
That's
meeting,
incorrect.
ain't she?
You say that the designation said that you spent
During
an
my
hour-
deposition, I also clarified this. I didn't spend an hour with Dr. Shaw. There was an introduction with the attorneys present on Zoom. My time on that call was less than 30 minutes.
But you still didn't disclose it, did you, in your reports?
No.
Okay. Now, you have not been asked to testify about Ms. Heard's behavior in the context of her relationship with Mr. Depp. Is that correct?
I was asked to testify about somebody's behavioral mental status in general, so that can include behavior involved in a relationship with Mr. Depp, but not specifically.
Can you pull up day 10 of the trial testimony at page 2710? 2710.
No tigers.
Mine's 12.
We don't have tigers. Oh yeah, I know there's no tigers. I'm talking about the movie. The Pie movie he was talking about. The Book of Pie or
Yeah,
some
where you're
shit like
close.
that.
All right.
Yeah, I know this. I know. Shoot.
All right.
I watch enough Animal Planet. I swear, I think I've learned more from National Geographics than I did in school. Crocodiles, warthogs, lion prides. The whole nine. Pretty easy to find the culprits. Life of Pi was about a zoo. Oh, okay. Yeah, I thought it was about some Indian kid that was in a boat and it was like a tiger and something. I don't know. I probably seen a trailer or something. I don't know nothing about it, but oh my god, that pineapple juice. Let's see, what are we doing here? We're trying to find that testimony.
Now, you have not rendered any opinion as to whether Amber Heard exhibits patterns of behavior that would suggest her allegations of abuse against Mr. Depp are false. Would you agree?
No. I mean, yes, I would agree
Same
with
movie,
that.
zookeeping a kid
And
tries
you
to
have
save a
not-
tiger. Oh, okay.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's all I've got. No further questions.
All
Thank
right,
you.
redirect.
Oh my god, that woman seems like she's difficult to live with.
You were asked about the skid.
Yes.
What's that?
It's a structured clinical interview. It's for rendering a diagnosis. It's best for treatment because you're asking direct questions of the examinee and about symptoms. So if you have an examinee who has a tendency to minimize, you're not going to get much information.
Why didn't you use it?
Because, well, first of all, I had a limited amount of time for my evaluation, and I had already had to use, just to complete the interview was extremely time consuming. And I had to even restructure it into handouts so that I could keep Ms. Heard on track. I determined based on that, so this is where you would make an inference. So because I was having difficulty getting direct answers to my questions from Ms. Heard, I had determined that creating forms of those questions would be a better use of the time, which it was. And then I further deduced that adding on the structured clinical interview would probably be unproductive, given that I had limited time and needed to use the best, most reliable methods for getting information in that time.
You were asked about the APA specialty guidelines,
Yes.
specifically 1.02 and
Yes.
1.03.
Mhm.
Have you complied with them?
I have.
No further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Curry, you can have a seat in the
Thank
courtroom.
you,
You're
Your
free to
Honor.
go. Thank you, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our morning recess for 15 minutes. Do not discuss the case and do not do any outside research, okay?
All right, let's get this thing fast forward. There we go. They're back.
Sir, just a reminder, you're still under oath, okay?
Oh shit, we got Johnny taking the stand. I give her a
Yeah.
B plus.
We heard a lot about some statements that Mr. Waldman made. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And Mr. Waldman is your attorney or was your attorney?
Yes.
Could we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1245?
That's a crazy thing, man. Like Johnny is a actor, bro. He is
And
actor.
this is already in evidence, so permission to.
He knows how to handle this shit.
publish.
Yes. You don't get too strung
If you
out
could
on the
scroll down
question.
to the second
Yes.
page.
No, ma'am. Yes. Watching how he just kicks back, gets into character.
Mr. Depp, do you see the statement here attributed to Mr. Waldman?
Yes, I do.
When's the first time that you saw this statement?
Adam Wallop, Depp's lawyer, said after. Whoa, what the fuck, man? I didn't get to finish reading it. I'm gonna go back.
Yes, we call Mr. Depp.
Oh,
So just a reminder, you're still under oath, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Oh shit! It's like gonna be hard to get back to that one spot.
So just a reminder, you're still under oath, okay?
Whatever, man. I'm not gonna play around with it. I hate that little timeline thing right there, man. You can't just play with it. Maybe I'll bring it back up.
We can pull the exhibit back up.
Okay, yeah.
Mr. Depp, when is the first time that you saw this statement by Mr. Waldman?
The first time that I ever saw this statement was in August.
Oh, they're gonna show it to us.
It was when the piece was when she August 2020 when I was countersued by Ms. Heard. This is the first time that I saw any of these statements.
Can we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1246?
Are they not gonna show the statement
Also
again?
Already in evidence.
Oh.
We could scroll down to the second page or the third, perhaps. Thank you.
Did you see this Waldman
Depp,
attorney they
do
are
you see the
talking
statement
about?
that's
They
attributed
blocked
to
his
Mr.
ass from
Waldman
Twitter.
here?
I do.
And
Oh, hold on a second.
when is the first time that you saw these
Lawyer.
statements?
The officer came to the penthouse, thoroughly
Same,
searched and interviewed,
when
and
the
left,
counters-
seeing no damage to face or property. So, and, well, fuck, man, y'all are
Can we
going too
please go to
fast.
Defendant's Exhibit 1247. And again, this is already in evidence.
There it goes, showing up on my screen here on my phone. I'm gonna
And if we could scroll down to
screenshot the
this.
shit out that.
Mr. Depp, do you see the statement attributed to Mr.
We
Waldman?
have reached the beginning of the end of Miss
And
Heard's
when's the
abuse
first time that
hoax
you saw
against
this
Johnny
statement?
Depp.
This is the same. It's the counterclaim to August 2020.
After you saw these statements for the first time, did you form an understanding as to where they appeared?
I didn't, as to where they had appeared, these statements.
In what
First
publication?
interview property. So Amber Heard, her friend, spilled a little wine and rough.
No, off the bat, I didn't.
Got their
know
story
exactly.
straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, and placed a second
It
call.
just seemed like a lot of word
Wow.
to me. I didn't know where they'd come from, or I mean, where they ended up. Or
Mr. Depp, do you recall Ms. Heard testifying that you did not assist her in getting her role in Aquaman?
yes, I do. Yes.
And what is your response to that?
It's not exactly true.
Do you know when Ms. Heard first auditioned for Aquaman?
Strangely, I know the date. Well, no, yes, I do know the date, because I was scheduled with my band, the Hollywood Vampires. We had done 2 shows at the Roxy, which is a place in Los Angeles, to rehearse for we were invited to play at the Rock in Rio concert, which is a huge rock and roll festival. So we did the 2 shows to go to Rio and play there. Miss Heard,
My dog stepped on a bee.
to come with me, and Whitney, her sister, had come as well. While we were there in Rio, we were rehearsing, getting ready for the show. Miss Heard informed me that she would have to get back to Los Angeles for an audition. meaning it's basically after our 2-hour show or whatever, we would have to get on the plane immediately to make it back to Los Angeles for this audition. And that audition was at Warner Brothers. It was whatever film it was.
And when were you performing at the Rock in Rio?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that was the.
Yeah, I heard he's not one of the best players.
Of September.
In what year?
That was 15.
Hey, man, practice makes perfect.
What do you understand happened after Miss Heard auditioned for Aquaman?
After Ms. Heard's audition, or possibly auditions for Warner Brothers and I suppose the creative team, Ms. Heard expressed to me that the film was going to be, Warner Brothers had said that the film was going to be shooting in Australia. And Australia was for Ms. Heard, that was a potential problem, which.
Objection, Your Honor. We approach.
Okay.
Section, Your Honor. Can we approach? Let me see here. Pass this objection part.
To Warner Brothers. So she asked if I would.
Sorry, I probably went by a little too far.
I'd had a multi. For a few years, I'd had a multi-film deal with Warner Brothers, and so we'd been in business together. So I knew these people. I'd been on films with them. So she asked me if I would speak to them. I made a phone call and I spoke to.
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
I don't believe he said anything. I think he was going to say who he spoke to.
All right, we'll see. Overruled at this point.
I spoke to the three upper echelon Disney Warner executives.
That damn Disney on the break.
Hara, Sue Kroll, and Greg Silverstein. And I told them that.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Oh, I got a.
What was the
Hearsay
result
objection.
of you speaking with those individuals?
Well, I
When
can
a
only see that
7-hour long
ultimately
video is harder
she
to
did-
control.
She did get the
Look
job
at
in
the
film.
timestamp. Yeah,
So hopefully, I suppose I had curbed their.
so it's 7 hours and
Worries to some
41
degree.
minutes. Most of that's like
Mr. Depp, do you recall Ms. Heard testifying that
breaks
she
and shit.
saw you consume 8 to 10 MDMA pills while you were in Australia? And,
Oh hell no! That would kill That would kill a person.
Yes, I do remember that.
You know.
How
I
many
also
times?
remember her saying that I took a handful.
Objection beyond the scope. Question.
Sorry, that was extra
All
residue.
right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Yeah,
How many times have you done MDMA in your life, Mr. Depp?
it's a good drug though. Fuck you, drug. Make you want to have sex.
Actually, not that many times. I would say in my lifetime, maybe. In my lifetime, MDMA, 6, 7, maybe.
And how much MDMA have you done on those occasions?
Not enough to.
Tell you, back in my day when I was popping
Not enough
ecstasy
to-
like M&Ms, I don't know if we ever. I think we came
Probably.
across some MDMA once, pure
well,
MDMA,
not
MDNA.
enough to
Yeah, I can't even say it.
properly
Shit.
experience what the chemicals are supposed to due to you.
Have you ever consumed 8 to 10 MDMA pills at once?
No.
I feel like that would kill you.
And
Right.
why is that?
Because I'd be dead.
Ah,
I'm pretty
thought
sure
so.
I'd be dead. I think one would die.
Yeah.
And probably rather quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to show you some pictures from the home in Australia that Ms. Heard testified about.
Sure.
Could we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1817, which is already in evidence? Mr. Depp, do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes, I do. That's the downstairs bar of the house we rented in Australia.
And can you please show the jury where you were sitting when Ms. Heard threw the 2 vodka bottles at you?
Wow.
If I touch this thing, it'll make a
Yes,
mark.
it will.
Yes. Okay. So this chair, that one here, was over here. And it was in pretty much when I was turned around toward they were on a swivel. So when I was turned around towards the bar, I'm facing the bar. When I turned around this way, this chair here was in pretty much exactly this same position as this chair. It was when I was facing Miss Heard, who was, let's say, she was, if you're looking at the photograph, she would be about here.
Could you
Tell you,
draw
man,
a
I've been a
line in
fan
the
of Johnny
direction
Depp since
where Ms. Heard
shit.
was relative to where you were sitting?
21 Jump Street?
Absolutely. So
Oh, God.
if I'm sitting
Way
here,
back.
She was over here. Like back here.
Approximately how far away from Ms. Heard, from you was Ms. Heard, if you can recall?
I would say it was probably 10, 12, 15 feet, maybe 10 feet, 12 feet.
And approximately where was your hand
Yeah,
when the vodka
yeah.
bottle hit it?
I tell you, it's been so long, bro, since I was out there
It was leaning. My arm was
partying like
sorry.
that.
My
I've
arm was
never done
leaning on
cocaine
the,
or any hard drugs, like
the
drugs
marble
that
bar.
make you want to sell, your worldly possessions
Right
to get
there
a
with
hit.
that
Those kind of, I've never.
Imaginary seat is, and leaning.
I always had
Just
extras
leaning
because
back
that's
and
yeah.
looking at Miss Heard.
It's like
she
I was
just
getting high off
walked
my own
away
supply,
with
basically.
the second bottle. I mean, she walked this way when she threw the first bottle, which is actually visible
Can
in
you
the
please
background
circle
on
where
the
the
floor.
first? Yeah. Could you please circle where the first bottle
Oh,
is?
sorry, excuse me. Yeah. Oh, that is the exploded first bottle that went past my head.
Wow.
And the second bottle.
If he'd got hit in that head with that bottle, it would have been an ish.
Right
Woo!
here, where my hand was resting on the marble bar.
Can we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1820? Mr. Depp, do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
This is behind that very bar.
And
You
what
seen
do
that video,
see
Joe,
on
where
the
it looks
floor in
like
this
Amber
picture?
is like snorting something on
I
stage? I mean, on the
see what
stand.
looks to me like a.
I looked at it. I rewinded it, played it back
some kind of
slow, and kind of
napkin.
like.
It looks
I don't think she was snorting anything, but it really looked like she
sullied,
was,
soiled.
because her nose did
Blood,
kind
I
of like,
know, and I
if you
see
go to inhale, it's
grass
gonna, not
in
unless
the
she's like all fucked up in her nose,
corner,
where she doesn't
blood
have to,
obviously on the
but
floor, and a
get it
towel
up there right.
leaning up on.
I couldn't think. I don't think she would
kind
do
of
that
something.
on the stand next to the judge anyway.
Do you know how that bloody tissue got on the floor?
Like, this is the clip real quick. I'll show it to you.
My best guess,
Objection calls for speculation.
Do you know how the blood got on the floor, Mr. Depp?
Maybe.
I'm pretty, well, I know how the blood got on the floor. It came from my dripping finger. So that's why the tissue is
May we approach?
I'm 99.9%.
I don't know,
sure
man.
since
She
it
could
is-
have that last little.
looks like it's
That
got
could have
blood
been the
on
one
it
that
as
put it
well
on
as
up there,
what-
but
what I held my finger.
I don't know, dude.
Held my finger with.
Their doctor said he couldn't have had that injury,
Do you see the
but with
wall
a
to the- on
marble
the left
bar,
side of the
it
photograph?
would.
I do.
It could
Is
have
there a
been to
wall-mounted
make her
phone
cry.
on that wall?
On the left side of the photo. No, I didn't. No. Not that I recall. No.
Could we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 394, which is already in evidence? Mr. Depp, do you recognize this text message?
I do.
What is this message?
It's a text to Dr. Kipper. I'm sorry, just reading through. Yeah, this is my text to Dr. Kipper, who had just happened to be in town, telling him that I've had it and that I just lost a fingertip.
How long after your finger had been injured did you send this text message, if you can recall?
It's hard to tell because when I look at the timestamp, it says delivered 3/7/2015, 5 o'clock.
Fucking flies.
But I know that because of Australia time.
Maybe she just wanted to prove she could snort in front of millions.
It was the 8th. And it
I
was
know, right?
just-
Probably
the
so.
whole thing lasted probably until about 2 p.m. Or so. When that was when Kipper was called, Jerry was brought in. Jerry Judge, sorry, excuse me.
So do you have an estimate as to how long after your finger had actually been injured that you sent this message?
I don't think it was very long. I think it was probably within the next, I'm sure it was in the next half hour or so. I would have had to sneak into a bathroom, lock myself in to type this out.
And how were you able to send this text message to Dr. Kipper in the state that you were in?
Well, he wasn't available at the time, so just sort of thumb your way through, don't you?
Damn.
How long after sending this text message did you see Dr. Kipper?
I don't recall it. I think it took them probably 30 minutes or more, 30 to 40 minutes to get there.
And what did Dr. Kipper do when he first arrived at the home?
Oh, the first thing he wanted to do was inspect the damage of my finger and try and figure out exactly what had happened, how it happened.
And what did you tell Dr. Kipper about how your finger had been injured?
Objection, Your Honor.
May we approach?
Hearsay.
All
We've
right,
discussed
that's
this
fine.
several times.
Let's go.
Lying to the man, he'd been through it. told him.
Should be about right.
Lying to the man. He
I'm not gonna play with that.
With me and Miss Heard before, I told him that she had thrown a bottle of vodka and smashed and cut my finger off. The tip of my finger.
Oh.
But a good chunk. I miss it.
You said I miss it.
Mr. Depp, you heard Ms. Heard testify about an alleged incident of abuse on your honeymoon. Do you remember that?
I remember her testifying to that, yes.
And when did you and Ms. Heard go on your honeymoon together?
I believe it was somewhere in the neighborhood of August, because I had just finished the film. Maybe end of July, August. I'm not quite good on the exact date.
Do you recall the year?
It was 2015, I believe.
And where did you and Ms. Heard go on your honeymoon?
We took the Orient Express from Bangkok, Thailand to Singapore.
And what happened while you and Ms. Heard were together on the Orient Express?
I remember the MDMA honeymoon story on the beach.
Agreeable, very nice. And then there were times when
it must have been the wedding. That must have been the wedding.
Something had become dissatisfactory for her, and she would start the rant, the blooming of the fight would be on deck there, and
wow.
And at one point, it didn't. I mean, I don't remember it lasting long at all. I just remember that I took a pretty good shot to the face, to the eye, to somewhere up here. So I had a bit of a shiner. But it all ended, and then everything got fine again, and we'd go to dinner, and it was all
Party like a rock star. Go down in flames like a rock star. Ain't that the truth, brother?
I don't recall.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 162, which is already in evidence? Mr. Depp, do you recognize this photograph?
I do. It was with the chef and the maitre d' and the staff were asking if they could take a photo with us, and they'd been very kind at giving us a private dinner card.
So where was this photograph taken?
That was in the that looks like it's in the, yes, that's towards the back of the Orient Express. That's in the back train bar compartment, and just out back you could smoke on the.
I know. I was about to say, dude. Yeah.
And what, if any, injuries do you have in this photograph?
I think the eye's a little bit bugged out, if you will. It's, yeah.
How did that happen?
These things could happen very quickly if you disagreed.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive. She just asked, how did that happen?
I believe he was about to explain.
Well, us stating the objection.
He's about to explain how it
Mr. Depp,
happens.
specifically, how did the injury in this photograph occur?
I'm sure it hit me. Is that better?
Does this picture
He's like, is that better?
accurately reflect what you looked like on that date?
I don't look at myself much, but it certainly looks like me with a black eye.
Does this picture appear to have been photoshopped in any way?
No, I think no. I think it would be difficult.
Yeah,
to
is that better?
photograph or to,
Right.
Start getting into sort of digital processing with a number of people in the shot, especially in a wide shot.
Could we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1301? And this is a new one, Your Honor, so this is not in evidence.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Depp, do you recognize what's reflected in this photograph?
Yes, this is the staff. It's the manager and his staff at the Raffles Hotel in Singapore. And before we left, they asked if they could take a photograph with us.
And when was this photograph taken?
Excuse me.
Well, that would have been, we were off the Orient Express. We stayed in Raffles, I believe, a couple of few days. And then from there, we flew to San Francisco.
So this photograph was taken after the photograph we just looked at?
This photograph was taken after the photograph in the dining car of the train, yes.
Your Honor, I'd move Plaintiff's Exhibit 1301 into evidence.
Pardon, any objection?
Oh, happy honeymoon. So it's
Any
31st of October.
any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 1301 is in evidence, can be published to the jury.
What a crack shot legal team
Mr.
over
Depp,
there.
What, if any, injuries do you see on your face in this photograph?
Damn, I can't. Wish they could blow it up.
I
There we go.
see pretty much the same.
Oh, shit. I see that shiner under that eye.
The area in
Yeah,
here has been,
yeah.
well, is
Got a black eye.
swollen and yeah, there's a bit of a shiner there.
Thank you. We can take this down.
Yeah, I've had a couple black eyes in my time. Look at what she's smiling about. You get that
Mr.
damn
Depp, do
look
you
on her
recall Ms.
face.
Heard testifying that she punched you in the staircase incident because she thought of Kate Moss in the stairs?
Do I remember her saying that?
Yes.
Yes, I do. 3 times. Yes, I do.
Do you have any understanding as to what Ms. Heard was referring to?
Yes, I do.
And
I tell you what, man, how
As
Disney, I like. If he comes through out of this, like, and no doubt he's gonna come out on top.
Many years ago.
I just Disney could just go to hell, bro. I wouldn't do another Pirates Caribbean movie for them either.
And what happened?
They did him like the Jedi Order did Ahsoka. She caught that charge.
I recall speaking with Ms. Heard about that very incident because of the downpouring of rain, because it was raining very heavily that day that Kate slipped. And I recalled the story to her.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
may we approach Your Honor?
Okay.
Three times before.
With Kate Moss.
Happened is what she said happened. I recall speaking with Ms. Heard about that very incident.
I go back too far
because of the downpouring of rain, because it was raining very heavily that day that Kate slipped. Happened is
Damn
what she
it.
said times before.
Objection, Your Honor. Ms. Heard simply testified that she had heard a rumor, and that's
What's a rumor?
non-responsive to the question.
Sir, hold on. This
Sorry.
objection. I'll overrule the objection.
Misstates the facts and evidence.
I'll overrule the objection.
Sorry, I was drawn by Mr. Rottenborn's voice.
Certainly.
What was you like? What was it?
So what specifically had you actually told Miss Heard about the incident with Miss Moss and the stairs?
Very simply that we were in Jamaica.
No way.
I had left our bungalow about 3 minutes prior to her. I was standing outside and suddenly rain starts just coming down like it's, monsoon. And then I remember looking and seeing Kate coming out the door, and there were 3 little wooden stairs, and she slipped, her legs went up, and she landed directly on her coccyx and her lower back. So, and she was obviously physically in pain, and she was hurt, she was crying. So I ran over and grabbed her to make sure she was all right. That's it. That's all I ever. That's the whole story. But then the rumor of it, I'd never heard a rumor of that before Miss Heard grabbed hold of it. It's like that. Sorry.
Mr. Depp, we heard testimony from Miss Heard's sister, Whitney, during this trial. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And how would you describe your relationship with Whitney when you were in a relationship with Miss Heard?
I liked Whitney very much. Initially, when I first met her, I liked her very much, and grew to love Whitney. Very much, because I always, it seemed, Whitney, Amber's sister, Whitney seemed to always get the sort of dirty end of the stick, and I felt bad for her for that, because it wasn't new.
What's up, Kulakoy?
It had been there for life, and that was.
I see live streams over there thumping, son.
Obvious.
This
So
is the extra evidence that came in about
took to
Kate
Whitney,
Moss.
Very, very quickly, very easily. She was a very sweet kid. She was wonderful.
What do you mean that Whitney got the dirty end of the stick?
It was a kind of a strange combination of loving sister, trusted sister and friend, and then lackey, and then, either the punching bag or the dartboard, or the recipient of some rather demeaning and ugly words, or she would have wine thrown in her face.
And who was the source of those demeaning words and the wine that you just referenced?
Well, that would be Amber Heard, her sister.
Wow.
And how do you know that?
Well, I witnessed quite a lot of it. The wine in the face was something that happened in New York, which
Why she have that crazy smile on her face, man?
I believe that even made it into the papers. It was in an elevator.
How did you first learn about that incident?
Miss Heard told me in detail.
What else did you observe of Miss Heard and her sister Whitney's interactions during your relationship with Miss Heard?
They were just constantly up and down, but I could sense, I could feel that Whitney was trying to please her sister, trying to be up to snuff, and it just seemed like she got shot down.
Objection,
every
Your
time.
Honor.
Clowns, claws come out. Claws, right?
Your Honor, I asked what he
Yeah.
observed, between them. I think this is responsive to that.
And his testimony as to what Whitney felt is.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Did you ever see Miss Heard physically attack Whitney?
No, I've never seen any full-on blowouts, physical blowouts between them. Tons of verbal
Objection
blowouts.
beyond the scope.
Overruled.
I've certainly seen Miss Heard grab Whitney, push her around. There were a number. There were half a dozen times when some of us, whoever was in the general vicinity, would have to leave. This is at Orange, when Whitney and Amber were living at Orange. Whitney and her boyfriend at the time, Sean Krajewski, and we had to leave the apartment and wait in the car while they fought.
And when you say fought, do you mean physically or
physical?
Fought.
And when you said Miss Heard would push Whitney around, do you mean that?
That smirk
physically
ain't a
push her or
good look,
metaphorically?
dude. It's like the public opinion, man.
You heard
She's already
Whitney
a
testify that
douchebag.
she lived in Penthouse 4 at the Eastern Columbia building for a time, correct?
That is correct, yes.
How did Whitney come to live in Penthouse 4?
My recollection when Whitney first came to stay at the Eastern Columbia building in Penthouse 4 was she and her boyfriend, Sean, had broken up. And she needed a place to go. And so Amber asked if she could stay in Penthouse 4, and I said, well, of course, you know.
How long did Whitney live in Penthouse 4?
It was well over a year, on and off.
Did you ever ask Whitney to move out of Penthouse 4?
No, I did not, no.
Why did Whitney ultimately move out of Penthouse 4?
Objection, foundation.
Right,
It's his
sociopath.
apartment, Your Honor. He was living there.
Oh, overruled.
Whitney moved out of Penthouse 4 long before the marriage. And it was due to an argument that Ms. Heard and Whitney had, which had to do with Whitney working at the Art of Elysium with Jennifer Howell and those people. And Amber asked her to leave, get out.
Wow.
Where did Whitney live when she moved out of Penthouse 4?
My understanding is she went to live with Jennifer Howell.
Your Honor, I know you anticipated having a motion at noon.
You can keep going. That's
Okay.
fine. How much longer in direct do you have?
I have a bit.
Okay, that's okay.
Mr. Depp, do you recall hearing testimony during Ms. Heard's case from Mr. Mandel?
Yes, I do.
And who is that?
Mr. Mandel is my former business manager of 17 and a half years, who at a certain point I discovered had been embezzling quite a lot of money.
Oh God!
So
Damn.
I had to take action against him and he and my lawyer of 17 and a half years, as they were
Oh my God! What the fuck?
in cahoots, as it were. And
Wow.
So yes, Joel Mandel is.
I tell you, bro, you got that kind of money in, just pay me
they-
in cash. I will hide that shit
settled,
where I want. I don't trust no bank. I don't know
their case
none of that. No, nobody touching my money.
with me. They made
Give
their
me my
settlement.
money. I know how to hide my money. I hid almost
But
almost
yes,
a
it
$250,000
was
under my damn
that
baby
was a
mama
very-
house.
Yeah, Joel
She didn't know
Mandel is
shit about it.
a very bitter man.
I'll get the
who,
job done.
Ended up with a lot of.
To be
money that
fair, I
worked
have known a
hard
few
for over
men
the
who
years.
are obviously psychic. Oh,
Do you
dude.
recall
Yeah,
Mr.
man.
Mandel testifying in this case that
Had a bunch of
you do
damn
not spend
crazy ass
very
Native
much money
Americans on my damn.
charity?
That I don't. Sorry.
That
That you
ain't,
do
you
not
know,
spend very much money on charity.
race ain't got nothing to do with it. Trust me.
Objection, Your Honor.
They're crazy all over.
May we approach?
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna try not to clip past as far as I can.
Mr. Depp, just to remind.
Joel Mandel is a very bitter man who ended up with a lot of money that I worked hard for over the years.
Do you recall Mr. Mandel testifying in this case that you do not spend very much money on charity?
That I don't. Sorry.
That you do not spend very much money on charity.
Objection, Your Honor.
Just want to
May we
approach.
approach?
Okay.
This is where they just had the objection. He doesn't spend much money on charity.
Mr. Depp, just to remind you, my question was, what is your response to Mr. Mandel's testimony that you do not spend very much on charity?
My response to that is Mr. Mandel is a very bitter man. And one thing about that, myself personally, with regard to charity donations, sending money.
Where's the white women at?
Charity.
I just posted that crazy comment on TK's Gaming.
I prefer.
That came, if you don't know where that comment come, it was come from Blazing Saddles.
I don't want the name to be the.
He probably gonna be like, "What the hell he talking about? Where the white women at?"
So when I donate, money.
Blazing Saddles, funniest movie ever.
My name being involved, because I don't see that that's important. My name being there in terms of money. Now, if I am able to visit hospitals, or if I'm able to meet with Make-A-Wish children, I've held on to the relationships that I've held on to within the Make-A-Wish Foundation, and the Children's Hospital, and various other places.
Oh shit! I gotta clip that.
When
that,
we held
that is
premieres
fucking hilarious,
in Leicester
dude.
Square for several films.
Hold on a second.
Charlie and the
Objection, Your Honor.
Chocolate Factory.
Again, beyond the scope of his response to Mr. Mandel's testimony.
I believe this is in response to Mr. Mandel.
Overrule the objection.
Oh, I forgot. I don't got a
Presently,
wrench. I'm not a wrench over on T-Gate.
when it was a public, let's call it donation or whatever, I would talk to the studio. I would talk to Disney. I would talk to Warner Brothers. I would talk to whoever the studio was, well before the premiere, and make the premiere a benefit that would.
Peace. I can't fuck with you if I don't got a wrench, brother.
We did a benefit premiere for Great Ormond Street Hospital.
Hey, what a white woman
A
at?
couple of benefit premieres for the Make-A-Wish Foundation. I mean, if you can turn a premiere with that many thousands and thousands and thousands of people there into a benefit, it works.
Oh shit! Sorry, I'm paying
But it
attention to the
wasn't
testimony. I'm just
presented under my
sidetracked.
name. You know, it was Disney's doing this or Warner Brothers is doing this. I'm not looking for the pat on the back, as it were. If I can make it happen, great. But I don't need the pat on the back. I don't need the adulation. I don't need the attention.
Right, respect that.
Did you hear Ms. Heard testify that one of the charities she donated a portion of your divorce settlement to was the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles?
Yes.
What is your relationship with the CHLA?
Objection, Your Honor. Irrelevant. to the
May
issue
we
of
approach Your
justice.
Honor?
Sometimes there are Make-A-Wish kids who are in the hospital there, and that their wish is to.
Objection, Your Honor.
I know my mom had wanted to get one of those Make-A-Wish. She wanted a wish to go on a island to sit in the sun and her last, because I got the video, bro. It's on my Instagram. Where I can't even catch myself listening to it anymore. Where she talks about how she says, one of those Make-A-Wish foundations where you can make a wish to go somewhere or something like that. And she's like, after the doctor gives you a death sentence, then I was like, I don't want to hear that. She kept telling me and my brother, I don't got a year. I don't got but a year left. I'm not gonna be here next year. Y'all gonna have to do it all. I was like, I don't want to. I don't want to hear. I know she dying. I don't want to hear that shit all the time. And she died that year later. But I mean, I didn't want to be reminded of it. But yeah, she always talked about that.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to take you back to exactly 6 years prior to this week, the week of May 21st through May 27th, 2016. What happened at the beginning of that week?
May 21st.
Excuse me, May 20th.
May 20th.
Hey, boys. Look what I got here.
We're talking 2016 here.
Yes.
Hey, where are the white women at?
May 20th, the afternoon of May 20th.
I had to.
Afternoon, evening. My
Every
my
day is a
mom,
goddamn reminder these days. I swear, dude. It's the damn truth.
Made her exit. She'd been fighting cancer numerous times and for many years, and she
Cancer.
fought all the way
To the end. Yep.
And so my mother passed away.
Oh,
on the 20th of
shit.
May.
Double reminder right there.
Which does bring instant perspective into one's mind.
Yeah.
I spoke to Amber that night. I called her on the telephone, explained to her that my mom had passed, Betty Sue had passed, and that I thought that the best thing we could do was to that I file for
Objection, Your Honor.
divorce.
Hearsay. What Mr. Depp told Ms. Heard.
We can move on, Your
Okay,
Honor.
yes, ma'am.
Mr. Depp, what happened at the end of that week on May 27th, 2016?
May 27th, my daughter's birthday. May 27th. I was not in Los Angeles. I was on the way to on tour, and that was when Miss Heard went for the restraining order. And oh yeah, also that was the day that Alice Through the Looking Glass, a film I'd done, was opening.
Did Ms. Heard know that you were out of town on May 27th?
Yes.
And how would she have known that?
Well, I told her I was going on tour. I mean, that was well established.
How long were you going to be out of town on that tour?
2 to 3 months.
And did Ms. Heard know how long you'd be out of town?
I don't know if she knew exactly how long I'd be out of town, but it was a pretty extensive tour of Europe.
How did Ms. Heard's actions on May 27th, 2016 affect you?
Changed everything.
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh, it didn't change
of this
everything?
lawsuit.
Sorry.
Sure, if you could wait till the objection, please.
Yes, I'm sorry. Tourette's.
Your Honor, this is one of the key
If you want to
dates.
approach.
All right. Let's see here.
Just simply has to, because it's gotten out of control. Just simply has to, because it's got.
Too far off. 2-6 is missing the trial because of Perry.
Mr. Depp, what has it been like for you to listen to Ms. Heard's testimony at this trial?
I'm sorry.
What has it been like for you to listen to Ms. Heard's testimony at this trial?
Objection relevance, Your Honor.
Oh, I see it now. I appreciate that, Joe.
Insane. It's insane to hear heinous accusations of violence, sexual violence, that she's attributed to me, that she's accused me of. I don't think anyone enjoys having to split themselves open and tell the truth. But there are times when one just simply has to, because it's gotten out of control. Horrible. Ridiculous, humiliating, ludicrous, painful, savage, unimaginably brutal, cruel, and all false. Awful. I wanted I no human being is perfect, certainly not. None of us. But I have never in my life committed sexual battery, physical abuse, all these.
Yeah, I think it's the fact that they're both suing each other, but like Amber
outrageous story,
basically saying that he was just a woman beater and is damaging his career. I think he's just trying to get his name back.
And living with it for 6
But they both,
years.
they both are suing.
And waiting to be able
both
to.
of, I don't know, man.
Bring the truth out. So this is not easy for any of us. I know that. But no matter what happens, I did get here, and I did tell the truth, and I have spoken up for what I've been carrying on my back reluctantly for 6 years.
What's up, ZZ?
Thank you.
Buongiorno.
No further questions.
All right. Did you want to take lunch at this point, or just, okay, all right. let's
Pow,
do
pow,
that. All right,
pow.
ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take lunch this time. Do not discuss this case with anybody, and don't do any outside research, okay?
Yeah, bitch, we know the rules. Oh, he took a lunch at the desk. He's over there working on a masterpiece.
Tell you where I'm at right now, the concern, the issue I have, you can understand, but I wanted to take up. Okay. Sure. Thank you, sir. Go to the other side. Mr. Tobin, if you want to, you can understand, but I wanted to take up your motion. I have read your motion and the declaration and everything attached to it in all the cases. And I have reviewed it, so I'd rather you not regurgitate that based on our time limit, but anything you wish to add to that is fine. If you want to, if I could focus you a little
Please.
bit. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. And yes, sir. As far as your comments about Virginia Rule of Evidence 2:508, that's a criminal rule of evidence. So that's not your strongest argument. And as far as what goes on is when the or if the witness testifies, whether it's hearsay or it's third-party knowledge, that's something I'll deal with at trial. So again, not what I'm concerned with. As far as Supreme Court Rule 314, which I would like you to talk a little bit about that. As far as
6 weeks, 5
And I
drawings
gotta
a
tell you where I'm
day.
at
They
right
are
now
probably
because
numbered.
The issue I have with the
Wow.
argument is intervention obviously would make you a plaintiff or defendant in the case, and it has to deal with an issue that's germane to this case, and this is a defamation case. So if you could just tailor your argument to that issue, sir.
Sure, I'm happy to address the intervention. For the record, Your Honor, Charles Tobin from the law firm of Ballard Spahr.
Yes,
Here
sir, Mr.
representing TMZ, which is the publisher of news and entertainment.
Oh shit! Wait a minute, this is what I've been hearing about.
Industry.
I gotta pee. Do I got
Your
enough time to go pee?
We're seeking to intervene simply to protect the relationship between reporters and their sources when it comes to reporting news in the public interest. We, as the court noted, we really don't have a dog in this hunt as far as Mr. Depp.
You know what? I'm gonna take my
we're
phone.
Really here purely on the First Amendment.
I got time to go pee. You know, I'm about to go pee. I'll be right back.
Reporters and their sources. Your Honor, the intervention rule, as the court is aware, allows intervention by anybody where the issue is germane to the subject matter of the proceeding. And certainly, Your Honor, the purported testimony, the proffered testimony of a former employee of TMZ who purports to be in a position to disclose confidential information learned during the operation of journalism, during his work as a journalist, is a germane issue that is being raised in this case. And Your Honor, we would point the court to the Taft, Fletcher, Malden, and Reed versus Southern Bank and Trust case, 213 Virginia Circuit, Lexus, 253. It's a Norfolk Circuit Court decision from 2013. And there it was an interpleader action. The funds had been interpleaded into the court by 2 trust companies that were fighting over it. And the man who had sold his property, who had no interest in the funds themselves, intervened in the case because he was uncertain as to his liability for excess funds, which was an issue that was not directly in litigation between the 2 parties. It was not part of the cause of action between the 2 trusts.
Outside party. Oh, so I should just skip through this?
The circuit court held that certainly the rights of that man was going to be affected in this action, and neither of the parties, once he testifies and the privilege is waived, we have lost our opportunity to permit us to intervene and to assert the privilege that.
Wealth versus Gill, 89 Virginia Circuit. Gill privilege akin to that enjoyed under the 5th Amendment, which would allow a reporter to refuse to appear before a grand jury.
It's live. No, it's not live.
Philip Morris, as Your Honor is aware, the party
The link to the episode where I'm watching it at is right here. I'll drop it in the chat.
Philip Morris is an opposite here, as that case related, as this case is related to witness testimony, not.
That's
records.
the link right there if you want to check
As
it
Your
out.
Honor suggested, TMZ's quarrel, if any, is with Mr. Tremaine to the extent
identified in discovery was never. Second
motion.
No, my
Okay, well, then we can address
well,
you.
my point is, though, if you balance the
I wanna get to
prejudice versus
the reporter's
probative value,
testimony.
I don't even see how he can come in on foundation or hearsay or relevance.
That's just not part of this motion at this time. Thank you, ma'am. All right, Mr. Tobin, your motion, you get the last word, sir.
You know, I appreciate that the court shook your head when he made the snarky comment that this is not Edward R. Murrow. Obviously, the First Amendment applies to everybody, citizens, the New York Times, or TMZ. And this is a First Amendment-based privilege. Your Honor, the Philip Morris case is actually a very good case to answer Your Honor's question about the
How much further is this? Do I need to go a little bit further?
Somebody else in order to assert the privilege. Their ABC was a defendant in the case, and it moved in order to prevent other people.
Belongs to is under their umbrella.
Oh, it's another break. Shit. Oh my God, these little. I cannot leave this house this week. Probably don't get some fly spray. These things will. I'll come home. My house will be overrun. I don't know if it's because I haven't cut my grass. I need to cut that grass. All right, finally.
All right, you can have a seat. All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Depp, I'd like to start with the honeymoon that you and Ms. Heard took in late July 2015.
Certainly.
You testify that you took a train ride from Bangkok to Singapore. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you claim that on this train ride that Ms. Heard hit you in the face, correct?
Okay.
Yes.
And left a black eye, correct?
Yes.
And Michelle, could you please pull up PX 162?
Is that already in evidence?
Yes, Your Honor.
Published to the jury.
Thank you. Mr. Depp, this
Yeah,
is a
he
picture
looks
that your
rough in
counsel
that
showed you
picture.
Both in your prior, or showed you this morning, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that mark under your left eye is what you claim to be a black eye caused by Ms. Heard, correct?
That's
Seems to be there's some scratches around my nose as well.
Okay. All right, but that it's your left eye, the one close to the chef. That's what you says your black eye, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that was the picture your team chose to show you, right? Let's pull up exhibit 1905, Michelle, please.
I'm sorry, which number was it?
This is a new exhibit, Your Honor, 1905.
And that's defendants?
Defendants exhibit 1905.
Okay, thank you.
Ask for permission to publish, Your Honor.
Or you want to put it in evidence? Okay, any objection to 1905?
With the comments, we have no objection to the photograph itself. We would ask the comments be redacted as hearsay.
Well, I'd like to at least question the witness about the
I
comments.
have no objection to the photograph being published.
Okay, well, let's wait a minute. Mr. Depp, you see here, these are 4 pictures of you, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and below it, they indicate that they were taken on July 24th, 2015 in Bangkok, Thailand, correct?
Objection, lack of foundation, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
In Bangkok, Thailand, so before the train ride.
Correct, before the train ride, because you didn't get on the train ride till the 25th, is that right?
Somewhere in that area, I guess.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd ask for permission to publish this to the jury.
If it's just the photographs, we have no
All
objection.
right, you want to redact the, just have the photographs in it?
Sure. We'll do 1905.
5, just with redaction. Sure, it'll be fine.
I remember seeing a full window in a garage so full of flies. It was blacked out. Oh, yeah. No, ain't nothing like that, dude. This is part of living in the country, man. I think I need to cut my grass, too, man, because usually when you cut your grass, it's not. I deal with this problem like once a year, every summer, it seems like, or when it starts to warm up. I smoke this joint, try to pass out. I know, dude, man. It's like I gotta find me a decent plug, bro. Shit's getting ridiculous. Like, I mean, the shit I'm getting my hands on half the time, it's not even top quality. You know, I mean, it's like 50-50. Depends on where I go. You know, I mean, the dude who I know that's always got the best of the best, and he's got everything, man. You can go over there and get acid, shrooms, fucking edibles. You know, it's like a damn pharmacy, man. But his house, bro, I don't know, man. You go over there and there's like 20, 30 people in his yard. You know, he's like back to back to back to back traffic. I ain't trying to pull in there and pull out and get pulled over.
Thank you, Michelle.
It's too much pulling, you know. I cannot wait for this shit to get legal around here.
Scroll down.
I don't care if I got to pay extra taxes or not. I'd rather do it, knowing I'm gonna have something good. Homegrown is better than government
Mr. Depp,
weed.
in these pictures that were taken,
But the
before you
homegrown I can
got
get.
on the train ride for your honeymoon,
Homegrown
where you
around here
claimed that
tastes
Miss
like
Heard
grass
hit
out the
you and gave
yard.
you a black eye. You have the exact same shadow or sunburn or mark under your left eye. The exact same mark, don't you?
Yeah, too much pulling.
That's the when you get a side light, you see the occipital bone. So that is the exact area.
Yep. And it's actually
a side light will cause that.
Yeah, well,
as
the picture's not being taken from the side, is it? It's being taken head on, isn't it?
No. The lens in front.
Yep.
The light on the side.
Right.
Will cause that occipital bone, I believe it's called, to.
I mean, he's not a.
You're sunken.
Just like lights on the side of a train.
He's not a photographer or a damn.
Calls for speculation.
You can take that down, Michelle.
That was
Doctor,
in fact in the dark. I had a chef, I had people on either side of me, so I don't see where the light fill is from the side there.
Mr. Depp, you can wait for the next question. Next question.
Next question. Even the picture your team chose to show you on that train isn't accurate, is it? Let's pull up.
Objection calls for speculation.
Let's pull up exhibit 1859, please.
Right, and I mean, if it ever becomes like federally recognized, can you imagine?
No, Your Honor.
You know, people with insurance can do. You know, all you gotta do is pay a deductible.
Mr. Depp, this is
That'd be a blessing.
the same picture.
But one step at a time. Let's take the legalized, the state legalized first, and then pray for the federal down the road.
That looks like my face has been, the eyes have been photoshopped.
Oh, okay. So this post from the Eastern and Oriental Express's Facebook page, you're saying that that's photoshopped?
Is that from their page? I would, sure, why wouldn't they?
Let's pull them up side by side, please. Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of this exhibit. We can just have the pictures. We don't need the.
Any objection to the picture?
Objection, lack of foundation, lack of authentication.
Wow.
Is that you in the photo, Mr. Depp?
It is me, but it's clearly.
Your Honor, I'd move to strike anything after that, first of all, and would ask for admission of this photograph.
All right, just a photograph?
Yep.
Are you gonna?
We maintain our lack of authentication, lack of foundation.
All right, over objection, I'll allow 1859.
Thank you, Your Honor. Michelle, could I please get you to?
You need to redact it first.
We actually have one. It's that will admit or ask to be admitted as 1858. That is just the picture.
I already have 18.
Okay, so we'll call this 1859 then.
Mm-hmm.
This is 1859.
Yeah, we just need to.
Okay.
We'll fix that exhibit sticker on the bottom and get you that correct 1859.
1859.
And Michelle, what I'd like to ask you to do, please, is to put the picture displayed as 1859, just was admitted into evidence, next to PX 162 that was shown to Mr. Depp this morning.
Okay, you can pop those, are both in evidence.
Can you try to make them the same size, please? This is the exact same picture, isn't it, Mr. Depp?
With radically different quality.
Yeah, I mean, somebody just darkened the tone of the lighting.
How do you know I wasn't done?
My question, sir. Thank you. Appreciate it.
You're very welcome.
These two right here, bro. I bet they'll end up being buddies afterwards.
Mr. Depp, you had that, whatever mark it is, whether it's a sunburn, whether it's a shadow, whether it's the light reflecting, you had that same mark on your eye before you got on that train.
Well, it's pretty difficult to get a sunburn on a train. And in
let's
the
go to
photographs with the child, I don't look particularly sunburned. Can we see those again?
Let's pull up exhibit Actually, no, let's talk
2.5
about Australia. For
ounces a month for flour.
You testified that you've never done ecstasy more than a handful of times.
14,000 milligram edibles. God damn, Perry, I'm about to come down and hang out for the
You heard
weekend.
Ms. Heard's testimony. You've been
I
sitting
need to
underneath
get me a
lookout.
card.
You
I
heard her
know,
testimony.
bro.
And you heard her. You didn't hear her say you ingested 8 to 10 all at once. She said
And
she
if
came
you
down
go
after being apart from
to
you for some time, and
Trulieve
there were 8 to 10 gone from the bag.
50% off
Objection
first
form
order.
compound.
Where's that at? Can I go to that spot? Let me know.
Also heard Ms. Heard say I reached into a bag and poured a bunch of MDMA down my mouth.
Correct. That's right. She
A
didn't say you poured
handful.
10 at one time, did she?
No, she said a handful.
Okay.
Which is more than 10, I believe.
Okay, the fact is, Mr. Depp, you were asking for ecstasy. You who have only done it 6 times in your life.
Oh,
you were
ecstasy?
asking
Oh,
for ecstasy
dude,
and
I
cocaine
ate.
within minutes
Well,
of
I'm
being
about to
admitted
say,
to the
I
hospital.
ate 10,
after
15
suffering
pills of
injury.
ecstasy in one night, easy.
Objection compound.
And that's crazy,
I don't
honestly.
recall that I was.
Let's
But
pull
like,
any drugs.
you start to
let's
get to the
pull up
point where you
a
can't even
plaintiff
feel the
code
effects, or you think you
393,
can't feel the
please.
effects. So you're like,
You just said you don't
you know,
recall
cramming another one down your throat.
No, I don't, but I do recall being in
Bro, I
great
think I had a
great
threesome, a
distress,
foursome,
so
shit. I might even
Okay.
had a fivesome,
I
whatever.
could ask for
It's
some
like
there as well.
Okay.
I used to have
So
strippers
this
staying
has
at my
been-
house
this
on
has
the
been admitted,
regular.
Your Honor.
This is an evidence, okay? Publish.
So I always got to strap up though. Can't go in there raw, dog.
And if you can blow up the text, please, Michelle.
Blow up the text,
In this
Michelle.
text message, Mr. Depp, you were, after you suffered your finger injury, you just testified you don't recall asking for any drugs. You're texting Nathan Holmes, your personal assistant, need more whitey stuff ASAP, brother man, and the e-business. Now, we went over this in your cross-examination, didn't we?
I could never text that on
If
him.
you say so, sir.
And whitey stuff is cocaine,
Yeah,
I would say.
and the e-business is ecstasy.
all right.
You already
Yeah,
testified.
quite likely, yes.
Okay.
So
You
I
can take that
didn't
down.
recall that.
Thank you.
But,
Can you pull up exhibit 1817, please? This is
Ain't that whitey stuff?
an
Anybody got any that
picture
whitey
you were
stuff?
shown
Asking for a friend.
this morning, Mr. Depp.
yes.
And you kind of made some illustrations on the picture and gave your account of what you see here. Mr. Depp, you testified previously that the vodka bottle that you allege cut off your finger was a handle of vodka, correct?
Yes.
You've already
the
testified to that,
second
correct?
bottle, there was a handle on that bottle,
Right.
yes.
This bottle, whatever it is, to the extent it's glass at all, that's in the corner of this room, that's not a handle of vodka.
Objection calls for speculation.
I think you'll find that I said two bottles.
It's still here, Your Honor.
Well,
That's
actually,
wrong.
what you testified to this morning, Mr. Depp, was that the bottle in the corner was the handle. And there is no other bottle in the picture, is there?
I swear, I think she
No,
did a
that's not
bump.
what I testified. I testified that, may I touch the
Tampa
screen?
been flooded
Yes.
with white girl last few months. Shit, it's all fucking dog food around here, bro.
This?
Or heroin
This is
for.
glass.
Yep. And that's
Okay.
not a handle. Neither of those.
But
are
it hasn't
handles
really
of
gotten.
It's that.
I don't think it's
big, broken. The handles up the top.
I don't think it's as bad as like Baltimore. Baltimore is on another level when it comes to
vodka.
heroin.
And none, if you combine all that glass on the floor, that doesn't make up the amount of glass in a handle of vodka, does it?
Objection calls
Yeah,
for
Florida, hell, y'all right near
I'm
the
not
damn
gonna
docks.
do
Y'all got that good shit coming from Colombia and shit.
Objection, next question.
There is no picture of a handle of vodka broken on that floor, is there, Mr. Depp?
No, I don't see it. I see glass under this chair here.
Okay. Well, you testified this morning that you did see it, so it's good to get that clarification. Let's move
No, I
on,
didn't
please.
say I saw a handle.
You also testified this morning that
He just tried to cut him off like he
and I
got
wanna
him
get
in
this-
something.
I want to make sure that we're on the same page here. You
I don't think we will
testified
be.
earlier this morning that there was no phone in the
He said,
bar
"I don't
area
think we will
downstairs."
be.
Is that what you testified to?
I don't recall a phone in the bar area.
Okay.
I don't
Objection,
recall,
hearsay.
I don't recall a Bakelite phone in the bar area.
Yeah,
where I-
Camille isn't here
Okay.
today. I don't think. I don't
Let's
see her.
pull up, Michelle, please, UK day 3, page 421. Mr. Depp, we've done this drill before. This is your testimony from the UK, correct?
Can I please have,
It's this. We don't have copies for everyone. It's on the screen.
Your
right
Honor,
there.
may I please, I would like to have what he's, the testimony of the
Here,
witness.
you can have my copy.
He's like, here, you can have my copy.
Mr. Depp, you remember giving testimony in the UK trial for several days, correct?
Okay, so, yeah, okay, here.
Yeah.
So I do remember a telephone in the bar area, and this
You know,
telephone you picked up was made of Bakelite.
This is my turn to do this, Mr. Depp.
I'm sorry.
On page 421, line 19, you were asked
Oh
a
my
question,
God.
and this telephone that you picked up was made of, I'm sorry, I'm going to go up line 15. Question, at one stage when you were in the kitchen screaming at Ms. Heard, you picked up a wall-mounted telephone. Do you remember a telephone in the kitchen? Answer, no ma'am, I remember a telephone in the bar area. Question, and this telephone that you picked up was made of Bakelite. Do you know what I mean by that? A retro telephone, wall-mounted but retro. Answer, it was a wall-mounted telephone, but it was not Bakelite. It was a modern phone. It was plastic. Question, a phone that was a wall-mounted phone that was picked up. Can you scroll down, please? Question, a phone that was a wall-mounted phone that was picked up by you, held in your right hand, and you were repeatedly smashing it against the wall in your right hand. Answer, that is possible. But I do not, if that is the case, I do not believe I spent very much time on the phone. I remember ripping the phone off the wall. That was your testimony, correct?
It seems it would be yes.
Thank you. Answer my question. Thank you. Mr. Depp, you've claimed before, you've said, if I'm angry and I've got to lash out or hit somebody, I'm going to do it. And I don't care what the repercussions are. Anger doesn't pay rent. It's got to go. It's got to be evicted. You've said that before, haven't you?
Have you a quote from me somewhere saying that?
It's my question to you. You've said that before, haven't you? Well, actually, let's refresh your recollection.
If you ain't got no
Can you
record
pull
of
up,
me saying that shit,
it goes to
I'm gonna go with no.
Possibly about paparazzis.
Mr. Depp, you see the picture of you on the lower left.
Yes.
Appears to be shirtless and wearing a crown, I believe. You see the long paragraph above that that starts with "in the Mark Hotel."
Yes.
You see that?
Yes,
At the bottom of that, does this refresh your recollection that you said, "I have a lot of love inside me and a lot of anger inside me as well. If I love somebody, then I'm going to love them. If I'm angry and I've got to lash out or hit somebody, I'm going to do it. And I don't care what the repercussions are. Anger doesn't pay rent. It's got to go. It's got to be evicted." Did I read that right?
You did read that right, yes.
Thank you. You can take that down, Michelle, please. Now, Mr. Depp, you've also claimed that you've said before that if you want to be with a woman sexually, that she is rightfully yours, haven't you?
Could you repeat that?
And you've also said that with
Could you repeat that, please?
Yeah, that if you want to be with a woman sexually, that she is
Oh boy's just in the zone. He ain't hearing shit.
That's ludicrous.
You've also said that with respect to women that you want to be with, you've remarked, "I need, I want, I take," haven't you?
Equally as ludicrous, no.
Can you pull up TX 883, please?
They gonna pull out proof he said that shit.
Pull it with you like I never said those words. There's not enough hubris in me to say anything like that.
883?
883, Your Honor.
It's not,
TX
is it
It
evident?
is not admitted yet.
Okay, 883.
He said
Mr.
that's not a
Depp,
hubris in the
These are
world.
text messages from you to Stephen Deuters on February 22nd, 2017, correct?
This looks nothing like me. You might have mistaken.
Mr. Depp, we can show the full unredacted. You've looked at a number of text messages in this case, and the words "him" as the identifier, that's you, correct? In every text message we've seen in this case.
Yeah, sure. It still doesn't mean it hasn't been screwed with. That's not anything that I've ever said or written.
You want to see the whole thing unredacted? We can look at that too.
No, because you could have typed it up last night. No.
Yeah. I can assure you I didn't type it up last night, Mr. Depp. Your Honor, I move for the admission of Exhibit 883.
All right, any objection?
Oh wow, so this guy actually
Objection
got
on
some.
relevance grounds, Your
He's
Honor.
got a bone, y'all.
Approach from
He's a
us.
dog with a bone. Yeah, shit, that don't mean nothing. Or does it? My dog stepped on a bee.
My dog stepped on a bee.
Objection, relevance.
I like the little bee. The little bee comes in, objection, relevance. Have you seen the videos these kids are doing on like TikTok or something? Like these little kids, they're doing the I guess my dog stepped on a bee, and then they're like mixing it with some kind of crap coat. I gotta go home and pee. Somebody ate me with a bee. And some, just giving like mixing the words up and making that little crazy face at me.
Hey, where are the white women at?
Hey, where's my... I fucking love it, dude. I'm gonna keep that in the repertoire. My repertoire. The lyrics are crazy. I hate when creativity is
883 and evidence
suppressed.
as redacted.
Thank you. Mr. Depp,
Right.
you're aware that these are text messages. You can see the bottom right where it says Depp and then it has a number, 8129. Those are produced by you in this litigation.
Hey, where the
You
white
understand
women
that, right?
at?
I understand that, sir.
All right.
Asking
Michelle,
for a
could you please-
friend.
Let's take a look at the top text first. Mr. Depp, on February 22nd, 2017, you texted Mr. Duders, right, exactly. Molly's pussy is rightfully mine. Should I not just bust in and remove its hinges tonight?
God damn.
Did I read that right?
Bro, I
And the one beneath that,
know a couple
you
of people that
say,
talk like
I
that.
want to change her understanding of what it is like to be thrashed about like a pleading mackerel.
Bro.
And in all caps, you write, I need, I want, I take. Did I read that right?
I fucks with Johnny on that.
Right.
Yeah.
But I did not write that.
Whoever wrote it needs
Perhaps
to.
someone
You
else
wrote
had
every
my
other
phone.
text that you produced that came from you in this litigation, didn't you?
Not necessarily. Sometimes you give your phone to people and they
Now,
text
when you
from
got
it.
off that plane
Excuse me?
from Boston,
I'm sorry?
when you got off the plane from Boston, you knew Miss Heard was angry with you, didn't you?
It was pretty much a given.
Objection, calls for speculation.
And
There we go.
you understood her to be angry, right?
She was always angry, yes.
And you asked Mr. Duders, same person, you can take this down, Michelle, please, thank you. Same person that you texted in that last exhibit. You asked Mr. Duders.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you something. Whoever
communicate
wrote
with him
that,
on your behalf,
I want them to write my eulogy.
I don't know what you're talking
when I
about.
pass
You're
away.
about to explain.
You asked Mr. Duders to communicate with Miss Heard by text to speak to her about the incident.
I can't believe
correct?
26 doesn't have
About
10K
What
subs.
incident?
To speak to her about the plane flight.
The plane plane?
Yeah, it'll never happen, but yeah, wishful thinking. I appreciate that.
So you're saying that I influenced Mr. Duders. I told him that he had to write this, and I had told him that he had to write
Shit,
that.
the last testimony
No,
we
it
watched,
wasn't
the
uncommon for Mr.
this
Duders
last
to
week,
text
Amber Heard's
to
testimony.
Communicate with Miss Heard on your
That
behalf.
7-hour testimony, I had to
calls for
take that,
speculation.
delete that shit because they gave me a
He was your
copyright,
personal assistant. Mr. Duders was your personal assistant.
a
correct?
block
I had
for
two
that
personal assistants
talk show that they
at
showed
the time.
Amber Heard
He
on.
was one of them, right?
I'm like, y'all could have just let me clip that section
Yeah,
out. Why y'all
Mr.
had to
Duders was one of them, yes, sir.
block the whole
Right,
damn video?
And it wasn't uncommon for you to ask Mr. Duders to communicate with Miss Heard on your behalf, correct?
It wasn't uncommon for any of them to communicate with Miss Heard on my behalf if I were on set or unavailable or any of that.
Or if Miss Heard and you had a fight, you would sometimes have them to communicate with Miss Heard on your behalf, correct?
I think my crew caught on very quickly that
Just a yes or no,
would be
Mr. Depp.
necessary for them to.
No, just a yes or no.
You know,
It was not uncommon.
That's like it's like he's on a murder trial
Yes or no?
because I've had to take a lie detector for a homicide.
Wasn't uncommon
like
for
once.
you to have
And
one of your personal assistants
you
communicate.
know, the
with Ms.
detective
Heard
was
after
real
you
cool,
heard
and then all of a sudden they slapped me up to the
I disagree
machine. They put
because
the
you're
little straps
insinuating
around
that I
me,
had them do it.
and
You
all of a
don't
sudden
know
he
that.
starts getting aggressive with
After
the
the
questions,
Boston
and it
Plains
had to
fight,
be,
you
which
had
with a
Mr.
lie
Beavers
detector, it has to be a yes or
communicate
no.
with Ms. Heard.
But the thing
Correct.
about some of the questions he
When
was
I'm asked
asking
what to
me,
do, I
it
simply
wasn't
play
like
case
it wasn't a
or
solid
case
yes or no
like you.
answer. It was like,
And
you know,
you
it was like in
told
between.
him,
It had to go. You
send her
know, I
whatever
can't remember what the
message you need
questions
to
were,
send,
but
I'm
like a
sorry.
I do
I'm
remember that
sorry.
part.
It feels bad, yes, because any other answer, you know, it would turn into World War III.
Okay. Can you pull up Exhibit 229, please?
But then again, you know, they want to make the shit short as possible, either make them look bad. I don't know.
Your Honor, I
I'm not a lawyer.
think you know where I'm going here, and based on Mr. Depp's testimony, I'd ask move for the admission of Exhibit 229.
Your Honor, can we please approach?
Sure.
This guy here, he's like a dog with a bone. It's pure poetry. Right. Where the white women at?
Hey, where are the white women at? Told you that bitch crazy.
Mr. Depp, you were pretty angry after Ms. Heard got her temporary restraining order, weren't you?
Angry. I was, more than anything, I was hurt.
And you testified earlier this morning, you claimed that you somehow were responsible for her getting the role with Warner Brothers, correct? That's what you testified to this morning. You also tried to get her fired from Aquaman, didn't you? After the temporary restraining order.
Which question would you like me to handle first?
Just one question, sir. You tried to get her fired from the Aquaman after the temporary restraining order, didn't you?
Well, what is related to the story about me getting
It just
her?
yes or no, Mr. Depp. I
So
didn't
life
ask
does
what
not come
related,
down to
what
yes or
story
no at all
related to.
times. I can't please you with a yes or a no
See?
every single time.
It's a yes
Told
or no
you.
question, Mr. Depp. You tried
Is
to get
in
All right, let's pull up
bed. Oh
Exhibit
shit, baby
821.
ice. Baby ice, where the white women at?
Hey, where are the
Mr.
white
Depp,
women
this-
at?
Fired?
This is a text message that you had with your sister, Chrissy Dombrowski. She was the first witness in this case, right?
Oh,
doesn't work
fucking
with
love
Warner
it.
Brothers.
She-
You can't fire Amber.
This is a text message you had with her on June 4th, 2016.
It's still hearsay, Your Honor.
June 12th. Yes.
I like Joey
Honor,
Bag's
move
comment on
for
that
the
shit
admission
earlier.
of
She
Exhibit
probably did it just to
821
prove
is
she could
redacted.
snort
Any
something
objection?
in front of millions of people or some shit like that. What was it,
We would
Joey?
object on relevance grounds, Your Honor.
I'll overrule that objection. 821 in evidence.
And on June 4th, 2016, Mr. Depp, you texted your sister, I want her replaced on that WB film. Did I read that right?
You did.
Her is referring to Amber, right?
That's correct.
And WB is Warner Brothers, correct?
Again, correct. Yes.
And then
Wow, he affected
after
her
You
career.
sent this text to your sister following the temporary restraining order. You reached out to Guy Silverstein to have him fire Amber, correct?
Who?
It's Greg Silverstein, I'm sorry.
I don't recall reaching out to Greg Silverstein.
You reached out to Sue Crawl to get him to
Particularly.
fire Miss Heard, right?
I had vetted Miss Heard. And I had vetted Miss Heard.
Mr. Depp, you got your chance
Warner
to speak
Brothers
this morning. Your Honor,
Warner
ask-
Brothers
Sorry.
had two franchises.
Mr. Depp, if you could just answer the question, sir. Right, next question.
You reached out to Greg Silverstein to get him to try to get Amber fired from Aquaman, didn't you?
I
Asked and
reached-
answered.
Excuse me.
Asked and answered.
It's a yes or no question that he hasn't answered, yes or no.
All right.
Yes or no, sir? You reached out to Greg Silverstein to try to get Amber fired from Aquaman.
Second half of your question is wrong, sir.
You
I
reached out to Sue
them
Kroll.
because I vetted her.
No, Mr. Depp. You reached out to Sue
What
Kroll
would you
to
like?
get
I
her
don't care.
to try to get her to help you get Amber fired from Aquaman, didn't you?
No.
And you reached out to Kevin Sujihara to try to get him to help you get Amber fired from Aquaman, didn't you?
No.
Can you pull up Exhibit 857, please? Mr. Depp, this is a text message that you sent to Christian Carino on August 15th, 2016, correct?
This is already in evidence, correct?
Parts of it are.
Oh, so not this.
Not this
Well,
version.
this can't be 857 then, don't.
850. Sorry.
Mr. Unbur, you can't do this to me.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Understood. We'll call it 857A.
Okay. All right. Yes, sir. Thank you.
My apologies, Your Honor.
I just seen a
Mr. Depp, you
post
sent
on
this text to Christian
Instagram
Carino
how they
on,
made
August
improvements to the
15th.
She-Hulk
Certainly did.
CGI on Disney Plus.
And in this text, that
And
you
I'm
sent
like, why
to
can't y'all
Chris- you know,
fix the
Christian
Grand
Carino is the
Inquisitor's
person who
face
used
now?
to be Amber's agent and then was your agent.
Why the
for
hell
a
I
time,
keep
correct?
getting damn advertisements on damn every post on Twitter?
That is correct.
And in this text, Your Honor, permission to publish, please.
You want to put it in evidence
Yeah.
first?
Move for admission of
Any
857A.
I heard that.
objection?
No objection.
All right, 857A, as redacted, will be in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor.
She's
In
begging
this
for
text,
total
Mr. Depp, you
global
said, she's
humiliation.
begging for total global humiliation. She's going to get it.
Chicks about San Francisco,
I'm
brother.
going to need your text about San
Even
Francisco,
started.
brother. I'm even sorry to ask, but
Oh
she
my
sucked
God.
Mollusk's crooked dick, and he gave her some shitty lawyers. I have no mercy, no fear.
They did give her
not
some
an
shitty
ounce of
lawyers.
emotion, or what I once thought was love for this gold-digging, low-level, dime-a-dozen, mushy, pointless, dangling, overused, flapping
Damn!
I'm so fucking happy she wants to go to fight this out.
Oh my
She will hit the
God! I
wall
gotta
hard,
wait. Can I
and I
timestamp
cannot wait
this?
to have this waste of a cum guzzler out of my
Oh
way.
my God!
I met a fucking
Oh,
sublime little Russian
shit.
here, which made me realize the time I blew
Oh
at 50
my
Cent
God!
stripper.
That had to
I
hurt.
wouldn't touch her with a goddamn glove. I can only hope that karma kicks in and takes the gift of breath from her. Sorry, man, but now
Oh
I will
shit!
stop at nothing.
Can y'all please
Let's see if
timestamp
Mollusk
this,
has
man?
a
Because
prayer.
I got to
Come
go
see
back
me
and
face to
find. Wait, I
face.
got it. I got it.
I'll show him things he's never seen before.
5
Like
hours
the other
and
side of his
20
dick when I
minutes,
slice it
basically.
off.
5 hours and
Did I
20
read that
minutes.
right?
I need
You
that.
did.
Now, not
Oh
long
shit!
after
I gotta
this-
have that as an intro. I gotta convert that
Not long
somehow
after
to a
this,
fucking
you
intro.
met Mr. Waldman.
Might be a
in the
little
late summer
long.
or fall of 2016.
Yeah, it
correct?
might be a little longer than my normal
Yeah,
intro, man. But that's
September,
just got.
October, somewhere in there, whatever.
And he's been your attorney since then, correct?
Oh
Yes, sir.
shit, that was
And
good.
you met with him,
Oh, poetry,
with
man. Straight up
the
poetry.
Daily Mail in London in February 2020, didn't you?
I'm sorry, again?
You and Mr. Waldman together met with the Daily Mail in London in February 2020, didn't you?
Are you asking me a question about my attorney and I?
Yeah, that you two met with people from the Daily Mail in London in February 2020.
Was that during the London trial?
No,
No?
in February.
I don't recall it, though.
Okay.
I don't.
To the extent Mr. Waldman testified that you did, you don't dispute that, correct?
I just don't recall it.
Okay. You don't disagree with Mr. Waldman's testimony that you
Lies.
and he met with people from the Daily Mail in London in February 2020, correct?
If that's Mr. Waldman's testimony, then.
Okay.
But I
Oh,
just
that was
didn't
good,
necessarily
dude.
know who these people were,
Right.
I guess.
The same month that the Daily Mail released alleged tapes between you and Amber.
Objection
Correct.
calls for speculation, lack of
Alleged-
personal knowledge.
Alleged
I'll sustain
tape.
the objection. Next question.
Now, Mr. Depp, you testified,
Oh,
and I wrote it
man.
down. before
What a
lunch. You
guzzler.
said- Ms. Myers asked you something about, how
You
does
sick
it feel
guy.
to make you, or how does it feel to be here? You said, I've been living with it for 6 years. and waiting to be
I know,
able to
right?
get the tooth out.
I can I
Remember
can
saying
do
that?
it. I can do it.
You
Hold
also
on a
said,
second. I think I know where it was. It was
I've
about
spoken about for
5:20.
what I've been carrying on my
Hold on a second. This is about it.
on August 15th.
This should be about
2016,
it.
correct?
This is already in evidence, correct? Or is it 857
Parts
now?
of it are,
Oh, so not this.
not this
Well,
version.
this can't be
Let's see.
857 then, don't.
850. Sorry.
Mr. Roddenberry, you can't
I
do
believe
this.
this was it.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Understood.
Or-
We'll call it 857.
Or do I need to go back a little bit further?
Okay. All right. Yes, sir. Thank you.
My apologies, Your Honor. Mr. Depp, you sent this text to Christian Carino on it, August 15th.
I most certainly did.
Okay. And in this text that you sent to Christian Carino is the person, it's a yes or no question, Mr. Depp. You tried to get Ms. Heard fired, didn't you?
Answer's no.
All right, let's pull up.
Here we go. Here we go.
Exhibit 821.
This is it. Not too far. I knew I was gonna be about right. All right, guys. This is the cherry on top of the cheesecake. If you eat that shit, I don't mess with cheesecake.
Mr. Depp, is this fired? This is a text message that you had with your sister, Christy Dombrowski. She's the first witness in this case, right?
She doesn't work at Warner Brothers. She can't fire Amber.
Yeah. This is a text message you had with her on June 4th, 2016, isn't it?
June 4th, yes.
Your Honor, move for the admission of Exhibit 821 as redacted.
Any objection?
We would object on relevance grounds, Your Honor.
I'll overrule that objection. 821 in evidence.
And on June 4th, 2016,
Should be in
Mr.
here
Depp,
somewhere.
you
Here we go.
texted your sister, I want her replaced on that WB film. Did I read that right?
You did.
Her is referring to Amber, right?
That's correct.
And WB is Warner Brothers, correct?
Again, correct, yes.
And then after you sent this text to your sister,
All right.
following the temporary restraining order, you reached out.
I got this
to
shit
Guy
set for
Silverstein
screen
to
record
have
just
him
right about
fired,
now.
Correct?
Who?
It's Greg Silverstein. I'm sorry.
I don't recall reaching out to Greg Silverstein.
You reached out to Sue Crawl to get him to
Particularly.
fire Miss Heard, right?
I had vetted Miss Heard. And I had vetted Miss Heard.
Mr. Depp, you got your chance
Warner
to speak this morning.
Brothers
Your Honor,
had,
I'd
Warner
ask
Brothers
you-
had two franchises.
Mr. Depp, if you could just answer the question, sir. All right, next question.
You reached out to Greg Silverstein to get him to try to get Amber fired from Aquaman, didn't you?
Right.
Excuse me.
Asked and answered.
It's a yes or no question that he hasn't answered. Yes or no?
All right.
Yes or no, sir? You reached out to Greg Silverstein to try to get Amber fired from Aquaman.
Second half of your question is wrong, sir.
You
I
reached out to Sue
them
Crawl.
because I vetted her.
No, Mr. Depp. You reached out to Sue
What
Crawl
you
to
like,
get
I
her
don't care.
to try to get her to help you get Amber fired from Aquaman, didn't you?
No.
And you reached out to Kevin Sujihara to try to get him to help you get Amber fired from Aquaman, didn't you?
No.
Can you pull up Exhibit 857?
All right, please let this be it.
Mr. Depp, this is a text message that you sent to Christian Carino on August 15th, 2016, correct?
This is already in evidence, correct? Or is it 857
Parts
now?
of it are,
Oh, so not this.
not this
Well,
version.
this can't be 857 then. Don't.
850, sorry.
Mr. Roddenberry, you can't do this.
Oh wait, I went back way too
I'm
far.
sorry, Your Honor. Understood.
Yeah, I was at the
We'll-
right
we'll
spot
call it
last time.
57.
Shit. Thought it was. This time is weird. I thought it would have been like 5:24 somewhere on there, but it's right around.
My apologies, Your Honor.
Clip it. I am. I got it ready.
Mr. Depp, you sent this text to Christian Carino on it, August 15th.
I think it probably would have been better, but him reading it, Johnny
And
reading it,
in this text that
it
you
got
sent
read.
to
I feel like if
Now,
Johnny would have read it,
Carino is the
this
person
guy
who
reading
used
this
to
is
be
more
Amber's
hilarious.
agent and then was your agent for a time, correct?
That is correct.
And in this text, Your Honor, permission to publish, please.
Do you want to put it in
Here we go.
evidence
Yeah,
first?
move for admission of
Any
857A.
objection?
No objection.
All right, 857A, as redacted, will be in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. And in this text, Mr. Depp, You said, she's begging for total global humiliation. She's going to get it. I'm going to need your texts about San Francisco, brother. I'm even sorry to ask, but she sucked Mollusk's crooked dick and he gave her some shitty lawyers.
Ain't that
I
the
have no
damn truth?
mercy, no fear, and not an ounce of emotion or what I once thought was love for this gold-digging, low-level,
dime a dozen, mushy, pointless, dangling, overused, flappy fish market.
I'm so fucking happy she wants to go to fight this out. She will hit the wall hard. And I cannot wait to have this waste of a cum guzzler out of my life. I met a fucking sublime little Russian here, which made me realize the time I blew on that 50-cent stripper. I wouldn't touch her with a goddamn glove. I can only hope that karma kicks in and takes the gift of breath from her. Sorry, man, but now I will stop at nothing. Let's see if Mollusk has a pair. Come see me face to face. I'll show him things he's never seen before, like the other side of his dick when I slice it off. Did I read that right?
Oh shit, dude! I fucked up. Hit the damn. Oh my god! I think I went back perfectly.
I'm in total shock that this has happened.
Excuse me?
Asked and answered. Or excuse me, who was conducting that off? Get the load off.
I apologize, guys. I got too cocky there. There we go.
Level, dime a dozen, mushy, pointless, dangling, overused, flappy fish market. I'm so fucking happy she wants to go to fight this out. She will hit the wall hard. And I cannot wait to have this waste of a cum guzzler out of my life. I met a fucking sublime little Russian here, which made me realize the time I blew on that 50-cent stripper. I wouldn't touch her with a goddamn glove. I can only hope that karma kicks in and takes the gift of breath from her. Sorry, man, but now I will stop at nothing. Let's see if Mollusk has a pair. Come see me face to face. I'll show him things he's never seen before.
Sorry, I went back a little too far, guys, but
I slice it off. Did I read that right?
You did.
Got to hear a little bit more once more, but yeah, it was an accident.
Not long.
I couldn't help it, man.
You can take that down, Michelle. Thank you. Not long after this, Mr.
Oh my god,
in the late summer or fall.
He is more creative than. That is poetry, bro. I don't know. That was like he gave her. Did you see the look on her face, man? She was like, "Oh, fuck."
And you met with him with the Daily Mail in London in February 2020, didn't you?
I'm sorry, again?
You and Mr. Waldman together met with the Daily Mail in London in February 2020, didn't you?
Are you asking me a question about my attorney and I?
Yeah, that you two met with people from the Daily Mail in London in February 2020.
Was that during the London trial?
No.
No?
No, in February.
I don't recall it, though.
Okay. To the extent Mr. Waldman testified that you did, you don't dispute that, correct?
I just don't recall it.
Okay. You don't disagree with Mr. Waldman's testimony that you and he met with people from the Daily Mail in London in February 2020, correct?
If that's Mr. Waldman's testimony, then. Okay. But I just didn't necessarily know who these people were.
Right. The same month that the Daily Mail released alleged tapes between you and Amber.
Objection
correct?
calls for speculation, lack of personal knowledge.
Alleged
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Now, Mr. Depp, you testified, and I wrote it down before lunch. You said, when Ms. Myers asked you something about, how does it feel to make you, or how does it feel to be here? You said, I've been living with it for 6 years and waiting to be able to get the truth out. Remember saying that?
Yes.
You also said, I've spoken up for what I've been carrying on my back. Something to that effect. You remember saying that?
Yes.
And you've claimed several times in this proceeding, Mr. Depp, that this trial is your first chance to tell your story, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
But that's just not true, is it, Mr. Depp? That's not true.
No, for me, it is true.
Okay, well, here's the thing. The fact is, Mr. Depp, when Dan Wooten wrote an article that was published in The Sun calling you a wife beater, you brought a lawsuit against The Sun in June of 2018, correct?
Yes, I brought
And that was 6 months before Miss Heard ever wrote her op-ed, correct?
I don't know.
And in the summer of 2020, there was a several-week trial in London against The Sun, correct?
Ms. Heard was not a party to that trial, was she?
Not my question, Mr. Depp. In the article that The Sun wrote that you sued over, you sued for Mr. Wooten calling you a wife beater, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained. Next question.
And in the trial that you subsequently brought, you called a lot of witnesses, right?
I don't know what a lot is. I don't know.
Many people testified on both sides of the trial, correct?
Yes, many people.
And many exhibits were introduced, correct?
Like
Yeah, I got a clip.
And you, just like in this trial, you were on the stand for several
I was
days in
gonna
that
look,
trial,
might be
correct?
blurry as shit on this
Yes,
damn
sir, I was.
iPhone, but
And
yeah.
that trial involved the same
Intro? Nah, I
factual
don't think it's pretty too
issues
long for
that you
intro,
were
but
litigating here,
I'll
which
post
is
that shit to
whether
my
you
YouTube
committed
channel.
domestic
For
abuse
illegal.
against Amber Heard.
Sustain the objection. Next question.
You brought that case against The Sun because you were angry at The Sun for calling you a wife beater, correct? In this text, Mr. Depp, you said she's begging.
Yeah, that's
And you
probably a pretty good reason.
And you went through that trial in London, correct?
I didn't.
Mr. Depp, you've already had a chance to tell your story, haven't you?
No, there
Objection
were
asked and
great
answered.
limitations in the UK trial.
Okay.
No further questions.
All right. Redirect. Thank you.
Mr. Depp, Mr. Rottenborn asked you some questions about the UK trial. Why do you feel that this is the first time that you've actually had an opportunity to tell your story and, as you said, get the load off your back?
As the UK trial was me suing Dan Wooten and The Sun for defamation for calling me a wife beater. The UK have different, well, there are different laws, there are different ways they handle things. There are also limitations in evidence. Some things can be brought up, some things cannot be
Your Honor,
brought
as I
up.
said,
And
it calls
Mr.
for a legal
Rottenborn.
conclusion. He's talking about limitations in evidence in the English.
Your
rules.
Honor, he's talking about his experience testifying.
Overruled.
You'll be okay. Yes, there is a very.
You can tell he's getting frustrated with that lawyer.
Everything is quite boxed in with regard to what can be said, what can be spoken about. So, Ms. Heard provided information to the Sun as their star witness, but the case was not brought against Ms. Heard. It was brought against the Sun newspaper, journal, whatever it is.
Mr. Rottenborn referenced that you were on the stand for multiple days.
4.5, I believe, yes.
Yeah.
Wow.
What was the
Crazy.
nature of that examination? Or excuse me, who was conducting that examination of you?
That's
QC
crazy.
Sasha Was,
And whose attorney was that?
the Sun.
Can we please pull up DX 857A?
All right. It's already in evidence. So you can publish it.
Mr. Depp, do you recall seeing this text message when Mr. Rottenborn was questioning you?
Oh, yes, I do.
Can you explain what you're conveying to Mr. Carino in this text message?
I'm in total shock that this is happening to me, that my entire life on the planet has been brought to the head of a pin with all this completely, utterly false information. So I am, yeah, when you're accused of horrific acts and things that you have not done, when it's actually some very
UK media is scandalous. That's
ugly
how we got Piers
things that are
Morgan and
going out
Simon
there into the
Cowell.
world
Nobody
about
wanted
you
them.
on a non-stop basis by Ms. Heard and her team. You have a tendency as humans to get very, very irate and angry, not to the point where you go out and hurt someone, not to the point even where you assault a cabinet. But you do get irate. You do wonder why this person is doing this to me. So yeah, many things go through your head. And then you've got your family, you've got your kids, you've got your parent. My mom, thankfully, didn't get to read any of this because that would have killed her.
Yeah.
But my father, my family, everyone that I've met, the people that have supported me, suddenly I'm scum. Why? Never had to happen.
Yeah, man. Fuck you, Disney.
One little lie. So yes.
Can't believe I'm saying that. And I'm fucking excited for damn Kenobi.
Could we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 821? Mr. Depp, do you recall seeing this text message when Mr. Rottenborn was asking you questions?
Yes, he loves this one, yes.
Yes. Would you care to explain what you're trying to convey in this text message?
Well, Warner Brothers was about to find themselves in quite a dilemma as the person that they had just cast.
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation as to what Warner Brothers knew or thought.
Didn't I meet with them?
All right. If you could just wait for the question. I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Mr. Depp, without explaining what Warner Brothers felt, why did you send this text message to your sister? And what were, excuse me, strike that. What were you trying to convey to your sister when you sent this text message?
Honestly, I felt responsibility for having gone to those people and painted such a beautiful picture.
Objection. Hearsay, Your Honor. Now he's talking about what he said to Warner Brothers.
Overruled.
Please continue.
Change seats.
So, sorry, you can please continue.
I felt it was my responsibility to get the truth to Warner Brothers about what they were going to end up facing down the line, which is two franchises that would be causing problems for one another, especially as any news, any press, any media that came out about me at that time had been turned into, I was Charles Manson, I was the worst thing on earth, and they just kept coming. It was like a nonstop fire. So my responsibility, after having painted a beautiful picture of her for them, was to tell them, I think you better.
Objection, Your Honor. What he claims he told Warner Brothers or wanted to.
He's saying what he wanted to tell them. He's not saying what he actually told them.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Mr. Depp, you mentioned 2 franchise films with Warner Brothers. What 2 franchise films are you referring to?
There was Aquanet.
Aquanet.
Sorry, Aquaman and Fantastic Beasts, the one that I was in.
And why did you feel a responsibility with respect to those 2 franchise films?
Warner Brothers was starting to get quite upset about some of the things that were being said about me in the press that were constant hit pieces. On one level, yes, it's just acting, it's just movies, but it's business and it's your word. And I had given my word to them, and I felt responsible that I had to tell them exactly what was going on, and that it was going to end up ugly.
And which of those 2 film franchises were you a part of?
I'm sorry?
Which of those 2 film franchises were you a part of?
I was in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, and I was in the Fantastic Beasts: The Crimes of Grindelwald.
Could we please pull up DX 883?
Crazy thing is, I seen that one movie that he was in, but I haven't seen the Harry Potter movies. I think I've seen like the first Harry Potter movie. That's about it, but not the rest of them. I did see that. I don't remember what happens. Well, I kind of do.
No. Mr. Depp, do you
But
recall seeing these?
I don't know what
text
happened, what the
messages
story's all
during
about.
Mr.
I think I just
examination?
watched it, but didn't really know what the hell was going on or the source material.
And you didn't seem to recall these text messages. Is that fair?
It truly is fair. It's not. I'm not.
Do you have any?
Knows. I don't know who Molly is. I don't know nothing about this.
Do you have any understanding of what you're referring to in this text message? Or these 2 text messages?
No.
Right. Well, eventually, what did it say?
If somebody else had borrowed my phone or something and made this text to Stephen, possibly. But I don't understand I don't have that kind of. I don't have that kind of hubris or expectation. That's quite grotesque text.
Can we take that down, please? Can we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1821?
Let me get back to that part they were just showing. There it goes.
Do you recognize this document?
Exactly. Marley's pussy is
behind the bar. Yes.
Okay.
Marley's pussy is rightfully mine.
Mr. Ronborn asked you some questions about whether there was a telephone.
Yes,
in
now
Australia.
I see a telephone there now.
And did you recall that telephone being there?
I don't recall the telephone being there, but
classic move. Yeah, Molly is a drug. Yeah. I know of Molly. I've done Molly once, man, but it is the gateway
Do you recall
drug.
me showing you this text message earlier on?
I feel like pain meds are the gateway drug.
During
Because
your
that shit leads to like heroin and worse drugs.
I think I asked you
I don't know, man.
whether you recall
Definitely ain't
one
marijuana. I
being
can tell you
mounted
that.
on the wall in the
I've
left
never
of this
smoked a
picture.
joint and
Do you
say, "Hey, I
remember
want to
that?
smoke some crack right now."
And what was your answer to that?
No.
I want to shoot up some heroin.
Mr. Depp, Mr. Rottenborn asked you some questions about your honeymoon. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And I believe you had testified that you and Miss Heard were on the Orient Express together.
That's correct, yes.
What a waste
Where
of a
had
trip.
you been prior to being on the Orient Express?
We had been in
Yeah, I've done Molly before.
Australia. And then
But
Made it over to Thailand to catch the.
I think I've done it once. Pretty sure it wasn't nothing more than once.
If we could bring up the plaintiff's exhibit 162 again.
But I tell you, dude, there would be nights like after I had like a bender with a bunch of folks, you know, just hanging out in the fucking house, locked in the house, got the windows all blacked out. So when the sun comes up, you know, we're still kind of in there rolling.
Mr. Depp, do you know who took this picture?
And would have the worst depression after coming off of a ecstasy bender, I guess you could call it.
Despite what Mr. Rottenborn
Worst depression, man. It was
about
just,
the picture of you prior to this.
this shit really
Do you
fucks
see
with you.
a bruise on your face in this picture?
I see like what looks like a pretty decent shiner and a kind of a scratched up nose. Yes.
And do you recall how you got the scratches and the shiner?
There was a very brief freak out that Miss Heard had in our cabin just before this dinner. I can't remember why, but there were many. I remember taking the photograph, though. I mean, I remember being there. I remember meeting.
Yeah. I know it's supposed to affect that thing in part of your brain that gives you like happiness and
quality of
what's it called?
that he showed us is
I forget.
Prettied up.
Ooh, look at there, dude.
Mr. Depp, did you ever?
He looked
physically abuse
fucking
Miss Heard
rough
in your
right there.
Never.
No further questions.
All right, sir, you can have a seat next to your attorneys. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Your next witness. Didn't quite get that, I'm sorry.
Mr. Depp calls Morgan Tremaine.
All right, Morgan Tremaine.
Oh, there goes Camille. Hey, girl. Endorphins. Yeah. That's it. Medulla oblongata. Yeah. Yep. That's it. Yeah, it's like, dude, you riding high that night, man, but the next day, it wasn't like that all the time, but it was days afterwards, man. Oh, this is the guy. Okay. I think after we watch this, we should be pretty good. Yeah, right when I gotta pee again. What is the fucking thing?
Hello?
All right, hold on. Pause it, guys. I'm gonna pause it real quick. Let me hit the restroom. Come right back, and we'll finish this shit out. You know. Also, man, I do need to know.
Hey, where are the white women at?
Hey, where's my dukes? All right, here we go. I'm back. Hey, fucking damn, my hands are still wet. Shit. Dry them off on my shirt.
State your full name for the record.
It's a good thing about living out in the country, man.
And what do you do for a living?
I produce esports events and design video games.
And in
Still in bed.
2016, what did you do for a living?
I worked as the field assignment manager at TMZ.
What is TMZ?
TMZ is an entertainment news website and television show.
It's a gossip column.
And what were your responsibilities as a field assignment manager for TMZ?
I was the go-between the news desk in the office and the reporters in the field, which you might know as paparazzi.
Approximately how many paparazzis were you in charge of?
At the time, it was about 20 in LA, a handful, maybe 3 in New York, and then 1 in DC.
And what were your responsibilities specifically as to the paparazzi?
It would be to dispatch paparazzi to various locations based on tips or just direction dictated by having a list of sort of hotspots where celebrities would be.
And how were those tips received?
They were received either through tips that we received through our tip line or directly through news producers in the office.
And were tips frequently received directly from sources?
Very often the case, yeah.
And who were the type of sources that TMC received tips from?
They would receive tips from, oftentimes it would be publicists, managers, agents, or B-list celebrities.
Lawyers?
And lawyers, definitely.
How are tips verified?
Tips are verified by an extensive process. If they come in through our tip line, we have to verify who sent it, that
This
they
is what the
that
whole outside
source is
party
truthful,
arguments were
and so they
about.
have to add their contact information.
Oh,
which
okay.
is a field in that on that website for like name, phone number, things like that.
And how long did that process typically take?
If we receive a tip through the tip line,
Eating,
it would take a while because that would need to be, if it was a tip, we would need to verify it. If it was media,
I fucking
like
love
or
this shit,
videos,
dude.
that would need to be extensively
It's got a lot of
verified
vitamins,
to
man. I
ensure
mean,
that the person
it's
sending
got the
it
cinnamon in
is
it.
the copyright
I'm out of milk
holder
right now, but
and that
hey,
they
I
have
can eat this stuff
the
straight out the
ability
box.
to
It's good.
air it and
Like
distribute.
good.
And while working for
Snacks-wise.
TMZ, were you involved in any assignments related to Ms. Heard?
I was.
What was the first time you recall working on an assignment related to Ms. Heard?
I believe
Got
it
little
was May
granolas and little like
27th,
oats in there and
2016.
shit.
And what was your role in that assignment?
For that, Ms. Heard was filing a restraining order at a courthouse in downtown Los Angeles. So I dispatched camera people to that location.
Under what circumstances would you normally send paparazzi to a courthouse?
Only if we had been informed prior. It's not by any means a celebrity hotspot. We would only ever send people there if we had been tipped off that something was occurring and there was somebody present there.
And what footage was TMZ trying to capture at the LA courthouse on May 27th?
Who tipped them off? Was it her?
We were trying to capture Amber leaving the courthouse and an alleged bruise on the right side of her face.
What was your team of paparazzi supposed to do while they were at the LA courthouse on May 27th, 2016?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay and
Wow.
foundation.
What were they supposed to do?
Right.
found
She's
that
asking
one?
for- I don't think there's a foundation. or
I'll
hearsay.
overrule the objection at this point.
Go ahead, Mr. Tremaine.
Can you state the question again?
What was your team of paparazzi supposed to do while they were at the Los Angeles courthouse on May 27th, 2016?
Their objective was to capture her leaving the courthouse, and then she was going to sort of stop and turn towards the camera to display the bruise on the right side of her face, the alleged bruise.
Did your team of videographers get the shot of Amber Heard?
We did.
What is the difference between receiving a tip from a news producer and any other source?
Granola
If it's
radio.
any other source, it
Oh, I
would
love
have to
granola.
be verified,
Yeah, I love granola.
by copyright. If it was anything that was received directly through a news producer, then they go through that process to verify the source.
Did you do anything to verify the tip on May 27th, 2016 related to Amber Heard?
I did not,
Why not?
because it had come directly from a news producer.
Does that mean it had been verified?
It means that they had verified that tip and deemed that it was credible, and therefore a camera person needed to be dispatched.
After May 27th, 2016, were you involved in any other assignments related to Amber Heard?
Yes.
Can you tell me about those assignments?
The next one would have been August 6th, 2016, where she was giving a deposition.
So what did you do in relation to that tip?
I dispatched camera people to a parking lot adjacent to a law office in which she would be arriving to. So we could get the
Like
footage
raw
of her
oatmeal?
arriving. for the
Oh
deposition.
no!
Do you typically send paparazzis?
I mean, to
parking
each his
lots
own,
of law
man. I
offices?
got a
No,
whole
not at
thing
all.
of Quaker
Did you get the
oats
shot of
over
Ms.
there.
Heard on August 6, 2016?
We did.
After August 6, 2016, were you involved in any other stories involving Ms. Heard?
Yes, it was.
And what story was that?
On the 12th, we received a video depicting Johnny Depp slamming some cabinets that was captured by Ms. Heard.
And what day was that?
I believe that was the August 12th
Of 2016?
of 2016, yes.
Can you describe to the jury how you received the video on August 12, 2016?
Yes, the video was sent in through our email tip line, which is an email distribution that goes to all the producers and to myself as the field assignment manager because it often included celebrity locations. It came in as I recall,
Objection, hearsay.
What, baby?
Just describing how it
oatmeal?
came in.
I think he's about to reveal hearsay, Your Honor.
I'll overrule for now. We'll see where it goes.
Please continue.
So I received that email and it included a link from
Yeah, I got a
some
little thing of
unknown
cinnamon mixed with sugar
Dropbox
up there.
type, public website in which it contained that
Objection, Your
video.
Honor, hearsay. He's about to describe what comes from the Dropbox website, and that's.
So far, he just said was a link from a Dropbox. We'll see the next question. Go ahead, next question.
So you received a link. What was
She's
in that
just
link?
ready. She's
In
glad
that
she
link
got a couple
was
objections
a
in there.
video of Johnny Depp smashing the cabinets.
What's
you received this video
to make
in your
no-bake
inbox,
cookies
correct?
with
I did.
those? With what?
What did
Oatmeal
you
or
do
the
once you
Cheerios?
received that video?
We downloaded it. We alerted the web editor who was sitting next to me at the time. We downloaded it, and then were instructed by the news producer to do what we call slap bumpers and a bug on it, which is putting the dun 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 at the beginning end, and then putting a translucent watermark over it, which indicates copyright ownership.
Oh,
After you did that, was it posted?
It was posted, yes.
Where was it posted?
It was posted to tmz.com.
Did you do anything else related to Amber Heard on August 12, 2016?
Yes, I received a tip that Amber Heard would be arriving at LAX, and so I dispatched camera people
The
to
oats.
film that exit. Or her.
yeah, I know how to make like what they call
Why
them,
did you do that?
peanut butter delights,
I
or
was
I think I call it
instructed
peanut
to.
butter delights. It's like chocolate. My uncle made some one night. I mean, I used to know how to make them.
How long does it take to post
It's like
a
one of the first
story
things I learned how to
after
make at home ec in high school.
media's been received by TMZ?
After media's been received, it could take any length of time depending on who owns the copyright.
How does TMZ obtain copyright over images and videos?
The only way to obtain copyright over media would be if we shot it ourselves, if it was sent to the tip line, source verified that it was from the original copyright owner, and then either purchased from that person or given to us. And then the third option would be if it was directly given to us by the copyright holder, like a direct source.
And how long does it take to copyright something TMZ has received through the tip line?
It can take a while because you have to extensively verify that that person owns the copyright. And then possibly, it depends also if you can even get in contact with the person because they might not be super responsive immediately via phone or email that they provided. And then potentially you'd have to enter a negotiation with our clips and clearances department to figure out the cost of that media.
Yeah, the
How long does it
TMZ
take for
sound
TMZ to
sound
obtain
effect.
a copyright over something received directly from a source?
Something in the realm of 15 minutes just to do what I described before, which is putting bumpers and a bug on something and write the article and post it. It's pretty fast.
How much time had passed from the time you received the kitchen cabinet video to the time it was posted on TMZ?
About 15 minutes.
Wow.
Did any other tabloids other than TMZ post this video?
No,
Objection, leading and calls for hearsay.
Did any other tabloids?
Overrule.
Mr. Tremaine, go ahead.
She's just
No,
glad
they
to be able to get an object.
why
You
not?
good for you,
Because
girl.
it was a TMZ exclusive.
You're not gonna mess with my
What does
Miss
that
my
mean?
Miss
Meaning
Vasquez.
TMZ owns the copyright to it.
Gray
So it can't be distributed
Vasquez.
by any other media source without backlinking to TMZ, and they wouldn't be able to upload that media without getting a copyright strike.
Have you seen the kitchen cabinet video that was played in this trial?
I have, yes.
How does that video that was played in this trial compare to the one you received on August 12, 2016?
When I had clicked the direct link that we received and watched the video in its entirety, it was much shorter than the video we had received, than the video that's been played in this trial. There was a bit at the beginning that was played here in which Ms. Heard is seemingly sort of setting up the camera and getting into position. And then there's a bit at the end where she's seemingly snickering and looks at the camera. That part was not present in what we received.
Oh.
Did TMZ edit the video?
No, not even a little.
Yeah, no, they're not gonna do that.
When we receive something and it's edited, there's a clear indicator because there's sort
Is
of a
his
journalistic
fingernails
practice
painted
that
black
uses,
over there? What's up
when
with
there's
that?
an edit, you do what's called like a white
That's the
splash
new thing these
transition.
kids are doing these
Covers the
days.
entire screen with white.
Everybody's painting their
So very
fingernails.
clearly
Not for you, just you
indicates
girls
everybody
anymore.
Edit here for time or whatever, just to make it a little more compelling. But in this
No,
case,
there was a
it
couple
was
rock
not
stars
edited.
paint their fingernails.
I
That's
was
not even a big
staring
deal.
at the machine that edited it and present
Amber
for the
is
entirety of
relying on her
receipt to publishing.
competent lawyer.
When was the next
appeal.
time you worked on an assignment? related to
Yeah,
Amber
right. She over there looking like she's
It
taking
was-
notes, which probably is.
There was
But
the time where we went to the airport, and then the day after that, because she had flown in for the deposition, because I think the first time didn't work out. So she was
I know,
arriving
right?
Again for the deposition in that same parking lot adjacent to a law office.
And what's that, August 13th, 2016?
That was August 13th, yeah.
And what was your assignment on August 13th, 2016?
To dispatch camera people to that parking lot at a specific
Yeah, I
time
know I'm listening,
in order
bro.
to film Amber Heard arriving for the deposition.
How did you know that tip was legitimate?
It came from a news producer.
Ooh.
While you worked at TMZ, did you ever receive any communications from Mr. Depp or his camp?
I did not.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination?
Yes.
There we go.
So how do you know what video was shown at this trial?
I was alerted by a friend that that TMZ was being kind of talked about in this trial, and so I had seen a clip of that.
So you watched some of this trial?
Correct.
Okay.
Mm.
When did you first?
Kinda
reach
hard
out
to not
the
watch it.
counsel For Mr. Depp?
I believe that was 6 days ago, whatever that date would be. I'd have to do that.
All right. And then you received a subpoena, I think yesterday, in care of your attorney Cindy Hickox, right?
Correct.
Okay. And Cindy Hickox represents Christy Dombrowski, Kate James, Robin Baum. and
Objection,
Debbie
Your
Lloyd.
Honor.
Were you aware of
Calls for
that?
speculation.
Were you aware of that?
No.
Hey, my girl, get her.
If you don't have information that's helpful to this case, then you wouldn't be a witness, correct?
Objection, calls for
can't-
speculation.
Sustained, sustained. Next question.
I'm not
Right.
aware.
Okay, you know this case is being televised, right?
I am aware that there are cameras.
And so this gets you your 15 minutes of fame, doesn't it?
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative.
I can ask that question.
Overruled.
Yeah.
So I stand to gain nothing from this. I'm actually putting myself kind of in the target of TMZ, a very litigious organization, and I'm not seeking any 15 minutes here. Though you're welcome to speculate. I could say the same thing by taking Amber Heard as a client for you.
Oh.
A little argumentative, don't you think?
Oh, hardly. I find that to be
Oh,
purely logical.
look
Now,
at it. Look
are
at it.
you aware that Mr. Depp's attorneys
Look at everybody.
were well
Everybody just having a
aware
great
of the
time off of this dude.
TRO that was going to be presented on May 27th?
Objection, calls for speculation.
Were you aware of that?
Right.
Lack of foundation.
No, overruled if you can answer it.
Can you restate the question?
Were you aware that Mr. Depp's divorce attorneys were aware that Amber Heard was going in to seek a TRO on May 27th?
I don't think I understand the question. I don't think so, no.
Okay.
I think
So
he
do you
automatic-
know
I think he
whether
automatically
Blair
knows
Burke,
that Amber
one of
Heard's
Mr.
lawyer is
Depp's
a.
divorce attorneys had a very close relationship with TMZ at that time?
Objection, calls for speculation.
He probably already knows about Camille, the objection queen.
I was not aware of that.
Okay.
I bet you couldn't win an argument with her like
you were
you
dispatched
that was your
twice,
wife.
Once to film Amber in a parking lot for the deposition, and then it didn't work out, and so you had to do it another time. How did you know it didn't work out?
Because TMZ.com posted an article saying as much.
Okay.
And
do you
I was
know-
not dispatched.
Do you know
I worked in the office.
why the deposition did not work out?
I'd have to reference the article, I forget.
So do you know?
I didn't write that story. I wasn't involved in the
Do
actual
you know
journalism of that.
which side? Do you know which side would have known or not known whether that deposition was going to work out? In other words, the people representing Mr. Depp or the people representing Ms. Heard?
I wouldn't know.
Okay. And then the video clip. You don't know who provided that, correct?
Correct. Not testifying to
I
that.
have no further.
All right, redirect.
They just want to make sure Amber ain't. We all know who sent it in.
Mr. Tremaine, why did you contact me in relation to this case?
I saw that there was a discrepancy with like the video that was shown here and the video that I know I had received. So I had no interest in testifying. I had reached out simply to maybe try to help with the timeline of things or help with
I
the
mean,
case in any
he
way,
really.
just
I
by
mean, be
virtue
honest, he
of
could probably
pushing
just
the
try to
timeline
get him a
the
little bit of
stories that were
fame off of
published
it.
and
I
kind
don't
of how
know,
that can be unclear.
but
But
don't
I
make a
had no
difference.
idea I'd be on the stand.
Nothing further. Thank you.
All right, sir, you're free to go.
Thank
Thank you. All right.
Yeah.
You have another witness? Okay.
Mr. Depp calls Brian Newmeister, Your Honor.
I
All
was
right,
good, though.
Brian Newmeister. He has not been sworn.
Who's this guy?
You solemnly swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case and penalty of law.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Mr. Newmeister.
Good afternoon.
Could you
I
please
can
state your full
honestly
name for the
say,
record?
in
It's
all my
Norbert,
years of committing a crime or getting locked up, I never
Brian,
once sat on
by
the
Brian,
stand.
B-R-Y-A-N,
I don't think.
Newmeister,
I'm 100% sure I didn't, but
N-E-I-S-T-E-R.
my mom was going to court
Could you
for
start by describing
child support for my
your
father, and we had to
educational
take him to
background,
court.
please?
And we had a
My
jury in
educational
there,
background, well, I graduated from Cal State University in Northridge
but
42 years ago.
no, I've never
with
been
a
on the
degree in
stand.
Political science.
Which-
From then on, I've been working professionally in photography, totally unrelated, for the past 42 years. And that would also include videography, audio, and a few other different binary related tasks.
Where do you currently work?
I own USA Forensic.
What is USA Forensic?
USA Forensic is a digital forensics company. We are boutique. We're very small. We work. We have offices in Grosse Pointe Farms, Michigan, and in Phoenix, Arizona. We work with varying types of clients because to us, data is data and it takes no side. So we could be ending up working for prosecution, defense, law enforcement, the Innocence Project. We have a contract with the Department of Defense. We do classified and unclassified work. We've done classified work with various agencies. We've worked with DOJ, and I've worked in 23 countries as a photographer.
Wow. Yeah.
What's your title at USA Forensic?
CEO.
Yeah.
Did you also found USA Forensic?
Originally, in around 1990, it was called Skymeister.
I bet his
And
credit's a lot better
that's
than
because
mine.
the amount of helicopter photography time I have. About 10 years ago, we changed it to USA Forensic while still doing a lot of the same tasks.
And you
I
described,
was
think,
called
some
to
of the
jury
entities
duty,
that you
but
work
they
with.
didn't need me.
What kind
Oh
of work
yeah,
do you
yeah.
do
Not
with
long
those
ago,
entities?
dude. I've been called to
We do,
jury duty
audio
twice,
forensics,
I
which is
believe.
clarifying audio,
Last time
for
I got
example,
out of it
sting
for
operations or,
I don't know
audio
why
that may
or
have been picked
how.
up on surveillance
Recently,
or
I
any
got
other
out
type
of it,
recording.
and they said just be
Removing
on
background
standby.
sounds,
They may call me
video
again.
clarification.
Reason
We do
why
a
I
lot of work
couldn't
with
because
axon cameras.
I told them I had no way to get to the courthouse, you know, because I've not been driving. So I wouldn't have been able to get to the courthouse. So I'm like, well, I ain't gonna be able to get there. I mean,
She hasn't
y'all, you
moved yet. I'm
know.
objecting to the relevance of
And
the
yeah, they were like,
testimony on the
cool,
subject
you know,
matter right
but
now.
just be on standby. We may contact you again. I'm like, all right.
Go ahead, Mr.
No,
Newmeister,
the
you
first
continue.
time
Where I left off is
I went
we do a lot
to,
of
they
work
sent
with
me a
Axon
check. They
police
gave me a
cameras
check for like
because
a
they don't
day's work
really handle low lux levels or low
I
light
don't
levels
remember
very
actually
well.
going in
So we
the
clean up,
courthouse. I don't remember
we are beta
sitting
testers for a program called Input
during
Ace,
a trial or
which
nothing. I don't
is,
remember doing
part
shit.
of the
I think the
Axon company
case
used
was,
by
I
police
don't know what
officers.
happened. I just
We
remember getting a
clarify their
check.
cameras to better
And
see
I
what
never
happens
cashed
at
that
night.
check either. Because
For
it was
example,
like
in
for
different
$12 or
scenes.
something
We
like
do
that.
the same with surveillance cameras, any kind of camera, cell phone cameras. We also do cell phone forensics, computer
Yeah, I was like, how
forensics,
can you
and
be a
cell tower
3-time convicted
forensics, along
felon
with
and have to
photographic forensics.
appear for jury duty, you know?
It can be anything from
That's weird.
Fortune
I never
500s
understood that.
to
I still don't understand it.
it can be anything from a pro per, which is a person that's actually just representing themselves in a smaller case, to a lot of homicide cases, defamation. It could be any kind of case that requires cell phone extractions or computer extractions. Could be money laundering. Could be the Department of Defense identifying a voice, that type of thing. Satellite imagery, and basically
I
anything
sat
with
and
binary
waited and they
information.
pay you for your
Have
time.
you been retained as an
If
expert
it's to
before?
miss
Oh,
or
yes.
you aren't
I would
chosen.
say we average.
Yeah. I
50
remember
100
getting a
cases
check, but I
year.
don't
The
remember
last 4
sitting
years,
in the
we've done over
courtroom.
600 cases.
You know, I don't even
and that
remember,
would be
like,
in,
I don't know. Like
US
how they go through
federal
jury
courts,
selection.
US district courts.
I don't remember none of that, honestly, bro. It's a long time ago. I just remember getting that check.
Throughout the United States. We just wrapped up a case that was an overseas case, wrapped up yesterday. We do U.S. military court. We have a case coming up in front of the U.S. Supreme Court. So it's really varied.
What's up with this
I've done
guy,
quite a
man?
few
It seems
US
like it's
district
gonna be
court
boring
cases.
as shit.
Have you testified as an expert in digital forensics?
Oh,
Yes.
digital. Okay.
And what people sometimes don't understand is only about 2% of all cases go to trial. So 98% of the time, you're actually just doing the forensic work and getting it to the parties. And as we say, data is data. It really doesn't take a side. We don't have a narrative. So very often it's just providing the data for the attorneys to work with or the parties.
Have you ever been excluded from testifying as an expert regarding any work that you performed?
No, but you have to take into account that sometimes there might be curbs put on what, for example, in this trial, there's certain boundaries. Or if you're working with a pro per or with a attorney that is not very familiar with electronics. And the thing is, again, they teach Latin in law school, not binary. And binary
is
is the universal language
contradicting
these days. So sometimes
the
in the legal
attack
system, it's a
on
little
a
bit
smear
hard to
campaign.
explain
Okay.
to attorneys what exactly we're doing. So we try to break it down and make that work.
What is digital forensics?
Digital forensics is anything that you are using, like your television set, your cell phone,
Yeah.
computer.
I'm pretty sure.
Anything
Yeah.
that runs off of binary information that has code.
Digital forensics seems like that'd
How
be
long have you worked in digital forensics?
Well, I actually started off in analog.
a
So it's
very
been 40-some-odd
needed
years. I
thing
started
here.
off as a cameraman. My first
Considering
cameras were
everything's
film
going
cameras.
towards
When I was a kid, my
cell
dad was
phones
director of
and
sales and sales
internet
service administration for the
and,
NBC
the
television
cloud,
network on the West Coast. So I grew
et
up
cetera, et
around
cetera.
television cameras. My first cameras were cameras people might not have heard of, Leica.
I heard of
Hasselblad,
Leica.
cameras like that. I trained with some of the best photographers around at the time, William Wallner, Niall Latham, really excellent photographers. And I started shooting videotape from helicopters, and I logged about 14,700 hours of video. And
Wow.
at that time, oddly enough, since we were the only helicopter, a television helicopter, we were the only helicopter in Phoenix. At the time, the sheriff's department did not have a helicopter. The police department did not have a helicopter, nor did Aerovac. So we ended up doubling up, being a news crew as well as an air rescue. So as far as forensics, analog probably from 1980 to 1990 and digital from 1990 through current.
How'd you get started in it?
Really by osmosis. I started in the production field. I usually don't do that much TV work anymore. I did shoot part of an episode, a program called Planet Earth for the BBC last year. I don't normally do television anymore. It's just 99% forensics. But I got started because very often as working in a helicopter, we'd be asked to work for a police department in a rescue or a chase or whatever the situation might be. And since I'd be videotaping it, they would ask me to break it down frame by frame and analyzing it using what's called a time-based corrector in the day. And so word got out that I could do unusual things because I'm pretty good with machines. And it just ended up, more and more people started calling, and it just became a full-time job.
You would think he'd come in there in some kind of
Have you
flashy
received
ass
any
suit.
Professional certifications in forensics?
Yes, but again,
I'd be dripping, dude. My drip would be insane. I mean, I'd have fucking big ass stones hanging out my ear, big ass fucking rings, man. I'd come in that bitch like a goddamn rapper.
42 years.
Like, why is this man in his 80s
partner,
dressed like that? That motherfucker is fly.
actually
You damn right,
Objection, Your Honor,
bitch.
to the
Don't forget it.
Partner is not testifying to
All
his
right,
qualifications
I'll
on relevance.
Sustain the objection.
Mr. Newmeister, can you just describe which professional certifications you have received?
For cell phones, Oxygen, which is a program similar to Celebrite. But these are programs that are used by law enforcement and by private parties to extract data from cell phones that has been deleted, or which is critical in a lot of cases, deleted data, or just to what we call image a cell phone. In other words, get every bit of data that's possible on a cell phone. And again, every cell phone is different. The next would be in cell tower forensics.
Ooh.
Are you a member of any professional associations in your field?
Yes, IEEE, which is the International Engineering Society. And the reason I belong to that is about 40% of the world's white papers on electronics are published through IEEE. So they have a huge database on anything from microwave technology to telephone.
Swear to sound like you said white people.
Anything that I might work with, they might have a white paper.
I work in optics.
Also,
he sounds like he knows his
with the
stuff.
Audio Engineering Society, AES, I'm a member of that. I lecture to AES. There's a few others, but again, they're just mainly to have a repository of information.
Have you received any honors or awards?
Yes, I've received about 80 honors and awards. I
Wow.
have for videography, I've got a total of 12 Emmy Award statues, but I've been the principal in 39 Emmy Awards, which means I've written the music for the program, and the program has won the Emmy Award for music, but it was given to the production company, which happens a lot. I won for best editing. I won for best ACE editing, which is computer editing. Best sound. I've done the music to a piece that won the Golden Lion at the Cannes Film Festival. I've done music to a piece that won the gold at the Calgary Film Festival. I've got a lot.
He knows
of
his
awards from
shit. We
Associated
get it,
Press
man.
and different,
Yeah, damn.
companies from doing
Get to the
documentaries.
questions.
Have you published
This
any
guy is
works,
way over
in
his
the field
head.
of
Let's
digital
see if the
forensics?
jury understands.
Yes, and they're mostly
Right.
articles, about a half dozen or so. We don't have much time, and I don't usually do it, but it was basically on most of my work deals around clarifying or authenticating. So it was basically the things I published were on clarification of digital files.
Have you appeared on TV as an expert in digital forensics?
Yes,
Where?
CBS, NBC, ABC, BBC, Discovery Channel, a number of different things.
Anybody but Fox News, I guess.
Examples of things that you've spoken on TV about?
Boston bombings, how the frame averaging was done on that, sort of things like that. Again, we get calls a lot, but I don't speak specifically about cases. I just speak about technology.
Have you given any public lectures in the field of digital forensics?
Yes, we get asked quite often, but due to our schedule, it's a little rough. We do what's called Inns of Court. We speak in front of private investigator groups. We do attorneys continuing legal education. Audio Engineering Society. We try to do a few a year, and that's about what our schedules will allow given our time.
Your Honor, at this point, I'd like to tender Mr. Newmeister as an expert in the field of digital forensics.
Any objection?
No objection,
All
Your
right,
Honor.
so moved.
Mr. Newmeister, turning to the work you've done in this case, what have you done?
I was asked to analyze the photographs of
shit.
reported injuries to Miss Heard.
Oh shit, this should be good,
And
dude.
what was the purpose of that analysis?
To authenticate photos.
All right.
To review and see if they were altered in any way.
What did you analyze to reach your opinions?
Well, I analyzed groups of photos that were submitted by Ms. Heard's legal team.
What work did you do to analyze those photographs?
Well, normally you start off by looking at what's called the EXIF data. The EXIF data is the binary data that's encoded into a photograph. It tells you, for example, if the flash fired, what the operating software version was of the cell phone or camera that shot a photo, what type of lens was used, what the f-stop was. There's literally about 1,000 lines of code in the EXIF data on a JPEG photo.
Ooh, coding, bro.
An
That's
EXIF editor or an EXIF viewer.
Anything else that you looked at?
Yes, when we're dealing with RGB cameras, which are red, green, and blue channel cameras, which would be a cell phone or a basic home camera. They're based on RGB channels. We would do four types of scopes. We would do a vector scope. We do a luminance scope. We do a waveform scope, and then what's called an RGB parade. And those scopes analyze different things. The vector scope analyzes where the different types of colors are headed in, for example, it's broken up into reds, magenta, different areas on a scope. We would
no, bro.
Anything out of the normal.
Hey, when my homeboy got he ended up getting before he went to Fed prison.
Above a certain percentage.
Oh shit. Yeah. You know they do their homework before they get you anyway.
Objection, Your Honor.
They make sure their case is open and shut. But
all right, one approach.
Yeah, they had all his shit, dude. They had phones off his phone, messages, conversations, all that shit. Let me see if I can do this without going too far.
At least one, possibly two.
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation, which photos is he referring to? We have to go through this one by one.
One's in evidence. Mr. Newmeister, in terms of the photos that you looked at and that you formed opinions about, do you understand if they've been submitted as evidence in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And what conclusions have you formed about those?
Same objection, Your Honor. That doesn't cure the issue of the objection. We have to go through this. Which photos is she talking about? Which one's in evidence? What exhibit numbers? That's the basis of the objection.
We're talking generally about opinions right now, Your Honor, and we're going to get into some specifics. I think we have to go straight to specifics. Okay.
I bet he's already thinking, dude, I would get off this stand and whoop your ass. This dude is white, so I believe whatever he's.
Mr. Newmeister, have you prepared a demonstrative that aids in your testimony
Oh,
with respect
shit.
to any of the photos that you looked at in this case?
Yes.
I'd like to pull up plaintiff's 1303, Your Honor, if I might approach.
Your Honor, I would again object. We can approach to discuss it.
I'll approach.
Go ahead and pin there. Let's see if I can get this.
112 kilobytes.
Oh shit. A little too far.
Mr. Newmeister's demonstrative.
There we go.
Exhibit 1303. All right. Any other objection?
I would object again, Your Honor, because the photograph in 170A is not in evidence. Or yeah, I mean the photograph is in evidence. None of the photographs he wishes to show the jury are in evidence.
1303 is in evidence over objection. Not in evidence, I'm sorry, as a demonstrative.
Just as a demonstrative.
I'm sorry.
Can we go to
Publish
1303, please? And Mr. Newmeister, what does this demonstrative show about the photos that you analyzed?
Well, they appear to be similar. However, if you look below at the file sizes, one on the left is 712 kilobytes.
Yeah.
The one in the middle is 489 kilobytes.
It's a little bit smaller.
And the one on the right is 520.
So the 712 is the original?
About that is these photos will not digitally fingerprint with each other. They won't hash. In other words, forensically, they don't match. But the thing is, you could say, well, it was sent through email. Maybe it's a different size.
Yeah.
The file sizes, for example, would be possibly, you can select the file size you send a photo.
Yeah.
But there's no way to authenticate any photo that was presented in the way the evidence was collected.
And so what conclusions do you draw from that?
What?
Well, this is just three of many of the same type of photos that are all different sizes and have different chromatic, which means color.
Objection, Your Honor. We just had a ruling on this.
All right, sustained objection.
Mr. Newmeister, stick to your opinions that relate specifically to what you analyzed about the EXIF data, please.
All three of these photos had to go through some type of transformation to change sizes.
Yeah, like something was edited or something he's trying to
Take
say.
that one down. You mentioned photos 1.5 and photos 3.0 earlier, I believe.
Photos.
What is that?
Photos 3 and Photos 1.5 are editing programs that Macintosh or Apple put out with their product. It's for editing photos. In other words, you would put a photo in and you would change the colors, or you would crop it, or you would clarify it by enhancing, for example, the sharpening, or you could darken it.
Yeah.
But when you save a photo through an editing program, you leave a mark on the EXIF data.
And what is the EXIF data?
The EXIF data is the data that is embedded in a photograph that tells you a lot about the photograph. And again,
EXIF
in the
data.
early days when we were using film cameras, you would write down the f-stop, which is the light setting. You would write the type of lens you use, the time of day, the type of film stock, the type of filters you're using.
Right.
Now with digital cameras, that's done electronically, and there's about 1,000 lines of code, of which 50 are probably important, that tell you what the camera was doing.
So what's the significance of EXIF data in your photo analysis?
Well, in this situation, I can see that normally where the operating system of the camera would be, which means the version that the operating system the phone is running on, it would normally say something like,
I tell you, probably about
arbitrary number 9.1.3
60 to 70% of the photos on Twitter are all Photoshop.
Instead of saying that, it says software.
Care if it's like comic book related, well,
1.0,
or
That
TV
means
movies that are
the
dropping or
photo
something
had to
like
be
that, characters that
rendered,
are in it.
which
Yeah.
means composited together in an editing program.
Most of them's all been edited.
Did you prepare a demonstrative that shows some of your analysis of some of the EXIF data of the photos in this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay, can we pull up 1304, please? Your Honor, may I approach? You okay? Permission to publish as a demonstrative, Your Honor.
Any objection? Any objection, Mr.
I'm sorry,
Murphy?
Your Honor. My
She wishes to
co-counsel's talking.
publish
I'm
it
so sorry.
as a demonstrative.
No objections demonstrative.
All right, thank you. We'll publish it as 1304, just as a demonstrative.
And Mr. Newmeister, are these images in this demonstrative excerpts from the report you prepared in this case?
Yes, they are.
And what do they show?
On this particular photo and on all of them, it shows the first few lines of EXIF data, the ones that would be most important for this photograph. So, for example, things you would see, the very top line would be the make of phone. It's an Apple iPhone 6. And then the resolution is 72 pixels per inch, 72 to 1. And instead, where it says software on a normal iPhone photo, it would, instead of saying photos 3, it would say the software version, for example, 9.3.1. And then you've got the date and the time of the photo below that, which is really easy to change in an EXIF editor. And below that, you have things like the like the flash, you've got the exposure type, how long the exposure was. So what you just highlighted there again was the date and time. So that's universal time code minus whatever area you're in the world.
Anything else you want to show us with this demonstrative?
Yeah, just below that, if you look, there's some things that would say, for example, a directly photographed image. That is not going to be necessarily accurate once it's been through an editor. It will always pretty much say that. So when you're looking at scene type or auto exposure, these are things that that really don't matter all that much. What would matter is, for example, if you're taking notes, the focal length would be important. The pattern of metering, things like that to a photographer would be important. And again, this is just a few lines, and the reason I put these in there was just to explain a bit what EXIF data is. The actual thing I'm trying to point out is the fact that instead of an operating system, it shows the editing program that was used on this photo.
Are there additional photos that you did this analysis for?
Yes, many.
Can we scroll to the next page, please, Tom? Is there anything about this photo that you noted as part of your analysis, Mr. Neumeister?
Yes, again, it's you know, right there, you've got photos 3.0 on that particular photo. And I think, you know, we pretty much covered what the stuff is, but again, you see the photos 3.0. And again, this could not come out of an iPhone this way. This would go into a computer, be edited and rendered through the photo editor. And this would then be embedded in the EXIF data.
I always
Do you have
use a
other photos in
filter
this
to make
demonstrative?
my
Yes.
comics
All
look
right, can we
better.
scroll to the next page?
Anybody
Same thing.
joining the stream,
You've got up here
2-6,
at the
pass the
top,
fuck
you've got
out.
the photos 3.0, and this is a lot of the photos that are in evidence, or versions of the photos in evidence. We've gone through photos 3.0 or photos 1.5, an earlier version.
Can we scroll to the next page, please, Tom? And what about this one?
Same thing, photos 3.0. And again, in a photo editing app, you can do an awful lot of things. So when you see photos 3.0, first of all, you know it's not anywhere near an original. There's going to be compression artifacts because it's a JPEG file.
JPEG.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
I use
Moving
Photoshop.
on, to the next page of this demonstrative, please.
And again, same thing. You've got the photos app.
Okay. And I believe there's one final photo in this demonstrative. What about this one?
Again, if you look up there, it says photos 3.0 on that particular photo.
All right, we can take that one down. Your Honor, I have a little bit left. I don't know if you wanted to.
All right, you want to take our afternoon? Let's go ahead and take our afternoon recess. Just do not discuss the case and don't do any outside research. Thank you.
So yeah, anyways, here's the images I just posted on my YouTube community tab. Found these over on She-Hulk updates on the Twitter page. I don't know if you can tell by the images if it looks, but apparently I think the image on the left is the touch-up. The image on the right is the original She-Hulk color. I don't know. I think that's it again, right? I don't know if that's the touch-up part.
All right, so let's come back.
We got the touch-up. But these photos, both of them look the same. I think the YouTube is just the YouTube one on top is just a filter. It's probably not even probably ain't even a visual touch-up. But I posted on my community tab. Go check it out. Tell me what you guys think. What's your opinion on it? Let's see. Is that it? Or go a little forward.
Go ahead and play the demonstrative that you prepared, and then after the jury's had a chance to see it, if you want to explain to them what. Go ahead and play the demonstrative that you prepared.
All right. Yeah, I swear I'm supposed to pay my damn internet bill by the 27th, but I believe I get paid this weekend. So hopefully they don't cut my internet off tomorrow or the Friday, which is due Friday. But we'll see because it usually comes through on the weekend before the 1st. What's up, Lizel? Hey, love. We've been up all night.
That, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yeah,
Public
still
would
awake.
like to see it. Okay. And what's demonstrative is this going to be then?
This is.
It's almost done.
1305, Your Honor. All right, thank you.
Yeah, we're almost done. It's almost. Let's see how far we got. We got like
Play it.
oh well, we got about like according to this about 40 minutes, less than an hour. I'm not sure. I probably ain't even that much. Probably like 30 minutes or so. I know. I'm ready to go to sleep too, but this has been. It's actually this has been a good trial here. I mean, some good stuff came out of it. Good stuff, man.
Mr. Newmeister, we're going to go ahead and play the demonstrative that you
Johnny's
prepared,
put
and
together
then,
one hell of a legal
to see
team
if you'll
here.
Explain to them what the demonstrative shows. That would be great.
Yes, ma'am.
You got a live stream and Supine. I see Supine in your comment section, Lizel. Hey, Supine and Drew.
So, Mr. Newmeister, what was depicted in that video?
The same photo treated two different ways. One was marked with the original with the operating system from an iPhone, which is iOS 9.3.1 on that particular photo. The one that says 9.3.1, there's a graphic below indicating it. The second photo
ZZ.
Photos 3, and it looks quite a bit different.
And
Lizel.
Tom, could we
ZZ
pull up the
here
image
is
that-
from France. What part of France you from, ZZ? Tell Lizel where you from.
Mr. Newmeister, does the image in defendant 708 appear to be similar, same photo as what was depicted in your demonstration?
It's
France.
Actually it's the Photos 3.0 edit version.
Thank you. We can take that one down, Tom.
ZZ actually means Peter in French. I think it
Mr.
means like
Newmeister, you
a
also
man's
formed an
Peter, I
opinion
believe.
about defendants exhibits 712 and 713.
Yes, I'm going to have a live stream early.
Did you prepare a demonstrative that shows?
Morning. Let's see. What time was it? I think it says 11.
I can show you if you'd like, Your Honor.
May 26th at 5 p.m. So 5 p.m. today would be how many hours from now? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 11 hours from now will be 5 p.m. French. Bonjour. I gotta use Google Translate. I'm going to say hello to the YouTube company. Thank you.
All right. Could we pull
ZZ.
up
Amazing. Good friend.
1306, Tom?
Good friend. Yeah, 11 hours. Okay, 5 p.m.
And Your Honor, this is another video that.
So that would be morning time. What
This is
time is
another
it where
video
you're
that
at right now,
it's not
Lizel?
published yet, so I'm happy
Wait,
to play
it's
one through.
it's 6 o'clock at night where you're at, right? It's 6 p.m. Okay. At home, 11:58 a.m. So
I tried to get my question
it's
out a moment
6
ago.
a.m. where I am at.
7:12 and
It's
7:13,
6
Your Honor.
p.m. where Liesel's at, which is the same time it is in Australia, where Mark lives at. In ZZ, it's 11:58. That is a weird number. So it's pretty much around 12 o'clock. So you're
And if we could go ahead and play that, please. Tom?
okay. So it's like lunchtime. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So I'm 6 hours different than you, ZZ. Okay.
And Mr. Newmeister, what's your, what do we see here in this demonstrative?
There's exhibit 712.
Let me look at this.
I'm not sure the date's number, 712 and
Okay.
713.
Do you see that? You see that changed?
They're two separate exhibits, except it's the exact same photograph that's been, one's been edited, one hasn't, or I can't say that one hasn't, but the colors have been modified in an editor.
Objection, Your Honor. Beyond the scope of your ruling, talking about colors, it keeps happening.
Thank you. Mr. Newmeister.
He's trying to act like he got some real
did you form an
hardcore
opinion in this
objections
case
up in
about
there.
the authenticity of the photos that you reviewed of
Miss
Ms.
Nurse, let me check your
Well,
background, love.
First of all, nobody can identify
Let's see
the
you.
authenticity of the
Alice
photos
Nurse,
of any
I
of the
see you have a legit channel.
marked
Let me go ahead and
photos
hook you up
3,
with that.
photos
Wait.
1, or just
Why did I
marked
do
with
that?
the
Undo.
operating system number. And the
I don't
reason
want to do
is
that.
the manner of collection.
Oh, what happened?
So these came from
Message
an
deleted? No, I
iTunes
did not mean to
backup.
delete
Now, what
your
is an
message.
iTunes backup? It's
Objection,
not.
Your Honor. I'm sorry. You're beyond the scope of your ruling. EXIF metadata. This keeps happening.
Oh, Alice, what happened? Alice was hitting by. How do I? Alice was unhitting by Carolina Chris. Okay. I did not mean to do that. Wait a minute. I was on Lysel's. Oh my God. I was on Lysel's page and I did that, I believe. Let me go back. I believe I hit someone's comment section on your. Yeah, I did. Oh my God. How can I fix that? Someone on your page, Lysel, Alice Nurse. I went to like give. I thought I was on my channel, and I went to give them the wrench, and I accidentally clicked hide user on this channel. Oh crap!
So, Mr. Newmeister, without going into the specifics, what's your opinion about the authenticity of the photos you received from Ms. Heard?
Alice.
Based on the way they were collected, there would be
Objection, Your Honor. We just ruled on this.
I framed my question, I thought, Your Honor, to avoid the issue that you're concerned about. Mr. Newmeister, what's your opinion about the authenticity?
There you go. I dropped the
There's
link in
no
the
way
chat
for any
anyway.
forensic expert to validate any of these photos.
Thank you very much. No further questions.
Stop pressing buttons.
Good afternoon, Mr. Newmeister.
Good afternoon.
I feel confused.
Your only degree
of the time
is in
difference
political
around
science,
the
correct?
world. I know.
42 years ago, correct.
And you have no degree whatsoever from any academic institution in computer science, correct?
That's correct.
And you have no certifications in computer forensics, correct?
That's correct.
From the opinions you've testified today, you relied on no data except for the embedded EXIF metadata to support those opinions, correct?
Incorrect.
What other data did
Incorrect.
you rely on for the opinions you've testified to today?
I was trying to explain
Yep.
that you kept
What
objecting.
other data did you rely on for the actual
This
opinions
guy is
you've
just
been
a
able to
asshole,
testify to
dude.
today besides EXIF metadata?
The type of extraction that was performed? You're asking the question.
For the
of
actual
that.
opinions you testified to?
That is what I would use. I would also use vector scopes.
Objection, Your Honor. That was not responsive to my question, Your Honor.
Oh my God. This guy is such a dick. You know, this old man's like, what is this man's problem? Sorry about all these emojis. I went button crazy. Yo, he is just so rude.
Your Honor, maybe we could have the court reporter read it back.
They could redirect.
No. Okay, what was the question, Judy?
I believe the question was, what methodology did I use to make my findings?
Judy's voice has changed. That's...
Sorry.
Is that correct, Judy? Okay.
That's fine. Okay.
So when you're analyzing video or photo, in this case,
Objection to video, Your Honor, that's beyond the scope.
All right, if you could just answer the question.
Oh my God. I'm frustrated with this guy and I'm not even on the
analyzing a
stand.
photo, a digital photo, you look at the EXIF data, you use a vector scope, you can use a Pantone chart if that's available. That should be done, but that's a whole different deal. If I go into that, you'll object to it. So you also use a waveform scope.
I
You
like
would
this
use
old man.
An RGB parade. You can use a histogram, though in this
He
case,
said,
it's
why
not
go
really
into that?
all
You'll
that
only
relevant.
object.
You are not offering any opinions that any photograph in this case was intentionally modified by Ms. Heard, correct?
I'm just stating the fact that photographs were modified.
But so you are not offering any opinion that any photograph in this case was intentionally modified by Ms. Heard, correct?
That's correct.
Can you please pull up Exhibit 170A?
Is that defendants 170?
Defendants 170, yes, Your Honor.
This guy has just been a dick the whole.
So you offered testimony regarding this photograph during the direct examination,
The
right,
Dick
Mr. Neumeister?
Award goes to
There's
That's a
guy.
yes or no, sir.
The photograph like that, I don't exactly remember the photograph. There's so many different versions of this photograph, but yes, I talked about that particular photograph.
But on, do you recall being deposed in this matter?
Yes.
You were under oath?
Yes.
And that was on April 6, 2022?
I believe.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
So, Mr. Neumeister, if you could please turn to page 76.
I don't know, man. You probably could
And when I say pages,
chalk
those
it
are the
up to
little
people being
pages
half
with the four
asleep,
boxes, not the
tired.
page at the top.
They need some rest. They've been on here all like hours and shit. They're probably
You
all
see
tired
page
as hell,
76, line 3.
ready to go home.
You were asked on April 6th, anywhere in your April 1st, 2022
Bro, this is like a
excerpt disclosure,
boxer.
do
You
any
gotta
opinions
chain. You
regarding
gotta
the
train
authenticity or
for
lack of authenticity
8, 12
of the
rounds.
specific
You know, you got
photograph
X amount of
produced,
rounds. You got to
ALH
train
7101.
for.
Response, can I refer to my
Can't get the
report to see if that
TKO or the
specific number is in
KO.
the
You
report?
gotta
Yes.
go for the
Response,
distance.
not that specific photo. I just grabbed 3 out of the batch. Do you see that?
Yes.
Can you please pull up Exhibit 517 or Defendants 517?
Thank you.
Shadow Master. Let me see what that looks like.
You are not offering any opinions regarding this specific photograph, right, Mr. Neumeister?
That's correct. My testimony's been limited here.
And you are not offering any opinion that any photograph was visually doctored by Amber, correct?
Not by, I can't put the person who might have done it.
Well, you're not offering an opinion that a photo was visually doctored by anybody, are you?
I'd have to see each photo. There's no way to authenticate any of these photos based on what I received.
So you testified about Photos 3. Do you recall that testimony?
Correct.
Yeah, Photos 3 is a photo editing and photo sorting application, correct?
It's a photo editor and photo sorter, as are a number of editors.
So when you reference Photos 3.0, you never did any independent strike that, Your Honor. So when the software of a photograph in the EXIF metadata says Photos 3.0, that could be just saying that the photo was saved in Photos 3.0, correct?
Unless you looked at a scope of the photos, that would tell you that the parameters of the photo do not meet that of the cell phone that it was taken on.
But the notation Photos 3.0 in the software EXIF metadata, that does not in and of itself mean that the photo was edited in Photos 3.0, correct?
It means that you've recompressed the photo and it will not hash or digitally
Male
fingerprint the
accessory
original
sex
photo.
organ.
But it does not mean in and of itself that it was visually edited in any way in Photos 3.0, correct?
Again, it's not the same photo because
Sadomaso.
you're using lossy compression once you save it. So you have changed the photo.
So if you could please turn to page 233 of that transcript and line 20. Do you see
Yeah, I
a
don't know. I'll
question
take your
when it
word
says
for it.
exit
Can't figure out what the hell
software,
that word
okay,
means.
Photos 3.0 onto 234? That's just saying it was saved in Photos 3.0, right? Response, saved in 3.0. That's correct. Question, that notation in and of itself does not mean that the photo was edited in 3.0, right? Answer, that's correct. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Depp is learning. Yeah.
A file has not changed visually just because it has been processed through Photos 3.0.
Right.
Can you look at page 128 of your deposition, please? At the bottom, line 20, question, you see, question, but the file changed visually just because it has been processed through Photos 3.0. Answer, obviously I understand what you're asking. From a technical point, yes, because of the compression. You get down to scopes and artifacts, yes, it has changed. Was it intentionally changed? We don't know. In other words, did somebody save it in there and just save the photo? We don't know. Did I read that correctly?
That's correct. But again, it says here.
That was my question, Mr. Neumeister.
Okay.
Mental condition.
So if the EXIF metadata software field lists the software as iOS, you have no
You see
reason
her
to
face?
dispute that, correct?
She's over there
Incorrect.
smiling.
Well, isn't data data? That's what you testified to, right?
It's very simple to modify EXIF data.
Did you find any evidence in this case of actual modification of EXIF metadata?
You can't authenticate any of these photos because of the way they were.
That wasn't my question, Mr. Neumeister. Did you find any evidence of any modification of EXIF metadata of any photograph in this case?
This guy is a
Here,
clown,
listen
bro.
to my answer. My answer is there is no way to know because of the way the files were presented.
So you found no actual evidence of it, correct?
No one could.
I'm not
either
asking
way.
if anyone else could, Mr. Neumeister. I'm asking, did you yourself find you found no evidence of any?
Look at him, look back.
EXIF metadata of any
This
photograph
guy
in
is
this
a
case?
joke.
Now, I understand trying to control the narrative, but there's no way.
Look, she's grabbing Johnny by the arm like, Lord, don't say
Given
nothing,
the evidence
Johnny.
we were given, there is no way to
Look.
positively or negatively answer that. It's not a question that can be answered.
It is
Oh
a
my
question, Mr. Neumeister. The
God.
question is, did you yourself, you found no affirmative evidence of any modification of software EXIF metadata of any photograph in this case, correct? You found no actual evidence of that, did you?
No one could tell either way because.
I'm not asking about anyone else, Mr. Neumeister. I'm asking about you. Did you found
Just
no
say
evidence of
I
that, did
couldn't.
you?
There's
Objection,
no way
Your
I
Honor.
could find out anyway.
He's not answered what he found, Your Honor.
Overruled.
There's not a way to answer that the way you're asking the question. You have to restate it. You're trying to control
Your Honor,
the
he's not
narrative.
responding to the
Could
question.
you just answer yes or no, sir, to the question?
Fuck.
It's not a yes or no question.
Did you
Exactly.
Yes or no, you found no.
It's not always a
evidence
yes
of
or no
EXIF
answer.
metadata modification of any photograph in this case, correct?
That's incorrect.
Okay.
Just say yes or no and fuck this guy, bro. I'd be trying my damnedest to get the hell off that stand.
It is your opinion.
I had to be
that
asked
the
one more
metadata
question
of
about his
all
little
photographs
freaking
of
dick.
Reported injuries that Ms. Heard has identified as her trial exhibits do not indicate that the photographs went through a photo editing application, correct?
Well, first of all, that's not a yes or no question because a lot of the exhibits that you have put up, they're not photographs. They're screen grabs, and they've been changed from a Apple format, which is JPEG, JPEG, to a JPG Microsoft format. So you have actually changed the exemplars. You've changed the data yourselves. We actually ran EXIF data on some of your own examples that you've entered in the evidence. They are not photos from an iPhone. Those were edited on a PC.
I'm going to hand up a page from your disclosure.
Oh my God. Ugh. That guy is so fucking annoying, bro. I thought the female lawyer of hers was aggravating. She's got one crackpot team of dickheads over there.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
So do you see on page 8 of your disclosure, Mr. Newmeister, it states, quote, the metadata of all of the photographs of purported injuries that Ms. Heard has identified as her trial exhibits do not indicate that the photographs went through a photo editing application. Did I read that correct?
That's correct.
No
But
further,
we're talking
no further
exit
questions,
data.
Your Honor.
He's trying to close his eyes to tune him out. Like, fuck, I'm tired of hearing this guy's voice.
Mr. Newmeister.
Yes.
A moment ago, Mr. Murphy was asking you some questions about your opinion about the trial exhibits that Ms. Heard has offered in this matter. And he asked you about your opinion that they don't indicate that they've gone for a photo editing application. What can you tell us about that?
Well, first of all, in this last exhibit, it says metadata, not EXIF data. So that's two different things altogether. We're talking EXIF data. And on the report, I put metadata because I was requested to cover meta and EXIF data. So it's taken out of context. The EXIF data is the data based that's embedded in the photo. Metadata can be the file data about the file itself, two different things. So the way the data was collected,
The EXIF and the meta.
an iTunes backup is a backup.
Objection, Your Honor. Backups outside the scope of Your Honor's ruling beyond exit metadata.
I think you opened the door on the.
Overruled the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Go ahead, Brian.
An iTunes backup is
I swear.
only a backup.
I seriously can't take that
things
guy's.
that are on an iPhone
I
that
can't
have
take
not
his
been
voice
deleted.
anymore.
It does not have the critical
Fucking
operating
aggravate.
system. It doesn't have any of the files that would validate the path of a photograph in that phone. It does not have a lot of the log files. It does not have the Knowledge C database, which talks about usage of the phone and the patterns of how data was handled. All it is the photos you decided to save, not the photos you deleted. So it's a very limited database. Without the system registry or without the system operating system, there's no way to tell because it's very easy to modify a photo on a phone and have it just read iOS 9.3.1. But with the actual phone, if you were able to get a hold of the actual phone, and in 95% of all cases we work, we have the actual phones. It doesn't matter if the phones are 10 years old or 20 years old, or not 20 years old, but 10 years old. The reason is if people have something they want to keep as evidence, they don't throw out their phones. They don't recycle their phones. They save their phones. So people ask how we're doing phones on 13-year-old cases because people do not throw out evidence. They keep the phone. So in a situation like this, there are no forensic extractions. In fact, the extractions we were provided were backups of iTunes, just exports. So it's third generation, and there is no way to verify the file paths and the history of any single photo that we've looked at.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, sir. You can have a seat in the courtroom or you're free to go.
Thank you very much.
All right, your next witness.
We call Beverly Leonard by video link.
I need the TV. All right, just give us a moment to get the TV up.
Whatever. Entertainment. Sorry, I had to put my Twitter post. Yeah, by the way, guys, you want to know what my Twitter account is? I wish it was the same. I wish I had the 2.6, man, but it wouldn't let me get the damn 2.6. I think somebody had that shit. All I was able to get was the ET. Carolina Chris ET. I'll post my Twitter account right here in the chat. There it goes. Okay, so I got time to use the restroom real quick. All right, be right back, guys. Apparently it ended, guys. That was it. It said the live event has ended. They probably had an issue.
Waveform scope with the original photo.
Evidence of any modification.
Yeah, they went to set up the live view link and must have had a problem. They said, hey, let's fuck it. Let's end this shit today. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Yeah. All right. That was interesting, dude. That was interesting. Oh, my God. Damn, look at Johnny's face right there. Clips of Amber Heard smirking as Johnny Depp takes the stand go viral. I need to share that so I can go back and find it again. Retweet. Dennis, he heard Depp have hardly been perfect witnesses. Sometimes they've been unimagined disasters as part of why we are all watching this first place. Yeah. Johnny Depp implies Amber Heard got Aquaman role after he called studio. Johnny Depp retakes witness stand, calls Amber Heard's claims insane. Kate Moss also testifies. So that's what he sees when he's sitting behind that screen. Kate Moss, Johnny Depp ex-testified actor never pushed her downstairs. Wow, Fox News. Telling the truth. Fans outside Depp Heard courthouse. TMZ. Johnny Depp was back on the stand. Yeah, we already know that shit. Kate Moss. Yeah, we already know that shit. Johnny Depp returned to witness stand to refute his ex-wife Amber Heard's testimony in their defamation. Yeah. Wait till y'all see that clip I'm about to post. Damn, that's a good one, dude. I might have to play that every morning I wake up just to remind me there's a bunch of scandalous bitches out there. Joe Biden meets parents of Texas shooting victims. You know what? Honestly, I feel like the president of the United States would be the last motherfucker I'd want to see if my kid was killed in any kind of tragedy. Because I don't believe anything they say is genuine. I think they're just doing it for the camera flash, the pictures, the votes. You know, the last person I want to see, I want to see friends, family, and people, people I really fuck with on a day-to-day. And the president, whoever he or she may be, is the last person I want to see. That's just plain and simple. Twitter memes suck. Yeah, I know, right? What's up, Funk? Funkadelic. Dude, you missed a good one. I wish I could share that clip. I tell you what. I could probably pull it up again. I know exactly where it was. That shit was good, dude. That was probably one of the best parts of the. What was it? 5? Was it 524? Joey Bags.
You had that.
Yeah, it was 5.
Wasn't that?
Wait,
did I read that right?
Here we go.
You did.
Her is referring to Amber, right?
That's correct.
And WB is Warner Brothers, correct?
Again, correct. Yes.
And then after you sent this text.
Here we go.
Oh, Your Honor, permission to publish, please.
Here we go.
Move for admission of
Here we go.
Objection? No objection.
Here goes one of the highlights of the night. One of my favorite parts, by the way.
Thank you, Your Honor. And in this text, Mr. Depp, you said
Listen.
She's begging for total global humiliation.
She's going to get it. I'm going to need
your text about
San Francisco, brother.
I'm
even sorry to ask. But she sucked Mal's crooked dick,
and he
gave her
some
shitty
lawyers.
right?
Had no mercy,
no fear,
and not
no
an ounce of emotion. Or what I once thought was love for this gold-digging,
low-level, dime a dozen, musky, pointless, dangling, overused, flappy fish market. I'm so fucking happy she wants to go to fight this out.
She will hit the wall hard, and
I
I
cannot
cannot wait
wait
to have
to
this
have
waste
this
of a cum guzzler out of my life.
Look at her face. Look at her face right there.
Which made me realize the time I blew on that 50-cent stripper. I wouldn't touch her
Oh
with a
shit.
goddamn glove.
Oh
I
shit.
can only hope that
Oh
karma
shit.
kicks in and takes.
Hold on, man. Oh shit. What was with the stripper part? Which made me realize the time I blew on that 50-cent stripper. And I cannot wait. I'm so fucking happy she wants to go fight this out. She will hit the wall hard, and I cannot wait to have this waste of a cum guzzler out of my life. I met a fucking sublime little Russian here, which made me realize the time I blew on that 50-cent stripper. I wouldn't touch her with a goddamn glove. I can only hope that karma kicks it and takes the gift of breath from her. Sorry, man, but now I will stop at nothing. Let's see if Mollusk has a pair. I guess he come see me face to face. I'll show him things he's never seen before, like the other side of his dick when I slice it off. Shit!
Takes the gift of
Oh,
breath from her.
good morning.
Sorry, man, but now I will stop at nothing.
Oh.
Let's see if Mollusk has a pair. Come see me face to face. I'll show him things he's never seen before, like the other side of his dick when I slice it off.
Oh my god!
Did I read that right?
You did.
Oh, I swear I forgot. I feel like I
Now-
need to get that one to go.
Can you reach out to Kevin?
Gotta get-
What I once thought was love. Oh, Your Honor, permission to publish, please.
All right, we're gonna do this one more for the road, guys. One more for the road.
57A.
Objection?
No objection.
All right, 57A, as redacted, will be in evidence.
One more, guys. This is for the
In this
road.
text, Mr. Depp, you said she's begging for total global humiliation. She's going to get it. I'm going to need your texts about San Francisco, brother. I'm even sorry to ask, but she sucked Mollusk's crooked dick and he gave her some shitty lawyers. I have no mercy, no fear, and not an ounce of emotion, or what I once thought was love for this gold-digging, low-level, dime-a-dozen, mushy, pointless, dangling, overused, flappy fish market.
Fish market.
I'm so fucking happy she wants to go to fight this out. She will hit the wall hard, and I cannot wait to have this waste of a
Cum guzzler out of my life.
I met a fucking
Look at the
sublime
face.
little Russian here, which made me realize the time I blew on that 50-cent stripper. I wouldn't touch her with a goddamn glove. I can only hope that karma kicks in and takes the gift of breath from her. Sorry, man, but now I will stop at nothing. Let's see if Mollusk has a pair. Come see me face to face. I'll show him things he's never seen before.
Like the other side of his dick when I slice it off.
Did I read that right?
You did.
Good morning. Good morning,
Now,
folks.
Not long after this, you can take that down, Michelle. Thank you. Not long after this, you met Mr. Waldman in the late summer or fall of 2016, correct?
Oh yes, that was
Yeah,
perfect. I actually
September, October,
got that whole
somewhere
thing
in
that
there,
time
whatever.
pretty good.
And he's been your attorney since then, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you
That's it, guys. That's it, man. That was poetry, man. I don't know. I feel like when I pass away one day, I want one of these dudes to write something at my funeral, you know? Please. You let everybody know what I really fucking thought. And that was beautiful. Oh, that was probably one of the highlights for me. I mean, I don't know what parts y'all like the most. I mean, that had to be that just. Oh, that was so good. Jesus Christ. And her attorney, that guy, oh my God, that guy that was just talking, reading it, that was probably the one time of the night I actually can kind of say I may have enjoyed listening to the sound of his voice. Any other time, dude, I really wish he would have just choked on something and they would have had to rush him out the courthouse to the Buongiorno. An American, what does it say? Eulogy. Hunter Thompson shit. And she knows it. Fish Market Amber. Cum guzzler. The Fish Market Amber. Oh my God, yo, that is just crazy, man. That was good, dude. Let me make sure I got it all.
For the road. For the road, Mr. Depp. You said she's begging for total.
There we go. Yeah, that look that she had when they got to pan the camera around to her. That was priceless, bro. That was fucking priceless. Oh my God, that was so good. Jesus. I can't believe I'd laugh so hard this early in the morning. I should be laid out.
You said
All right, there we go. I'm gonna clip that one section I had earlier. That was much better. That was much better. Oh my God, guys. I don't know, man. What was your highlight of the night? But
My dog stepped on a bee. Objection, relevance.
yeah.
Mental condition.
I mean, right here, it kind of looks like she was sniffing something. I don't know. That was nice. You still hear Camille in the background saying hearsay, Your Honor. Classic, dude. I mean, I need T-shirts with her face and objection coming out of it somewhere on there, you know?
Mental condition.
It doesn't, it's still hearsay, Your Honor. May we approach you?
Slowed the video down. I slowed the video down and kind of like, went frame by frame. I don't know, man. I've seen cocaine snorted many millions of times. I don't know. I don't, I like people these days, like pill heads, people that pop Percocets and Xanax. Most of them tend to snort them. I ain't never fucking snorted shit, dude. I probably joked around when I was in like high school or something, was playing around like I was snorting some fucking like the candy that comes in those straws, like that sugar candy that came in those like straws. You rip the end of it off, then you rip the other end and you just drink the straw. Yeah, it wasn't pleasant. I think I just did it because it'd be funny, but no, never snorted shit. But yeah, I don't know, man. I can't tell.
Mental condition.
Look at it. Like she puts it in, sets it in place, then gets that last little to get it up there, yeah, right there, boom. That was it. It's in there. It's in there like that. I don't know, man. Maybe she had something and she just like put a little, but to do that, and the post I seen where I got that image from, that's what it said. Amber like snorts cocaine or snorts something on the stand or something. I'm like, if, and that's a big if she snorted something sitting on the stand next to it, oh shit. Like if they pissed her and found cocaine in her system or something in her system now, oh, bro. But I mean, I don't know. There's not even been any question if she snorted anything. I'm just saying.
Mental condition.
Look, she sets it in there. Boom. It's in place. Boom. You got it up there a little bit. There we go. She's got it all the way up there. It's up there. It's up there. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm probably just reaching. The judge is good. Yo, the judge is I like the judge. It could have been a vapor to make her cry. It's an acting trick. Oh, yeah? I don't know. I never said it. Yeah. Well, okay. It's new to me, brother. But yeah, you say so. Fish Market Amber, dude. I like that. I like that.
Hey, where are the white women at?
Hey, where?
My dog stepped on a bee. Objection, relevance.
Told you that bitch crazy.
That's wild, dude. That's wild. Yeah. Yeah, she could have.
Mental condition.
It doesn't, it's still hearsay, Your Honor. May we approach you?
I don't know, dude. That's just weird. I like Joe Rogan's comments on this whole thing, dude. He be cracking me up sometime. Joe Rogan really be cracking me up. But yeah, guys, hey man, damn, we've been live for whatever 5 hours. Not bad. I mean, the testimony was around 7 hours, but you know, we went ahead and knocked out a good 5 hours of it. And it's 5 hours and 5 minutes, man. Joe, dude, man, you've been a trooper, bro. I really appreciate you hanging out the entire time. ZZ, appreciate you coming through, brother. Lizel, Perry, everybody, man. Christina, Baby Ice, all y'all, really appreciate it. Amber is setting white women back 10 years. Oh my God, right? Damn. Wish I could pin that comment for life. That is fucking on point, bro. I am not lying. That is on point. I need to screenshot that. That is just on point. Oh, yeah. There we go. I got that shit. I thought the deuces couldn't do that while I screenshot it. There we go. That was a good one. That was a good one. I like that one. Amber Heard is a psychopath. Let's see what hashtags they got for Amber Heard. Amber Heard is a liar, right? Amber Heard is an abuser, right? All right, Amber Turd. They got Amber Turd. Amber Heard is a liar. Amber Heard is an abuser. Amber Heard is a psychopath. Amber Heard versus Johnny Depp. Amber Heard deserves prison. Amber Heard is innocent. Wow, one fucker put Amber Heard is innocent. Yeah, well, you guys are smoking crack. All right. Just all right, let me drop my link on that post real quick. That was pretty good, dude. 21 likes. I appreciate that, guys. You guys are a blessing too, man. I need all that shit, dude. I need all that so my ego can feel right. You know, I need that shit. All right. There we go. I just posted that on my Twitter. My Twitter is in the comment section too, guys, by the way. If y'all don't got it. I'm active on Twitter a lot. I mean, I'm more active on Twitter sometimes than anything else, but you know, it's my Twitter account right there. Steve, what's up, dude? What's going on, brother? We just sat down and it's my man ZZ from France is in here. I just seen a comment you posted, ZZ. Yeah, she has the same nose as Michael Jackson. Michael leaves his. I know, man, but I mean, I'm just curious, bro. Do y'all think she was snorting something? I like Joey's response.
Mental condition. It doesn't. It's still hearsay, Your Honor. May we approach you?
So I mean, so she's like, she could have snorted something. She could have did what Joey did, kind of make her.
Mental condition.
Okay, she sets it in place. All right, it's in there. She got it up there a little bit, rubbed it in to make sure it doesn't fall out.
May we approach
That last one was to make sure it went over. That last little, you know. I don't know. Like I said, I've been around. I've seen people. I have never done any cocaine or heavy drugs in my life, but I've seen people do it. You know, breaking pills down, snorting pills. But yeah, I will copyright strike you. What's up, Steven? Dude, let me check you out, Steve. I'll give you a wrench real quick. Let me check your channel out, though. Yeah, dude, I am sub to you, bro. Oh, Steven, dude, Steven, I didn't realize you, bro. Oh my God, I'm so sorry, bro. Let me give you a wrench. Yeah, I met you. I met Steven and Liesel's live stream the other night. What's up, brother? Malcolm, where's the floppy fish, dude? The cum guzzler text, right? Shit, my man, no. Yo, that shit was insane, right? Okay. I give you yeah, you got no anyway, Malcolm, I got you. Johnny gotta be a little embarrassed that that text came out. I don't, yeah, I don't know. He didn't look embarrassed because he had that. I got the video, I screenshotted my video clip of that shit. He looks like he was pretty happy with it after he read it. Let's see. Let me see. I can't get it to play anymore now. Yeah, it won't play anymore. I was trying to get it to play again. What's been going on though, Steven? I live in Raleigh. Dude, I'm in Fayetteville. You're right next door. Yeah, you're right next door to me, bro. Like Raleigh's the capital of North Carolina. They got some good comic shops in Raleigh. I'd love to. I think me and Jigs went up there a couple times to a couple of them, or to one of them last time we was up there in Raleigh. We went to Ultimate Comics, I believe is the name of it. There it goes. Let me see if I can click. Hard to play with this little. There it goes.
That is correct.
And in this text, Your Honor, permission to publish, please.
Permission to publish.
Yeah.
He has demonstrated for the jury and the public that he is creative. I'm telling you, I want him to speak at my funeral.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Here we go, guys.
In this
Last
text,
time of the
Mr.
day.
Depp,
And then I'm going to have to let y'all
you
guys.
said she's begging for total global humiliation. She's going to get it.
Oh, Lord.
I'm
Yeah,
going to
right?
need your texts about San Francisco, brother.
I'm even sorry to ask.
But she sucked Mollusk's crooked dick, and he gave her some shitty lawyers.
I have no mercy, no fear, not an ounce of loyalty.
But what I once thought was love for this
Gold digging, low level, dime a dozen, mushy, pointless, dangling, overused, flappy fish market. I'm so fucking happy she wants to go and fight this out. She will hit the wall hard, and I cannot wait to have a waste of cum guzzler out of my life. Look at her face, bro.
Little Russian here.
Look at her face right there, dude.
Which made me realize the time I threw on that 50-cent stripper.
Oh my
I wouldn't
God.
touch her with a goddamn glove.
Oh.
I can only hope that karma kicks in and takes
She's
the
probably
gift of
playing
breath
that.
from her. Sorry, man, but now I will stop.
You know
at
what?
nothing.
I take that
Let's
back.
see if Mollusk has a pair. Come see me face to face. I'll show him things he's never seen before.
Like the other side of his dick when I slice it off. Yeah, I take that back, man. I think when she turns around and makes that like, she probably deep down don't give a shit because they probably said worse to each other behind closed. I mean, you've heard some of the stuff they played. She probably did that for the court to be like, like plays the innocent victim, like But you hear what Johnny says at the end of it.
Read that right?
You did.
See? You read that right?
Now,
you did.
Not long after this, you can take that down, Michelle. Thank you.
Honestly, I think she probably doesn't even give a shit about this man. She just wants to fish face. She always makes sure the camera on her before making this. I know, right? I know. Jesus Christ, bro. I swear. And they had something on Twitter where they was talking about. I didn't click on it because I didn't want to open up another page, but like the faces I guess she made throughout the trial. I don't know. I remember all my times going to court. You never wanted to. especially if it's somebody that's on the stand or something talking about you. You don't want to be sitting there like, the judge, man, they kind of hot. I know it's district court. This is probably a whole nother level of court I've never been in, but I've been doing good, man. I'm just preparing for the weekend at my booth inside the flea market in Smithfield. Oh, you're at Smithfield? Oh, okay, dude. Yeah, I know what Smithfield is. What you got? What kind of flea market you got? I had a booth at the flea market once. I used to own my computer repair shop, and I opened up a booth at the flea market on the weekends to try to drum up more business. But that flea market on Rayford Road and on Bragg Boulevard in North Fayetteville, where we live at, was mainly where all like the Hispanics and the Mexicans were at. And I don't think a lot of them were really into computers at the time. Harper's Flea Market. Okay, what do you sell at the flea market? That was wild, though, man. Oh, cum guzzler. I'm glad I screenshotted that video clip. That clip right there. I got that shit, Scott. Johnny Depp. Clips of Amber Heard smirking. Let me click on this shit and see what it's all about. Is it clips or just images? Oh, there's probably a bunch of people with there. Oh, yeah, I'll definitely be sharing that clip on my TikTok account. Either way you look at it, I can't get the shit to play. Let me see if I can show you guys real quick. There we go. Okay, let's see where we at. Oh, okay. People got like TikTok clips. So yeah. Damn, Johnny looks rough in that image right there, bro. Long way from 21 Jump Street.
Twinkle, twinkle, little bitch, just a hate your guts, you make me sick.
I can't play that. I get a copyright for sure. Yeah, I remember that when she was looking back at an attorney.
Have you ever consumed 8 to 10 MDMA pills at once?
No, man. No, I have not.
And why is that?
Because I'd be dead. I'm pretty sure I'd be dead. I think one would die. Yes. And probably rather quickly.
Yeah, I ain't see nothing funny about that. Oh, that's it. That's like a waste of time right there. Please don't click on that Newsweek article, whatever you do. Let's see. Vinyl records, sports, trading cards, movies, diecast. Let's try to get some more stuff today. Yeah, I mainly collect comic books. It's mainly what my channel started off about. Now I show what I'm into. I'm into playing video games. Sometimes, mainly I play video games on my Twitch account when I game. I like to cook, but I haven't really been putting out many cooking videos lately. I like to cook once in a while and then put out a cooking video when I cook something, like something my mom taught me how to make, because my mom died like 2017 from leukemia. And she taught me how to cook. My mom was really a good cook. I think the main stuff there's a couple more dishes I haven't really made and put on my channel, but yeah, I mainly play video games on my Twitch account, but I will play video games on my YouTube channel if it relates to comic book stuff, like Star Wars. Like I got what was it? Jedi Fallen Order. I got that, so I played that on my YouTube channel, or Battlefront. Or this DC game I'm playing now. I might play some of that on my YouTube channel. I do watch parties. I do watch parties on my YouTube channel. But when I go live on my YouTube, I'm also streaming on my Twitch account and my Twitter account. So I'm streaming on 3 platforms at the same time. Joe says, I have a White Album original vinyl. Dude, I tell you, man, music sounds so much better on albums or records. That I remember. And I can't tell you the last time I've heard one play like in my vicinity or in my area where I'm at. Yeah, also, dude, I have an Instagram. I'm on Instagram. I don't really mess with Facebook because it got real political around the elections. I guess the Joe Biden and Trump elections, and I just didn't want to hear all that shit. Didn't want to go through all that. You know, people were like at each other's throats, man. It was friends, not friends anymore because of, you know, their belief in who they wanted to fuck with as a president. I'm like, you know what? I don't want to be in. I ain't trying to hear all that crap. Got tired of it, man. So I just got out of there. Left, man. I mean, I didn't really have that big problem over on Instagram. Well, somewhat on Instagram, not much, like 1 or 2 people, but or Twitter. Shit, Twitter's a big platform, man. A lot of, you know, big opinions dropped over there, man. But a lot of beefs too, man. It's all computer gangsters, you know, arguing with somebody that's behind the keyboard. It's a waste of time. But yeah, guys. Hey, dude. Steven, I appreciate you coming through, bro. I'll try to catch your channel sometime. Malcolm, bro, appreciate you stopping by as well, man. Joey Bags, dude, you hung through this thing the whole night with me, man. I really appreciate that, man. No doubt, dude. Love you for that. Once again, man, Baby Ice, ZZ, my homie from France. ZZ, I appreciate that, man. I'm pretty sure ZZ's been helping me on my Twitch account a little bit. Big shout out to Funk Comics, too. Come by. Big shout out to Baby Ice. Lizel. Yeah, big shout out to Lizel. She'll be going live here about 5 p.m. this afternoon on the East Coast. It's right now, it's about 7 p.m. where she's at. It's 7 a.m. where I'm at. But she'll be live around 5. I do know that. I think it's 5 p.m. Should be 5 p.m. on the East Coast. Wherever it is on her. She's like, what, 12-hour difference or something like that? Yeah, Baby Ice, big shout out to Baby Ice, big shout out to Christina Payne. Yeah, everybody came through, man. I appreciate that shit, dude. This was Perry's Comics. Check out my man Perry's Comics, bro. Anybody in the link, if you can, check him out. Perry's got a gaming channel as well where he plays Perry's Gaming. I like how ZZ changed his image, his profile picture there. Big shout out to all that fluffing stuff from Australia too, man. She's got some. If you like the fish, if you like fish, crabs, some beautiful scenery, she's got some cool videos, man. And she does a lot of shorts, YouTube shorts as well. But she's got some cool videos of them out there on the ocean catching some big old fish. Big shout out to my man Milt Martin in the UK. Martin's probably I think he had to get the kids off Mark had to get the kids off to school earlier, I believe. Mark DeCuddy is another homie from Australia too. Craig 69, good homie right there. Dream, the lovely Dream from the Philippines. Big shout out to Dream. Check her out as well. Man, I'm trying to shout out everybody that came through the live stream tonight. Yeah, Mark DeCuddy, my homeboy Mark DeCuddy right there is from Australia. Good homie. I need to get his comic book sent to him one day, man. That shit's been over almost 3 years now. I should have been and had that stuff to him. Big shout out to Mag Johns TV coming through earlier. I was confused. I thought they were spamming me to death, and then I realized I know who that is. Well, you know, I don't really know him, but Ace, big shout out to Ace TV as well. All the homies from over there in the Philippines. Who is this here? Joe. I figure out who that is. Oh, I don't know if I gave them a wrench or not, but either way. Big shout out to Big White too. And yeah, man. Everybody, the Dark Club. Big shout out to Dark Club. Big shout out to Love Rules. Big shout out to Custom Comic Shop. Big shout out to my man Pinky Love. That's a good homie right there, man. Pinky Love, dedicated subscriber right there. Christina Payne. Yeah, everybody, man. Big shout out to all you guys. All right. I still don't understand that nose comment. I know, right? Oh my god. Who knows, dude? Who knows? Damn, I went all the way back. Can't even find where it was. Wherever it was, dude, I lost it. All right, guys, but I'm gonna let everybody go, man. I'll probably be. I don't know if I jump on here to stream. It might be a little bit of video gameplay. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out. I gotta see if I'm gonna go stay with my grandma and my uncle this weekend for Memorial Day. Because I got a bunch of clothes I gotta wash, but I don't want to leave this house and not deal with this fly issue. Like, I need to go get some fly spray and those little sticky strips. How I did it last year. Kind of didn't take long for them to like disappear. I mean, you gotta cover all the dishes in the house and spray the fly spray in the house. It kind of gets rid of them, but I probably need to cut that grass too as well. I don't know. I'm gonna figure out if I'm gonna go stay with my grandma for the weekend or not. We'll see. Lights, Fires Live. Big shout out to everybody on Twitch too as well, man. Big shout out to my son. Big shout out to TK. Everybody, man. Appreciate everybody, man. Joey Bags, bro. Appreciate you grinding this out with me, man. Brings Jigs back. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Jigs, I don't know, man. I didn't talk to him yesterday, so I don't know what happened to him. Hopefully, I don't know, man. I know he didn't go to the comic book shop last week. He probably went yesterday. I don't know. He didn't call me when he was going, but I don't mean he didn't go. But I'm pretty sure he'll be on here. He'll probably pop up this weekend, if anything. We'll see. But I know Friday night, if everything goes as planned, we're watching both 2 episodes of the Kenobi show. That's what I will be doing this Friday. And I've got the date and time set for 8 p.m. Eastern. I would have rather had done it at 10 p.m. That way I can guarantee everybody would have been there. But yeah, we're going to catch the first 2 episodes of Kenobi this Friday. Yeah, Kenobi this Friday at 8 p.m. Eastern. We're catching episode 1, then episode 2. And we're doing that live on the channel. And it's like any other watch party. I will not be showing any of the footage at all. I won't leak no sound. I won't even spoil the episode as I'm watching it. I'll try to keep my excitement, contained so I don't spoil it for anybody that may, because there's a time difference. When I'm watching something and like if I see something, obviously I'm going to see it before you guys if I'm watching it, if we're doing it as on time. But there ain't no commercials on Disney Plus. So if y'all started at the same time I started, we should be linked up at the same time. So when I get ready to start the episode, I'm going to hit the 10-second countdown the 10-second countdown. And I would advise when the countdown hits 8, hit play on your end. When it hits 8, hit play on your end. And I'll hit play on my end when it hits 1, because there's an 8-second delay from when I say something to when you hear it. We'll be synced up at that point, I believe. I don't know. We'll see. What time are you going to doing it? 8 p.m. 8 p.m. 8 p.m. Eastern. Yeah. Yeah, 8 p.m. Hopefully, like I say, everything goes good. That's why I probably need to go to my grandma's to make sure I ain't gonna have any. I'm probably more comfortable streaming here from the house. I don't have to cause sitting in that little room, my my uncle's spare room. It's kind of cramped up when you're sitting on that bed, you know, like I got a slinch on my back and shit. And then at the kitchen table, because if I'm at the kitchen table, he'll be playing his TV and he'll play, you know, he'll have something on the TV, and I don't want to get a copyright strike for something in the background playing. And if I go outside and sit, it might get a little chilly at night. I don't know. And I don't get no internet service at my grandma's, but I'll figure it out. We'll see. We'll see what I end up doing this week. But yeah, regardless, it's going to go down Friday 8 p.m. First episode starts, and I'm assuming the episodes probably won't be but about an hour long, maybe. I don't know how long they're going to be, but it's going to be 2 episodes, man. First 2 episodes, and I am hyped for that. So Kenobi, guys, this Friday, my channel, we're doing both episodes. Watch party. I don't know. I probably need to change that thumbnail. We'll work on that later. Yeah, it is kind of a crappy thumbnail. Yeah, I might try to redo that tonight or today. But yeah, guys, regardless, appreciate y'all coming through. Joey Bags, most of all, hanging with me the whole night, man. I appreciate that, brother. Everybody else, man, y'all take care. Be safe, and watch out for those crazy women, man. You know, watch out.
It's funny, isn't it?
Not bullshit, because they're out there. Peace. What's up, guys? It's your boy Carolina Chris 26. Enjoy the show.
Dukes has